I've been crying so hard. Hi guys, welcome. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that jazz. I always forget to mention that at the beginning of the live stream. I forget that people watch this later, and I always just like think of the first 10 seconds or so of my live stream as just like dead air kind of. So anyway, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm really upset. I need to do some laundry. I should probably put on pants. Having a rough day. It's been a little bit. Yeah, I hear you. I'm coming. I hear you. I'll be there in just a second. Thank you so much for the floating heart. That's so sweet. Thank you. Good morning. Hi. Hello. Hi. Okay, I'll have to do this first. What am I doing? Pressing I'm coming, buddy. I'm going. Hold on. Come on. Go outside. You need to have your poop scoop. Let's go scoop the poop. Well, I've got like you've been crying all day, all night, and so like I've got like that like shit that keeps happening because I've been fucking crying nonstop. Sorry. Did you get hit in the face? I'm sorry. Oh, my nose is so fucking runny. Here, Mom. Money. Oh, I better charge my phone. Here. Get him. Skitch him, Mama. Skitch him, Mama. Skitch him, Mama. He's skitching, Mama. Get him. Get him. Skitch him. Good girl. Get him. Get him. Good girl. Skitch him. Skitch him. Good girl. Skitch him. Skitch him. She's like, you put me on camera. I can't now. The laundry on first. Oh yeah, and then what happened? Tell me more. Tell me more. What happened? And really? And then what? Tell me more. What happened? No. That can't be real. No way. And then what? What did you say? Oh. Well, that's not very nice. Charge your phone, charge your phone, charge your phone, charge your phone. Oh, it smells so good in here. I love the smell of my house. Turn up brightness. Oh yeah? That's not very nice. I need to go buy more hangers. Yeah? That's cool. And then what? What? I don't believe it. Boosted boys. My God, my fucking most favoriteest sleeping pants ever. Bitch, don't you think for 1 second that I don't know what your little brain is cooking up, okay? I'm not stupid. I know what you're doing. Yes, I do. Don't talk back to me. That's rude. I made a tank top. Stat. A dang 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 a ding a dong a ding a ding a ding a ding a ding a dong. Oh, Eric, are you in here by chance? Eric, who I was just talking to. Are you in here by chance? I just thought of something that I need to tell you about the YouTubes. Why won't you turn on? Thank you. Somebody has taste. Oh, when I found you, I found. Can't listen to anything copywritten on YouTube, unfortunately.
This is where I start feeling like, and look, I've been watching some videos and reacting and stuff like that. Sorry, I can not do two things at once. I'm just gonna paste the link.
Turn off Bluetooth.
Okay. Yeah, so there's been a couple pieces of information that have surfaced that I want to talk about today. Some videos that have been made.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
Stuff like that. So, what else? Art and Barbara Nakoma, I feel like it. I have to be in a certain mood for them. And then Larry Schmidt, the
Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Please connected successfully. What are you connected to?
It's possible. Alas.
Fucking laptop, of course. The one, the most inconvenient.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
You cannot change the volume of that.
Read.
Can you say something? Speak, please. Okay, thank you. She's doing volume things. Funny, funny, funny. Okay, come on. Say words, please. I don't want to have my eardrums.
Rovo denied the grandma request for deleted public Facebook posts and deleted comments and criticism. Interesting. That's gonna be a problem for them if somebody sues. Okay. This is a channel. I'm subscribed on my other. Like when I'm watching these, I'm on my other channel, and then I'm like, wait, I want to subscribe. So this
What's up, April?
is a channel on YouTube called AFOL. I guess he's A-Fools. I had not heard of him before, but I did see his video this morning, and I wanted to show it to y'all. Very valuable information in here. So let's see. Yeah, Total A-Fold is the name of his channel. And then this video that I wanted to show y'all, it's called Bricks and Minifigs Real Owner Exposed. Who really owns bricks and minifigs? So,
What's up, April?
I thought we could watch this together. He says some interesting stuff. He posted it 16 hours ago.
Bulls, Ethan here. Does Bricks and Minifigs Corporate have a silent partner, a secret
I'm a furry now.
individual behind the
I'm gonna
scenes,
go
working in the shadows,
Be
right
a
here
activist.
in Idaho, the state where I currently reside? This is the question we are going to be answering today, and all signs point to yes. Let me let me give you a little backstory on this. Well, first of all, if you guys haven't seen, anybody that's following this story, if you guys haven't seen the Reckless Ben Bricks and Minifigs Part 3 that's out right now, that just released a few days ago, definitely go and see that. I will link it in the bio. A lot of crazy things are happening. Even more corruption, lying, police collusion. It does not look good for them.
Yeah, and just to remind y'all, this is a good comment that he has here. Important. Please keep the discussion respectful. These rules apply here as well. This video walks through information and evidence that I believe is relevant to the topic. Thank you. Watch the entire video before jumping
Money,
to
please. Don't feel like dying right now. Thank you. Appreciate it if you didn't trip me. Washed all of my hats. Oh, I need to go buy hangers. All right, let's go to the store because I need to buy hangers, apparently. Hangers. Reusable pads are the best thing ever. Money, get out of there. You're gonna hurt your feet climbing on that stuff. You're gonna get your foot stuck in there and you're gonna break your leg. Yeah. Yeah, see how dangerous it is? You need to fucking stop. This first. What are you doing? Oh, fucking, it's dying. All right, put the socks in here. Just socks. Go through the socks. Another day. Okay, towels. I gotta go do this thing.
What's the full ownership of Bricks and Minifigs? This is not going to be obviously public information, usually by default, but there have been some things said publicly that does make it seem like, you know, we can get an idea of some of the owners. But then there was this channel on YouTube, and they're obviously still on YouTube, ACOB.
Thank you, Looby Loo.
Brickheads, that's cute. And he was in the chat, and
Oh, thank you.
maybe both of them
Thanks,
were.
Margot.
The channel was in my chat the other day, and kind of back, let's see, like reconfirming some of the things that were said in the video. And in the video, they said that, according to sources they're talking to, Reed Brimhall is an owner of Bricks and Minifigs. And not only is he an owner of Bricks and Minifigs, but he's supposedly, according to ACOB, 51% owner, which would mean between Ammon and Matt's shares of this company combined, they're still not even half owners. So why is it, and you know, my question was, why is it that they're being put out, like, out in the front, like, oh, they're the owners, when all this time there's been, apparently, according to these reports from ACOB, a 51% other partner. Now, do I have a hard time believing that that is true? No, not at all. It actually makes perfect sense to me. However,
There's literally
I said it
yarn
when I talked about it before, and I'll say
fibers
it again.
all
I don't know if that's true.
over
It's not
my
like-
fucking pants.
What I just told you
from
is
rug
public
making.
information, but the public information is not based on a business record. It's not based on something I personally saw myself.
I only
It's
have a
based
little
on
Scottish.
ACOB, who has interviewed Ammon and who has also interviewed Ben. And I don't watch every one of their videos. I definitely watched the interview that they did with both. Well, I think they might have done 3 interviews, like 2 interviews with Ben, maybe. I think it was 3 interviews. Anyway, I watched all that for sure. But I'm just saying, like, they say that they have sources who are confirming Reed is a 51% owner. I don't know who those sources are. I don't know anything beyond what y'all know, just as a member of the public. So that's kind of what was being said on that video. And then I came over here and reported on it, and ACOB was in my chat, like, yeah, I do have sources. So it was like double confirmed by ACOB. But again, I thought it was credible enough to tell y'all about it, but I can't go out on a limb and say, oh, it's for sure certainly true, because I just personally haven't seen any, like, business record proof of that. But I definitely thought it was important enough to report on it, and if, you know, and just ask questions like, if it were the case that Reed was a 51% owner, you know, what would that change? Would that have any bearing on, you know, what we could expect in the future, as far as, like, I have a theory that Reed and his son Adam Brimhall, who wrote one of the police statements, supposedly, I think they're maybe trying to do their own little version of a possible hostile takeover. That's one possible speculation theory. I mean, I have a few in my mind that could be, you know, gonna happen. And I'm
I
sure
hear
it ends
him.
up
Thank
happening.
you, big sister, for
And
letting him
theory,
know.
So I might not even be able to conceive what's gonna end up happening, but I just kind of feel like, oh, okay, well, if Ammon and Matt are
She's
just kinda
telling
like
me the
absolutely
dog wants to come
forced,
inside
they
because
can
she
just
wants
see
me
no
to
and
accidentally
see, well,
let her
who
out.
steps in?
Yeah, I hear him, money.
One obvious person to step in, at least in the interim, is Reed.
I hear
Especially
him.
as it's been being
Thank
reported
you.
by ACOB, he is already a substantial owner, a majority owner in this company. So these are the questions I'm asking.
I wish that I could train I have the buttons that, you know, your animals push.
That's what he's
I think
mentioning.
I'm gonna start trying to really train money to
And
talk to me.
Reckless Ben and Victor, and right after the video released and stuff like that. And one of the things they asked him was, have you heard of this person or this angle of this story? And the person was Reed Brimhall. And I was like, I heard that, and then I paused for a second. And that name kind of rung a bell, but I wasn't exactly, you know, putting it together. So let me show you that clip.
And I may have missed it, but one of the big issues people have stated is, like, everyone's like wanting to overthrow or fire the CEO and the COO and all that. We've all heard that. But then right behind that, people would say, well, actually they can't because they're the owners. But recently I found out
This is the podcasting question that I was just referring to.
they have a lot of shares, but it is a family member. But there is someone who has 51% of the shares.
Yeah.
That is either one of the
Oh my gosh,
conflicts.
Slay, hold
Paul
on.
Everett,
He's
that guy?
in here. Total April is in here. Thanks for what you do. Your past live helped me to start to unravel the Reed Brimhall situation here in Idaho. Okay, so this is excuse me, the creator who we're watching his video right now, he's in the chat. Well, not right now, like right now this is ACOB, but like this channel, Total AFOL, that's who's here. Okay, so we haven't gotten to, we haven't gotten to the big reveal yet, but it's coming, and this is like some personal, kind of like on the ground info over there in Idaho.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say lots of things about him. I haven't really done my research into him, so there's a lot of people upset with
Okay,
him.
wait, I want to.
Yes. But recently I found out they have a lot of shares, but it is a family member. But there is someone who has 51% of the shares.
Yeah,
It's either one of the McNeff brothers.
Brimhall or whatever. That guy.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say lots of things about him. I haven't really done my research into him, so
Look at Victor's face. Victor's face to me, look, oh my god, like I said it in, I think it's even in this video, but I cannot not see it. Look at his face.
Well, actually they can't because they're the owners. But recently I found out they have a lot of shares, but it is a family member. But there is someone who has 51% of the shares.
yeah,
It's either one of the McNeff brothers.
Brimhall or whatever. That guy.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say lots of things about him. I haven't really done my research into him, so there's a lot of people upset with him.
So then I'm like, I'm just thinking about that. I keep, watching other videos and stuff. The next one I checked out was BJC Live. And if you haven't checked her out, you need to go check that out because she's a legal commentary channel.
Yeah, y'all do. Y'all need to check it
I
out.
was watching her channel as she was talking about, the whole ongoing thing. And she mentioned the name Reed Brimhall.
So just to be very clear, I was reacting to that exact video, and I'm mentioning the name Reed Brimhall because ACOB mentioned it on his channel, and not only that, Ben then confirmed it. Oh, who, Brimhall? Then Victor's like he knows something, and so I'm like, I gotta at least plant my little a clue right here. Ammon McNeff and his brother are not even the majority owners of the company. Somebody else owns more of it than them. And then Ben's like, oh yeah, that Brimhall guy. And like, what? Also, at the same time, also still look at Victor's face. When Ben is talking about Brimhall, Victor looks like he, what does Victor know?
And then she pointed out to, hey, he owns this store in Idaho. And then immediately I was like, whoa, it was like
So not only does he own the store in Idaho, but it's like Ben stated publicly in almost like news, like Portfolio magazine or Profile magazine or something like that. And they did this whole little write-up about Reed. And in that article, they said that he owned a store that he had started because, he had this son with autism, and he wanted and it's not Adam. Somebody said it was like a different son. So fine. And he wanted to give opportunity and basically like a job and a chance like to his son. So it's his public story. It's in this magazine that he did I guess online publication that he did an interview with. And in it says not only does he own a store in Boise, which I'm now finding out is like a flagship type of store. It's like a big deal store. Not only does he own a store in Boise, and not only is he the CFO of the company, and not only does he maybe also own some of the company, well, in this article it says he does own some of the company. That's what I was getting at. Sorry, I trailed off because I was thinking about Boise. But anyway, so in this article it says, and Reed did an interview and all of this I don't know how people get these articles. Like, are the people hitting them up to do the articles? Are they paying for the article? I don't know. I never heard of this publication, but in it, he says that he got a store of the bricks and the minifigs location for because his son and all that, and the son with autism. And then also it says in the article that he's an owner of BAM Franchising. Part owner of BAM Franchising. And I'm like, whoa, this is a public article that they just put out. Not just, it was years ago. But it's public. So then now we're hearing as another confirmation that he does own at least some of the BAM Franchising. As another confirmation, or I shouldn't say confirmation, as support for that theory, now we're getting Ben come out and say Brimhall. We're getting Victor looking over like, we're getting ACOB saying he has reliable sources that Reed Brimhall is a 51% owner. That begs more questions to me also, by the way, like who else is an owner? But, that was something else, right? Like, just to add on to like the fact that I thought that, to add on to the fact that it was revealed on the ACOB that according to sources, there is a 51% ownership by Reed Brimhall. On top of that, we have Ben being like Brimhall, we have Victor making his face, and then on top of that, we have putting that together with the Profile Magazine article that says he is a part owner, BAM franchising. So it's starting to kind of be like a lot of little like, oh, and that. But again, none of this is conclusive. And I just want to point out, there's a lot of interests at stake here. And I'm personally trying to be very careful not to just take any narrative and run with it. Because I don't know who's putting this, who the valuable source is. I don't know if some of these people are working against each other in the main office. I don't know if there's a long-term family feud. I don't know if they're working all together to fool us. And I'm not talking about, you know, any YouTubers. I'm saying the people who are telling the YouTubers stuff. Because it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true at all. All I know is there's an article that says he's a part owner. Now we have the ACOB podcast coming out and saying they heard he's a part owner. We have Ben saying that. And then on top of all of that, there's this whole side story with like Legally Mine, Corporate Veil, this and that, Guardian, blah, 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 this, that, the other. Dan McNeff making posts saying he used to be the CEO. David Ortiz is still a franchise seller, but even though he was the original founder, so is he still an owner? I mean, like all these other questions start to kind of rise up. And a few days ago, July 9th,
Downstairs.
July 9th, 2026, a new BAM Franchising LLC, new BAM Franchising Inc. was established in Utah. Now the owners of that company, it's private, you can't tell who owns it. There's like this, you know, generic registered agent is the only thing mentioned as the incorporator. So who is this BAM Franchising Inc.? Does it have something to do with, I don't know, there could, like I have all these thoughts. There could be like internal battles going on at BAM. I'm sure like there is probably. If I had to guess, there's probably internal battles going on at the corporate level because hindsight is 2020, and now they're probably like, Ammon, you got us into this mess. I mean, these are just, put a one in the chat if you kind of like think that it sounds reasonable that this could be going on. I don't know. Some people are saying that no, they're all in on it together, and they're trying to pretend like they're not all in on it together for the purpose of moving the money around. I mean, maybe that would be a little bit more complex of a scheme, and I have even less little context clues to pull on, so I'm not prepared to make that type of allegation myself. But I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not in the office. What does Victor know?
And then
Baby
she pointed
blanket.
out to me that he owns this store in Idaho. And then immediately I was like, whoa. It was like a, have you seen The Usual Suspects, that movie, like the Kaiser Soze moment where he's like dropping the cup? That's exactly what happened to me. Because then I realized where I heard that name before. And sitting here, the answer was right here on my desk.
Okay,
Sitting here right on.
I just want to let y'all know, he's about to pull up a business card. And I'm not going to show it on my stream because I have PTSD from having my stream taken down for putting up a public record. But his video is public, and if you want to go over there and see it, you can. And you absolutely should. You should at least go over there and give the video a like and give the video a subscribe. But he puts up a business card. And I'll let the volume play, but I don't want to show the card. Go over there and see it yourself. I'm just not trying to get my stream taken down midstream. Certainly not today. I'm not in the mood. So on the card, it does say Reed Brimhall and I think Brooke Brimhall. So I think if I play it, you'll still be able to hear it.
Desk. What?
Yeah, it says Reed and Brooke Brimhall on the card. Again, this is public. This is a business card. It's a business number. I just like, I don't want to keep explaining it, but like, I don't like censoring stuff. I don't like not showing y'all stuff. It's just, I can't work if I get taken down. Okay, so it says Reed and Brooke Brimhall, owners. Okay, Boise, you know, it has their Facebook, has their number and all that. Please do not contact anybody mentioned in this video, including especially Reed and Brooke Brimhall. And it says Bricks and Miniface has the brick on it.
A business card.
Money, for the love of God.
Reed Brimhole, right here on my desk. And I'm like, oh my God.
I'm gonna go buy you new litter.
And I've been, throughout the years, I've made some
Add more litter to your litter box, even though your litter box is full.
But before that, as a Lego person,
It's still perfectly good.
I was. And I got to know a lot of the people here in Idaho, especially, and
Because I'm not gonna let you try to use that excuse on me.
Location.
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
Bricks and
I
Mortars
know.
in
You want to
Idaho.
go outside and get
That makes
fucked.
sense.
I know.
Lego person. Very
well aware.
A lot of people here in Idaho.
So that's valuable to me. That's important to me. Like, he is like already a customer of the Bricks and Mortars over there specifically. Okay, so this is the part where I wanted to really show y'all from his own words, because he was there. He was onto it before this whole scandal.
Especially, and the biggest store here in Idaho, Bricks and Minifigs, is the Boise location. And I met those people, and I knew their backstory and things like that. It's the person that runs it. It's a guy.
I'm on my period, so I probably shouldn't wear white, but
his father-in-law had opened the store to help his son. He was
shouldn't wear
Right,
white.
we've heard that story from the Profile magazine thing.
Where are my black shorts?
And to find his place in the world and do all these things. And I was like, oh man, that's a good story, and that's for the love of Lego and to build a community. And I thought that's a cool story, And I every time I go to Boise, I would frequent them and talk to them about Lego and buy stuff and all the things that you do at a Lego store. And I never in a million years thought,
Money.
I guess, more about that.
Oh, I have an outfit in the bathroom I can wear.
Ow! In Boise, it's not, to me, it's not your typical Bricks and
Heather, you
Minifigs.
moved it.
So I don't know why I thought.
So what
this
did you
was
do
so
with it?
important, but I
Put
just
it in the
kinda do,
laundry
like,
room.
One of the biggest, most impressive stores is this specific store, and if you will remember, from public reporting, it appears as though Reed owned that Boise store. First of all, before he became CFO, he owned the Boise store and then became CFO. And second of all, it appears that Reed owned that store before Ammon and Matt owned the store. Okay? So in a way, to me, Reed is kind of like a little bit senior, like has somewhat of seniority. Because he'd been there longer, he had a store first. And now we're finding out it's a big store. It's like a big one. It's like a fancy special one.
Oh my God, Marco.
Yeah, old.
My
I
mango.
would say I don't want to say use the word flagship, but like a next echelon of stores. But
wait.
the outside
I was looking
looks
for
like,
something.
to me, like the Power Rangers headquarters. So if you know what I'm talking about, it's shaped like that, and they got a lot of cool things inside the setups and stuff. But it just looked like a next level Bricks and Minifigs. And I'm like, they must be doing well here in Boise. But
Yay!
I didn't go beyond that. I visit them, when I go there once in a while and stuff. And we talk about
I did
things,
not put it
but
in the dirty
it
clothes
wasn't,
so I can
and then
wear
I
it.
thought about it, back in the day, that, I have business cards for them, like the one I just showed you. And the people that run it, their names are not Grimhall. But I remember he said my.
So I think I have a theory. I think I have a theory on who this person is based on public records. We may get into it in a little bit. But he says his father-in-law owns the store, but the son-in-law runs the store, I guess.
And then I thought about it, back in the day, that, I have business cards for them, like the one I just showed you. And the people that run it, their names are not Grimhall. But I remember he said my father-in-law opened the store.
See.
And I'm like, oh my goodness. And it just hit me after watching these videos.
Stop it. No.
Is his father-in-law and owns the store. And what's crazy about that, so I guess it's a corporate-owned store, and what BJC talked about, and with on further investigation, Reed Brimhall is not only the owner of that store, he is also the CEO
My mango.
of Bricks and Minifigs.
Exactly.
And he is.
And he has been listed in the franchise disclosure document as a franchise seller. So he's also a salesperson for franchises. He's the CFO. His son has been listed as a seller.
Ski skills. Here's the thing, right? I've actually been wondering that myself. Okay. I've actually been wondering that myself. I am convinced that someone has paid for bots on my account. I have absolutely no clue. There's no way those are real people. There was 300 people in here a little while ago. There's just no way. There's no way. I'm sorry. There's just no way. And so why would someone do that? Because I can't think of anything, like, I can't think of any reason that bots would just find my YouTube. Like, YouTube's not trying to, you know, pay me extra money. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I would love to find out. I'd love to know what's going on. No, I can't say that I'm the Illuminati. I need to go to the store and I'm stalling. I wonder if I could put that orchid food in that water of the philodendron. Do you think that would hurt my philodendron? I'm sorry, monstera. I have some orchid food in my car. Can I use orchid food to propagate monstera in water? Yes, but only after the cutting has developed at least an inch of roots. Before the roots appear, the fertilizer won't be absorbed and instead can cause bacteria or algae growth. Okay, noted. Dude! Okay, you guys were with me 2 days ago when I repotted, 3 days ago, 4 days ago? I don't know, when I repotted my monsteras. Look at this. A whole little baby. And there's another baby right there. Well, hey, so, Mamoon, okay, I need you to understand something about my book. I wrote everything. It's all my words, all my ideas. But when I wrote the book, ChatGPT had just come out like 2 months before. So I was like, oh, I could use this to finally help me edit and publish my book because I had no idea how to. I would have written that book 10 years ago if I had any clue how to do it. But so I used ChatGPT to help me, right? ChatGPT, I put all of the words and I asked ChatGPT to help me edit it. And ChatGPT did like change some things. The formatting is weird. So, like everything in there is good. Just don't judge the formatting because it's very obviously self-published. That's all I gotta say. Look at that little baby. Look at the baby. Look at it. It's just a baby. Oh, she heard me. She's like, who's the baby? Me, I'm the baby. And look. This one's pregnant. We got another one. Oh, those candles are so fucking badass. No one cares, Jeremy. And this one has a timer. So you turn it on and it runs for like 5 hours and then it turns off and then it turns on again 24 hours to the moment when you turned it on. So it's like an automatic timer. And it's really nice. Look, she's like, how are those lights doing that? Hey! Whoosh! Get out of my fucking plants. What are you doing? Nothing. What did I just remember that I needed to get? And then I just forgot again. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is... Oh, you fucking bitch! What the fuck, dude? Dude, stay out of my... Putting aluminum foil, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I just made myself lightheaded. Stood up too fast. Okay. Dude, you're pissing me off. She's very, 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 yep, she wants her litter box messed with. She's very, very particular about litter and stuff. She's never used a litter box like this. She's always ever gone outside. So she is not a fan of a messy litter box. She wants it to be really full of litter and deep. And she also wants there to be 0 turds in it. Look at that, see? No pea clumps. 4 fucking turds. Here you go. I took out the literal 2 turds. Oh man, I cried so much today and yesterday. My body feels heavy. And my cat just tried to trip me going down the stairs. Ooh! A hole in the bag and a turd just fell on my goddamn floor. Need to vacuum again already. Love it. I need to drink water very badly. I'm getting dehydrated. I can feel my heart not doing good. Where's my cup? I need to wash my hands. Are you ready to come in? I'm having chest pain. Fuck. I'm dehydrated. I've been crying. I'm on my period. All bad combination of things. Kitchen is a mess. And cleaned it for a whole day. I wonder where my cup is. I think it's in my bedroom. Why did it close out?
So, to dismiss. So the motion is to find that this Victor was in here earlier. If he's still in here, I think just have some other bricks and minifigs.
I'm having really bad chest pain.
Updates and videos. First minifigs part 3 is live. So, other types of content. Yeah, those just watching.
I don't have any food for you. I have to go to the store. There's my cup.
nothing has been going on in like almost a week. It's been 6 days. But I guess, nothing really, I don't expect anything to really be going on, I guess, because when's the next hearing? Oh, there's not a hearing. The next thing that's due, let's check in with the docket here. A fold rather than Lego. So, adult fan of Lego. Oh, okay. Shout out to Total A fold. Okay, girl. I mean, look, listen. I'm just learning about these Lego words. I didn't even know what a minifig was. I didn't even know what an Ewok village was, but now I want one. Yes, sure. Any time, Total A fold, and I will be I'll be keeping an eye on your channel for any other updates that you make. Okay. No, I didn't see Adam and Cole Brimhall on the business card. I saw Reed and Brooke. That's what I saw. But y'all can go over there and read it. Okay, so we're here on the updates of the docket. And the most recent update was July 8th. Today's July 14th. So it's been quite a few days.
I know that you're stressed out, but you very much need to get stuff into your stomach. So I know your stomach doesn't feel good.
Yeah, there is, okay, so there is something due by July 21st, and that is the list of members of Reckless Ben LLC. I would be very surprised if Reckless Ben LLC was owned by anybody else other than just Reckless Ben Schneider. So I'm expecting that to be, just submitted on July 21st by Ben's lawyer and saying, hey, the only member is Ben Schneider. That's pretty much what I expect, but we'll see what happens. Now, the judge also gave permission to give Ben and Victor, Reckless Ben LLC, and I believe also Brian Mansell, an extension to file an answer to Briggs and Minifigs complaint. So that extension has been pushed out to August 3rd, 2026. So the next thing due here is going to be July 21st, 2026. I think it's just probably going to be Ben being like, oh yeah, I'm the only owner. And then the next deadline, from what I can tell after that, is August 3rd. And that's going to be a big day. August 3rd will be a big day. That'll be the response due from Ben. So we'll finally get to hear in court, legally, from his lawyers in writing, so I guess read, not hear, what his arguments are and what his defenses are. It's been argued or speculated that he may file an anti-SLAPP motion, and that would be, usually if it's filed at this stage, this is the stage I would expect it to be filed, it would be an anti-SLAPP motion to dismiss. So the motion is to find that this is an to find that this is a SLAPP lawsuit, strategic lawsuit, or strategic litigation against public participation. So did they sue him to keep him from doing something he has a First Amendment right to do, like freedom of speech or journalism or something like that? And if so, there's an automatic, from what I understand, there's an automatic fee shifting provision, which would then, there would need to be no extra hearing, there would need to be no extra decision. Ben would get his attorney's fees. Now, there would need to be a hearing to determine how much the judge is going to award in attorney's fees. There is a hearing for that. But maybe he files an anti-SLAPP motion to dismiss. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know all of the possibilities of what could happen. Knowing that it is Reckless Ben, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something very creative none of us have ever heard of. But he does have lawyers, so that'll be filed, and we will read it no matter what. If it is still filed, on time, and there's not any more extensions or settlements or mediations or whatever, a lot can happen pre-discovery and pre-trial in a couple weeks. So we'll see. Okay. So I want to circle back around to some of the stuff with Reed Brimhall and Adam Brimhall and all of that, and some of the stuff that Total A-Fold did just talk about. But let's take a brief break from that topic for a moment or a little while. I want to do this segment here next. A little palate cleanse from the Brimhalls, if you will. Now, this is American Fork Citizen. This appears to be like an online publication. Maybe it has a paper component as well. But this is afcitizen.com. And this was posted or published rather a week ago, July 6th. But it says, opinion. former city councilor asks for independent review of American Fork Police Department. This is written by a guy named Rob Shelton. Rob Shelton, which is actually my dad's last name. That's like my family last name. I don't have that last name. I have my mom's last name, but that's my dad's last name, Shelton. Okay. So this guy, he claims that he is a former, I don't know him, by the way, if y'all are wondering. I don't know him. It's just, it's a coincidence, the last name thing. And I just found out about this today. He writes a letter, it's kind of like an open letter. He says, "Dear Mayor Frost and members of the City Council, this 4th of July, the nation marks 250 years since the Declaration of Independence. It's a good moment for all of us in American Fork, who you serve on the council, and the rest of us who elected you to remember the oath." Yes, tell him, Rob. Oh, this is my cousin. Definitely my cousin. Blood relation. I can feel it. I mean, he kind of looks like my dad. Like, if you, like, I think this might be my cousin. This guy might be my cousin. Hold on, let me show y'all a picture of my dad. I think this is, sometimes I feel like I'm in the Truman Show. Okay, is this my dad's cousin? Yes or no?
I hear you.
Sorry, I had to gather up a pic of him real quick.
I have
Look at his
to
eyes.
force myself to literally not worry about what's going on. Because if I stress out about what's going on, right now specifically, I'm dehydrated and I'm still on my period. I've cried a lot in the last 2 days. And so I'm like starting to feel my heart do that thing it does. And I know it's because I'm fucking dehydrated. But when I'm stressed out, my stomach doesn't like to accept anything. Food, drink, nothing. So it's been especially hard to get anything in my body. Fluids, anything. Also had diarrhea really bad. I really need to drink water. Do I have any hydration? I think I have a Pedialyte. I'm gonna end up in the hospital if I don't fucking focus on hydrating. Get fluids in our body no matter what. I really don't feel very good. What is that? Is that a stain? Looks like a stain. Add to 16 fluid ounces. Fucking went ahead and did it. I pushed myself too far. God fucking damn it, dude. This is what my day is gonna be now. Just trying to get fluids in my body so I can avoid having to call gosh darn ambulance. I should sit down. Come on, I can feel the water. I can feel it going through to my blood vessels. I can feel it, the liquid going through my veins. Girl! I know you thought I just got that seat for you, but I didn't, actually. I got it for myself. That was silly. It smells very good in here, actually. It smells like, I have this candle. I don't know if I have it around right now, but my whole house smells like the candle, even though the candle isn't lit. And that smells, it smells better. The candle smells better when it's not burning. Oh, my phone's about to die. It smells really good in here, actually. It's amber, it's warm amber and cashmere, I think, is the candle scent. I thought I had it down here. Anyway, it's the best smelling candle I've ever smelled in my entire life. And I need to get more of them, but they're expensive and it was a gift to me. My son got it for me at Goodwill. So it was like a half burned candle. It smells so good. It doesn't smell like cat in here. If it smelled like cat in here, I would have already changed the litter box like a bunch of times over. I don't want to live in stink. You know that if you, what the smell of your house sticks to you. So when you leave the house, people know what your house smells like because it's your clothes, everything, your purse, all your stuff smells like your house. So better believe. But I don't give a shit what you think either way. It's not my job to impress you or convince you of anything. Yes, I have heard that. The candle that I got is like a small, it's not sold at Walmart. That otherwise I would have bought it a bunch times over. I like to take the wax out and put it in my burner thing. It smells better. So we're just gonna sit here and absorb water for a minute. I am so convinced that I am a mermaid. It is hilarious. Stop. You can't cry. About to make myself cry. Thank you so much. You guys, holy shit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Starly Lily and Allison. The transmission in my truck went out yesterday. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate that. Holy crap, guys. No, I'm not high. I'm stressed out. I'm trying to reset my nervous system. If I stare into space, it'll help me readjust. It's like meditating, I guess. I'm also severely dehydrated right now, and I'm starting to have heart issues, and like I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm starting to think I should maybe go to the hospital. And so I'm trying to sit here right now and get electrolytes in my body and enough fluids in my body so that I can see what happens after that. And if I still feel like I do after I hydrate, then I might go to the hospital. Yeah. I know about that, Papa. I know. That's like the reason I'm like holding out a little bit of hope. My heart's beating weird. I need to go to the store, man. I need to get my cat litter. I want to just go lay down. Man, I'm really fucking dehydrated. I cannot believe I did this to myself again. It's really bad timing, Heather. Every second that ticks by, I am feeling better and better. Every second that ticks by, I am feeling hydrated and moisturized and full of liquids. There are liquids coursing through my veins. It's not sludge, it's liquid. My heart is unburdened. I don't want to go sit up there. This chair fucking sucks. Oh man. Where are my fucking sweaters? Like literally like just fucking reaches. Oh, there's no black shorts that I was looking for. Fucking cold and clammy. That's not good. Alright, let's try to distract ourselves. I didn't bring my fucking drink after all that. Jesus. Okay, dangerous. You're worried about me too? Great. You need a bath. You need to get brushed. I'm sorry that I suck at everything, buddy. Sorry that I can't do everything perfectly all the time. I love you. Don't drink my drink. Wait. Go around. Please don't spill my drink, dude. It's that serious, huh? Are you hungry? I just literally watched so much dirt and dust fly off of him when he shook off. Are you hungry? Okay, so you were just telling me you're hungry. I'm getting freaked out for nothing. I'm totally fine. I'm overreacting. I'm just having a panic attack. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted? You were hungry? You want more? Get you some wet food? Is this what you want? I'm sorry, money, but I don't have food for you. And as soon as I start feeling a little better, I'm literally going to the store to get you food. I'm gonna go to the store to get you food and get you litter. That's what I'm gonna do. Nope, money. Money, back up. It's weird not getting the spoiled girl treatment, huh? You don't know what to think? Okay. I think I'm just having a panic attack. So, I think I'm just having a panic attack. Like, I'm 99% sure I'm just having a panic attack. So. I think this might be the first time that I've sat down on a live stream since I moved. I think this is only the second time I've ever sat down in this chair. dehydrated. I'm stressed out. There's a lot going on. My husband is in another state. My kid is in another state. I have to move my bus. There's a lot going on. So reasonably, I have a reason to be stressed out. Fully logical reason to be stressed out. Unfortunately, it's all coinciding with my period and dehydration. I'm trying to make the water hydrate me faster by visualizing the water distilling in my body, or whatever the word is, I can't think of. Yeah, baby, what? Mom, what? Do you need to go potty? You gotta go potty outside? You gotta go poop? You gotta go poop? Okay. Hi, Mama. That's crazy. So while I was just sitting there closing my eyes, I saw this white light, like a beam of white light. And in the middle of that white light was literally my dad's face. But it was like, kind of like if you vectorize an image and, or no, not vectorize. If you take an image and you kind of make it like high contrast, so like you have, it's like almost cartoonized, but the real photo, it was like the outline of his face and the outline of his features were all made out of that same like white light that I was just seeing. That was so weird. My dad's been dead for 25 years. I thought it was Elliot at first. That was weird. No, I don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. I can't do drugs. If I did drugs, I would die. Like, I can't do drugs. This is what's happening to me after I had one cider. I had one cider on Saturday night. And I got drunk, I guess. I don't know. I didn't feel drunk, but I sure definitely was throwing up all night long. And I had diarrhea, and that's what why I'm dehydrated. I was throwing up and I had diarrhea. All day Sunday I laid in bed. Just need to get fluids in my body. As much fluids as I possibly can. I just want to be hydrated. I don't want to be dehydrated anymore. I'm ready to be hydrated now. I'm feeling better already. I think I'm probably having a little bit of a panic attack. I knew this was going to happen. I said this to myself 2 days ago. I also didn't get enough sleep last night. Because somebody kept me up all night long. Well, I guess I'm gonna go. I'm gonna call my kid and call my husband, drink some more water, and then I may like try to take a nap because I only got like 2 hours of sleep last night. So I think I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I have my watch, so my watch will like alert me if anything happens with my heart rate. So I'm not worried about that. I mean, I feel like a lot better now that I've gotten like, I still haven't peed and I've drank like, I don't know, like a liter or two of water already. I've drank probably 60, maybe close to 60 ounces of liquid, and I'm not even close to having to pee. I feel a lot better already. But I think that I'm gonna need to take a nap once I stop feeling like total shit. I cannot believe I did that to myself, man. It's the electrolytes that are coming through. I knew it. I know exactly what it feels like. I know exactly what happens. I knew it every step of the... I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. And I allowed it to happen anyway because bad things happen and I can easily ignore my needs when other people's needs are you know, the dog, the cat, the house needs to be cleaned, shit needs to be put away, my truck's breaking down, I gotta deal with that. I was working at my little old lady's house yesterday. So I had to do a bunch of shit for her to get her ready for her birthday. She's like turning like 92. And so I had to help her get her entire house ready for 17 guests yesterday. And, you know, it's just, I have not prioritized myself and my needs. I've been focused too much on work. so glad I feel better. Where my freaking sweater went. Because, like, my gray sweater would suffice. A wedding ate her chickens. I should take a bath. You're not making any sense. I'm always in the kitchen. Yeah, he's outside. He's fine. He has a bed that he lays in outside. What do you mean that the wedding ate the chickens? Oh yeah, I forgot that Oregon Country Fair is going on right now. listen to something, but I like just don't fucking give a shit about nothing right now. When I don't feel good, I don't give a shit about nothing. Holy shit. A bison attacked a tourist at Yellowstone Park, and the screenshot is the man like 25 feet in the air. Bless you. Bless you. What was that all about? Are you okay? You gonna make it? You got more coming? Oh no. Is there something stuck in your nose? You good? You good? I'm sorry, I'm staring at you. You saw the video? I don't want to watch it. No, I haven't been to the cardiologist. I am supposed to go. It's not, but the thing is though, like, okay, so thank God you're here. Okay, so I can talk. You're the only person in here that knows the story. So, like, I've discovered what the issue is. Okay, I have POTS. That's obvious. We all know that. But as long as I stay hydrated, I have no issues. I can work my ass off in the hot sun as long as I continue to stay and maintain hydration. About 5 days ago, I realized, oh, you didn't drink water all day today at work. And so instead of stopping and drinking water in that moment, I went the next day without drinking any water. And then the next day without drinking any water. And then the next day without drinking any water. Then I had that one cider on Saturday. At some point through all that, so I didn't feel good. I started to not feel good on Thursday, and that's when I got my period. And I was like, Heather, you just got your period. You really have to focus on hydrating because you're already behind. And I didn't. Instead, I got a cider. I took off work on Friday because I didn't feel good. I can't remember. I think I took off Friday. So Saturday, I was like, okay, well, I'd worked my ass off in the house. So let me I'll have a cider and then I'll get a little buzz and whatever. So I haven't had any alcohol in like 8 years. So I had the one cider. No, that's not true. When Nikki helped me on move day, I had a little bit of cider with her that day. That's right. And I didn't get drunk and I didn't get hungover. I was perfectly fine. And I worked hard that day. But anyways, but I stayed hydrated. Anyways, I drank that one cider. I had a bad hangover. I was throwing up and I had diarrhea all day Sunday, all night Saturday night, and all day Sunday. And then yesterday I had diarrhea again. And so yesterday I worked and I didn't drink any water. So it's been almost 7 days now that I've gone drinking very minimal amounts of liquids. And I also threw up, had diarrhea, and was on my period. Oh, and my truck broke down, so I was crying all day today and all day yesterday. So I've just been like wringing all the fluids out of me from every possible orifice. Like I've pushed myself over the edge. And that is what the problem is. And since I have stopped today, there was no choice. I couldn't do anything. I was gonna go to the store, but I realized that I was about to pass out. And I felt like I was about to have a heart attack. And so my hands got all clammy. And so I was like, okay, this is about maybe 45 minutes ago, an hour ago. I was like, okay, I have to just stop and I have to focus on getting liquids in my body right now. Because otherwise I'm gonna end up in the hospital today. And it was serious. I already feel 50 to 60% better. So I was not, though, Gloria. That's the thing, is I was not. But yes, I am today. I'm so glad you're here. Gloria has been with me for like 4 years. Gloria has watched me go from the biggest struggle I've ever went through in my life, the most, like, the worst situation that you could ever imagine for somebody to be in. She watched me go from that situation to having this beautiful house and having my job and my business. Gloria has watched with her own 2 eyes, and she knows who I am as a person because she has watched with her own 2 eyes. And I'm pretty sure, like, I'm 99% sure that she started out as a troll. I remember not liking you at all in the very beginning. No, I don't need a doctor. I have a doctor. Any woman could walk the streets. Hey, survival. Oh, I'm just chronically dehydrated. Yeah, I remembered I couldn't stand you in the beginning. I was like, I think I blocked you on some accounts at some point. I mean, that's kind of like that's why women resort to prostitution typically, is because literally anyone can do it. You don't have to have any talent. You don't have to have any kind of, all you have to do is have I mean, that's actually not even true. Men don't care, you disgusting pigs. You don't care. You just want someone willing to let you do that. Gatorade has too much sugar in it, unfortunately. Oh, I also took one of those Pedialyte packets that I found. I wonder if I have like any more of those anywhere. Yay! This is 1,000 milligrams of sodium. I might have to pee here soon. We'll see how much I actually pee. I hope I don't pee anything. Or, you know, not very much. No, you're not blocked, Toodles. A pickle. That's a good idea. I don't think I have any pickles. Ooh, salty. This stuff is the bomb. It has 1,000 milligrams of sodium in it. And it also has potassium and magnesium. It doesn't have enough magnesium, in my opinion. So there are other brands that are better than this, but this one is easily accessible. This is way better. Okay. Liquid IV used to sponsor me, kind of. Like, they've sent me so many PR packages, and I've had like an affiliate with them. So I wouldn't say sponsoring me because that's like pay, but I was the biggest Liquid IV for years. I told everybody about Liquid IV, but I switched to this because Liquid IV has a lot of sugar, and it has way less sodium, and this is the same price. So this is better, and it actually works really well, and I'm happy with it. I feel so much good. Liquid IV is a little bit expensive, yeah. Yeah, it's great. And so I work a very physical job. I also do a lot of physical stuff at home. Like that's like the first time I've ever sat down on a live stream, like really. Like since I've been here at this house and my house is oriented the way it is, I don't really sit down very much at all. I can't believe how much better I feel. It was 100% dehydration and I knew it. I feel almost back to normal, but not quite. He's a good boy. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. See, he tells me when he's ready. I'm sorry, baby. I don't have anything to give you. I'm sorry. Good day, sunshine. Man, can't be letting myself get dehydrated like that again. I have to be much more disciplined with myself. I kind of have to pee now, though. I'm curious. See how that's gonna go. So, but here's the thing, Jeff. I'm from South Florida. I lived in South Florida for 35 years, okay? And I never once in my entire life ever experienced dehydration. As a matter of fact, there's this girl named Morgan who I followed. She has dreadlocks. And I followed her, and she lived in Oregon in the woods. And she went to the hospital for dehydration. And I remember thinking, like, who the fuck? Dehydration? You're going to go to the hospital? Like, how do you even get dehydrated? Naivete. I did not know. I was in a environment where you literally, so like, I don't care what they say, you do absorb moisture through the breathing and through your skin. So it is a lot harder to get dehydrated in Florida than it is in Oregon. It's fucking dry here. And you get dried out from your skin, you breathe out, you're drying out, you know, you fucking sneeze, you cough, you piss. And every little bit is taking droplets from you. And if you're not replenishing them, you can totally get dehydrated. I didn't know. I had no idea. Fuck you, John. All I ever do is clean my house. I'm taking a day off. And it's my ship. You don't like it, you can leave. But I literally, that's all I ever do. Is make things in the kitchen and then clean up the mess. Suck a dick and die, John. I'm gonna go pee. Oh, no wonder. That was the sink actually running the entire time, so I don't know how you heard me pee. That was the sink. I ran the sink so you couldn't hear me pee. I also don't know why you think it was pee. Do you think I was peeing that entire time? Alright. If I'm gonna be feeling better, I can't be sitting around. I need to do stuff, so I'm gonna give myself just a few more minutes, and then just to make sure that everything is good and that I'm hydrated, and then we're gonna go to the store and go get some cat litter, cat food, dog TREATS, and some other items that I can't remember off the top of my head. Apples, ice trays, a squirt bottle. Yeah, I feel a lot better. It was just very bad self-upkeep. I just have a hard time, like, stopping and drinking water. Like, at work, I'm just in the zone. And I don't even take lunch if someone doesn't, like, stop me. So... Take a shower. I just took a shower. I took a shower last night before bed, and I haven't done anything. My hair is still a little bit wet. That's the thing, is I don't have an aversion. Actually, I kind of do. It's not so much an aversion to water, like I'm not like, ew, water, but like what happens is I'm very, so I have like stupid, I'm fucking autistic and I have synesthesia, so like I can see colors when I smell things. Okay, so I didn't get the cool synesthesia where you like can see music, or like when you hear words, you see, like, it's not like that. It's through my sense of smell. And so I have a very strong sense of smell. So just, that's basically it, is I have an extremely strong sense of smell and taste. So I get grossed out by water. The taste of it, the smell of it, only waters I can drink. The best tasting water that I found that you can purchase is actually Evian, surprisingly. This is okay because it's spring water. It's tolerable, but if I'm gonna hydrate, I still have to make tea. And I don't brew black tea because I'm worried about kidney stones. So I don't drink a lot of like regular tea. What I drink is like cinnamon, hibiscus, nettle. It's nettle, moringa, and licorice. So it's an herbal tea that I'm drinking all the time. I don't make it with regular black tea. So there's no caffeine and it won't hurt my kidneys. So I can use this to add to whatever I want and make whatever I want, but I don't really like drinking it by itself. Evian is like pretty much the only water that I can just like, oh, water that doesn't have a funky smell or taste, yay. So It's moringa with an O. Let's go to the store, I guess. I haven't seen my vest. Wonder where my vests are. That'll do it. I need to charge my phone before we leave. Okay. That was the final straw for Matt from the Air Force. Yep, this is my cell in the asylum. Glad Gloria reminded me about the liquid IV that I have. That seems to be working the fastest. I need to take out my garbage and go to the store. I need to count how much money I've got. Make sure I got my bills covered. What's today's date? The 14th. Okay, so that's halfway. Okay. Man, I cannot believe how much better I feel. Literally cannot believe how much better I feel. I'm so glad that I had the realization that my heart issues were directly related to my dehydration. I'm so glad my 2 brain cells went. Salty. I feel so much better now. Yes. Two brain cells were communicating. Bzz. No, I'm still on my period and still miserable about that. I no longer feel like I'm gonna have to call the ambulance and go to the emergency room, which is where I was headed big time. I don't usually just stop and focus on myself like that. Yeah, I'm good. I was having chest pains, but it's because I have, you know, POTS, like pretty much every autistic woman in the United States. So, if I do not stay hydrated, I start to have tachycardia or brachycardia, whatever. It's postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And basically it's like, be right back. My son started Lego camp today. He is in Lego camp in Florida. How fucking cool. All right, I'm feeling all right. Let's go to the store. Let's go pee again and then I'll go to the store. Oh, I need a pack of... What the hell? Because he's going between Florida and Georgia. We've got family in Florida and family in Georgia. And they went to a cabin in the woods in Florida, or in Georgia. Then they went to my father-in-law's in Georgia. And then they went to my brother-in-law in Florida. It's the first time that Josh has been back home since his mother passed away. So it's a big thing for him. Okay. Don't bring you guys with me to the bathroom. Okay. He is having such a... So listen, this Lego camp thing, right? We didn't know about it until, like, I don't know, the other day. And so the cutoff day for signing your kid up was like, I don't know, like 5 days ago. And obviously we weren't in time because we just found out about it. It had already ended. Well, they called to see if, like, oh, well, could he sign up anyways? And they were full. It started yesterday, Monday. So apparently a lot more children signed up than actually showed up. So Josh called them this morning, and come to find out there were 2 empty spots that they were able to fill. And so my father-in-law sent the money to Josh and got them done. So nice. Yeah, bricks and minifigs. We don't support bricks and minifigs in this household. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee. Cannot believe how much better I feel. Man, I was really stressing out that I was going to end up in the fucking hospital today. I am so happy that I caught it and fixed it. That was stupid. Where are those things at? Those washcloth things at? I'm going to put a couple in the bathroom. fucking shorts on YouTube, man. Amen. Let's go to the store. My house is so nice. I'm so happy. I love my house. I'm so grateful. Y'all, we're gonna hold out hope that the car issue is because it needs transmission fluid. I just can't check the transmission by myself because I'm on I don't have a flat spot, and so I kind of need a second individual to help me put my car in this very specific spot in the driveway where it is flat, and then press the brake while the car is running. Okay. You could just show me how much battery you have without making me sign in. I don't want to leave without my watch. All right. Let's go to the stove. I know. It's a fake fireplace, but it's cute. And so it has all those like glass pebbles in it and stuff. That looks really pretty, but it also has, do you see that log back there? Ooh, that's dusty as fuck. I need to clean the TV. So it also has this thing. Anyways, this thing, it goes, you can take the glass particles out and put the wood there. So then you have like a log. All of my plants are facing the sun. It's so cute. I need to move that guy a little bit closer to some sunlight, I think. You want to get a little blast of some sun today. Soak it up, baby. All right. I kind of want to get my vest in case I don't want to be like operating this high level of clothing machinery. If I can find my vest, that'd be good. If you were a vest, where would you fucking be? Probably in the one drawer that's in Elliot's room. This is my son's room. Look at the bed that I bought him. A loft bed. I made him those for his birthday. My truck. Look at that. It's almost like I just knew. Is this the right one? Nope. Look, my pad's showing. Put that away. Got a big old fucking dick. Looks like. I should probably like readjust that way better. Here I go. Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone who... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to wear this. Okay, that's way better. He should put his cards like this. They fit perfectly. Dude, that's cool. Never seen that one before. Ooh, Lassity Leprechaun? Brother, you have a lot of fire trucks. There we go. That's better than being on the floor. A little cutie patootie. It is really nice, Stacy. I'm very happy. I love my house. Okay, I'm ready to go. Okay. Let's go to the grocery store. Do I have socks in there? I don't want to take my work socks because I'll need them and then I'll be mad that they're not there. I spend a lot of time going up and downstairs these days. missed my shoe by an inch. I work at my clients' houses. All right, buddy, I need to get through the door. Okay, watch your feet. Thanks, bud. Oh, I should go get that. I should go get that and drop it off at the post office. I would be so mad if someone did put my mail in the mailbox when I asked them to. Can't do it to someone else. That's Josh's. You're good. Dog is like not moving at all. I cannot believe how much better I feel. Like I don't feel like every heartbeat is about to be my last. It's all a nice feeling. Okay, we've got our letters to be sent out. Stick shift. The lady across the street's yard and it's very loud. All right, let's roll. It's fucking hot outside. I'm sitting on my hair. Okay. Oh, let me turn my Wi-Fi off. I need meds. What kind of meds do I need? worried about kids riding their bike down our whole path. I hate driving with one hand. I hate driving stick shifts. I wish that this was an automatic. Can't believe how much better I feel. Like, unbelievable. And it's hot as balls outside. No air conditioning. I would have been up Schitt's Creek. Yeah, me too. Josh likes to zip, you know, he likes to feel like he's in a little race car. I will say this car is like convenient in some situations, like in the situations where, you know, I want to like get in, get out real quick. It's pretty good for that. My truck is like, you know, it's just slower, bigger, doesn't turn on a dime. It's just less agile and what have you, so. Hi, I actually have the right of way, but okay, go ahead. Forgot my freaking grocery list. Oh, yay! There's a mailbox here. Fuck yes! I hate these damn automatic things. They don't go the right direction. Or were they hand crank window things? I gotta pee again. Sure nobody's surprised. Keys, don't lock yourself out. Oops, go to the post office thing. What a blessing. What a blessing. Things are like so shallow. I thought the dog stuff was down that way. There it is. So we gotta get them just like cheap, simple, no grains.
Yeah.
Can't have chicken. Salmon. $13. Pea protein, tapioca. I think tapioca is okay. So 25, 30. Let me check my bank account and see if I have any money in my account because I did not bring enough cash, apparently. Lord, thank you, TikTok. There's an additional $40 in my bank account right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, TikTok. Okay, so I can afford what I absolutely need, which is animal supplies. What else did I need? I need apples. Empty spray bottle. Do you guys happen to have empty spray bottles? Like on a end cap thing, or just like?
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen them hanging, and then I've also seen them hanging here as well.
Sweet, thank you.
You're welcome. You did it all on your own. You're welcome.
Post-it notes. One more question.
Which way is your bathroom?
Okay, cool, thank you. In aisle 6.
That's
hear
why
that, or
I
you didn't hear that?
that's why I couldn't hear it.
Okay. get them. I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna get 3 apples. I will get some of these key limes though.
Okay, that would be great. And
What? 10 for $1?
I just have to show you right. Okay. And I'm at my mom's right now, out in Harrisburg, so I would really appreciate that. Thank you, Mom.
Alright.
Okay.
I'll do a little bit more than that. Oh, these are gonna be good. I'm gonna make limeade for my hydration. That fresh. What else? Just get some cucumber maybe. Vegetables that I can eat fresh. Go, but these are cheaper. Salted celery. What else can I eat raw? I'm trying to think of fruits that I can hydrate myself with. I eat raw, fresh fruits or vegetables, and I can stay a little bit more hydrated. So we'll do some cantaloupe. Well, it may contain occasional seeds. I want seeds. All fruit and vegetables should have seeds. It's weird. Honeydew, cantaloupe. Is that a non-seedless variety? Seedless. Orange seedless though. Damn. Orange. I'm gonna eat that. Got all the things I need. I should go to the baking aisle and make sure I have everything I need for baking. Should have everything to make meringue. So I make lime pie. Probably get a couple more sweet ingredients milk. It needs nothing else. Dance. And I can make flan. Okay. Condensed milk. Got that. I got enough eggs. And I think I have alum. I don't have cream of tartar. I need graham crackers. That's what I need. Graham flour. Cassava, coconut, marron brown. chickpea, oat, semolina, cornmeal, nutritional use. There's that miso paste. Cornbread, chia, hemp seeds. Let's go find graham crackers. And making cream of tartar for the meringue. Got cinnamon. Whoa. Thinking maybe I get myself some protein powder. Less money than. Oh, for sure. I need to turn some stuff back. Wow, what luck! All of the people are gone, but I'm cleared out.
Welcome in. Did you want a bag today?
I might. One would probably be all right.
One?
Yeah. I'm gonna try and keep the fruits and vegetables and stuff together. The melons can go in the cart. They don't have to worry about it.
What about back in a
No. Leave it out. Anything super heavy. Don't you love that?
Oh, absolutely.
Don't you just love that?
Because let me tell you, with my old ones,
That's cute. The phone fell, and so the bag dude peeked his head over and was like, "Hey, I'm on camera." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm live streaming on YouTube right now." And the cashier outer was like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm actually going to start live streaming on Twitch soon." And I was like, "Yeah, you should do that for sure." You know? And I was telling him, you know, that you should also live stream on YouTube because all of your live streams get posted in perpetuity. So, you know, once I'm finished with this live stream, if it was any other platform, the live stream a recording of it would be sent to me. But if I wanted it posted on social media in any way, I have to go and then edit it down and post it and shit like that. But I don't have to do that with this. Good day, sunshine. I was literally $9 short on my groceries. I brought $9 too little with me. But fortunately, TikTok sent me a little money, so, and that was just from, because I don't really do, oops, fucking unlocked it and locked it again. I don't really make any money off of content on social media or on TikTok because I don't really post content that could potentially go viral like whatever. I don't post interesting stuff. I just post whatever I'm doing because it's my fucking social media and I treat it like how Facebook used to be treated. It's just your stream, you post things. People see it, people don't. But anyway, so I lost my train of thought. Oh well. I started thinking about the car. But yeah, I'm not, oh, damn, that's the second time I've given myself a rug burn on my elbow. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. All the money that I make on TikTok only, I mean, it's very little, but it is still. What are you doing, homie? The money that I make off of TikTok is 100% from a TikTok shop video that I posted 2 years ago. And that fucking video still is being pushed by the algorithm, and it is still it's still being circulated and it's still making sales. It's crazy. It's not very much, you know, it's only a couple here and there, like maybe 5 or 6 sales a month, but it's pretty consistent. I mean, I guess it's not really consistent. Sometimes there was like 2 months where there was only like 1 or 2. But yeah, it's the same video. This one, it's a video about a neck massager, and it went really, really, really viral. I wish Facebook would allow me to monetize. Did I tell you guys that I got a YouTube partner? Like, I have a creator partner person. So I can like call them and email them and like talk to them about YouTube stuff. And they can help me when things go wrong. Pretty fucking exciting. I actually should reach out to him and ask him like, yo, what the fuck is going on with all these people my live stream. Like, what's up with all the bots? Because, like, a lot of the people that are here in this chat, like, aren't real. When the numbers go over, like, 40, I start getting skeptical. Cannot believe how much better I feel. I feel like I could go jogging or something. Won't. Not a fan of running for no reason. Ow, man. I wonder what I've done and how I've got elbow rub. Dude, I got that mail delivered. Sent off. I'm feeling mad responsible. Door's locked. God, this fucking car's for midgets. And we carry it all in one handle. Not sure who I accidentally blocked. Can't do it in 2 loads. I don't want to end up dropping all my shit. I should have just fucking pulled in my driveway. Last thing I want is my landlord to come home while I'm taking up her spot. freaking hot. Watch out, Orly, move. Move. Watch out, buddy, go. Move. Watch out. Go. Go. Move. Orly, move, buddy. Go. Watch out, buddy. Go. Get up. Up. Go. Move. Go. Get up. Up. Move. Orly. Get up. Move. Move. Come on. Go. Get up. Orly. Buddy. Oh my fucking god, dude. Are you fucking serious, dog? Thanks. Made it in, that's all that matters. He won't move! Okay. Okay, now I'm fucking home. Smoke the other one. Nobody puts babies in the corner. Oh, I have to pee so bad. Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga chaka. And I can't stop this feeling deep inside me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do. Okay, let's see the cat act up now. Bitch. My brother in Christ. Why didn't you wrap them back up? Oh, my felines. Oh, now you want to get up, huh? Now you want to get up. Nutritional yeast. I love this little herb holder. Like holds them all so perfectly. And then slides back in the drawer. Post-it note. Okay. Ooh, my hip. I hear you. Where's cat food? Did you want a treat? I got you a treat. Be careful, easy, easy. It's right here. Yeah, for you. All right, Kitty, are you hungry too? Does Mama's want some stuff? Betty Boobs. Okay. All right. You're the only one who has a job and uses their spare time to do what you're doing, coach. What time is it? Is it Candace Owens' hour yet? Just want something new to listen to. That's why I like Candace Owens, listening to her show, because it's just new information. It's not the same regurgitated slop over and over again.
You know, one of the things I appreciate about modern culture is how quick and efficient everything's become. See, it used to be that you had to wait at least a generation to see your favorite childhood movies and franchises get completely bastardized by pointless, creatively bankrupt, soul-sucking, cash-grab remakes. But Disney, bless their shriveled black hearts, have found a way to fast-track the whole process with Moana, a live-action remake of an animated movie that came out in 2016. What are we even doing here, lads? Like, seriously, this is like...
There's a video somewhere, I think on my Facebook, of my son and my niece, who are about 3 days apart. 3 to 5 days apart from each other. My sister had her baby, and then I had mine, like, days later. Anyway, so, we were pregnant together. There's a video of them watching Moana, and my niece, God bless her little heart, she's like 1, can't talk yet, bald-headed, wobbledy, and then when that away, away, she goes like this, away, away. She's like dancing like this in a circle. It's the cutest thing ever. I wish I had that video right now.
A weird social experiment at this point. How much of the same crap can you shove down people's
I went
throats
grocery
before
shopping.
the gag reflex kicks
I
in
fixed
and
my
they try to fight
dehydration.
you off? Well, in Tatiana's case, you'd be quite surprised.
Not
Anyway,
clean my
the point
kitchen.
I'm making here is that live-action Moana, coming barely a decade after the original and hot on the heels of Moana 2, has got to be one of the most baffling movie releases of the entire year, or any year for that matter. I just can't figure this one out, man. Snow White, for all its faults, I could at least understand on a commercial level because it was a remake of a movie from the 1930s. This is a remake of a film so new that the little kids who watched it back in the day are still teenagers now.
No, they're still babies.
This is my way of saying that Moana is a bad movie. Not bad in the same way that Supergirl was bad. Jesus, it might suck, but it's not dangerous. But bad in the way that a low-effort cover band charging the same ticket prices as the original is bad. Bad in the way that a cheap Temu knockoff of some high-quality brand furniture is bad. Ultimately, what this film is a copy, a lazy replica, an inferior clone of something that was actually pretty good. A movie that has absolutely no reason for existing except the hope of squeezing more money out of retarded Disney audiences. And apparently
Yeah, I'm
it's
about
not
to do
doing
your
too well
litter right
at
now.
either. Anyway, let's get the plot synopsis over with. And this should be an easy one because it's literally the
I'm doing
exact
it right
same story
now.
as the original. So anyway, Moana is a young girl living on an island in the South Pacific, and in typical Disney fashion, she dreams of leaving her small life behind and exploring the wider world. But her family tell her no, she has to stay behind and take command of the tribe. But when shit hits the fan, her gran tells her that some arsehole named Maui once stole the heart of an ocean goddess like 1,000 years ago, and if they don't find him and get him to return it soon, their island's gonna get destroyed by a bad volcano demon. That right there is her quest. So she sets sail and immediately gets shipwrecked, but that's okay because she just so happens to wash up on Maui's island so that the rest of the plot can happen, and so the movie becomes a kind of road trip buddy comedy on the ocean where Moana has to convince Maui to return the heart, but he's like, nah, I'm not doing that until you help me get my magical fish hook back. Jesus fucking Christ, talk about busy work. You've had like 1,000 years to get this hook back, mate. Are you seriously telling me you had to wait for some teenage girl to help you out? Anyway, so they get the hook and they go back to the island in time for the volcano demon to attack them, and Maui redeems himself by distracting it long enough for Moana to get to the demon, only to realize the demon is the ocean goddess, who turned evil after Maui stole her heart. So anyway, she puts it back and then everything's fine again. And that's it, that's the plot for Moana. Wow. Now, how best to describe this movie? Well, you know when you reheat a takeaway the next day because you're too lazy and hungover to make yourself a proper meal? It's
Change the cat litter all the way out. Litter is still so fucking good. It smells fine. Dude. I got half of mine to just add to this. It still smells so good. Like litter does not smell even close to being done. So I'm just gonna add to it. I know she just wants to keep her. She did poop in there one time since I scooped it this morning. Alright. It's all yours. You're fucking hungry still? I could use this garbage can and take out the garbage in the bathroom right now. Do you need to go outside or something, buddy? Okay, just 1 second. I'm coming, buddy. I'll be right there. I am literally on my way. You can go outside? He wants to go outside so he can come back inside and get a TREAT. Gotcha. Okay, here. Wash your hands, bud.
same food you remember, and it sort of looks the same, but it's all
See
gone
you
a bit
later.
stale and unpleasant now, and you've got a sneaking suspicion it's going to leave you glued to the toilet bowl for the rest of the day.
The litter that I buy is that crystal, the litter that's like silica or whatever, and so it lasts so long. What? What? What is wrong with you? You're not going outside. I don't care if you smell a boy. You can't go outside, girl. She's in heat and she wants the dick.
Basically live action Moana for you. Like I said before, it's practically a shot-for-shot remake of the original, adding absolutely nothing new, expanding on none of the characters, scenes, or world building, and ultimately leaving you scratching your head why they even bothered to make it. You'd get the same exact effect if you ran the original through an AI filter and just told it to render it in photorealistic graphics. In fact, it would probably be a better experience because then you wouldn't have to deal with some of the worst prosthetics, least convincing wigs, laziest acting, and ugliest visuals I've seen outside the Rings of Power. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with The Rock's ridiculous wig and unconvincing muscle suit, but holy god, seeing his tiny old man head perched atop this gigantic, disproportionate body almost makes Hassan Piker look normal. On that subject, actually, I suspect one of the big reasons for making this film now, instead of waiting the obligatory 20 years, was to get it out there while The Rock was still young enough to pull it off.
Yep.
The thing is, I hate to say it, but I think that ship might have sailed already. I can't
Yep.
fault the man's work ethic, obviously, but no amount of pumping iron can change the fact he's in his mid-50s now, and facially at least, he fucking looks it, especially after dropping a bunch of weight recently. The Maui from the animated movie was this big, expressive, larger-than-life character. He wasn't meant to look like a realistic human because, well, he wasn't, and it worked. The Rock's voice combined with the over-the-top animations hid his acting shortcomings, and it was a perfect combination. Now he just looks like, well, The Rock. And that is not a good thing in this movie. On the flip side, though, I can at least say that Catherine Lagaya does a good job as Moana. She's a good physical match for the character, she plays well off The Rock, and for someone who's never done a feature film before, I think she's a pretty good presence on screen. That's about it as far as my praise goes, though. Visually, this film's another massive downgrade. Again, the animated movie was this vibrant, colourful cartoon world that looked gorgeous because you could take it in the spirit it was intended. Trying to ground it in reality just leaves it looking flat and dull, and even worse, most of it looks like it was shot against a volume screen. The backgrounds look weirdly dimensionless and lit all wrong, and it's such a jarring disappointment because you'd think shooting in real locations would be the big pull of a film like this. All that being said, though, at least the production worked hard to cast authentic actors and do justice to Polynesian culture. Moana creatives on working closely to honour Polynesian culture and traditions and why representation matters in a live-action film.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Oh, fucking really? That's interesting, isn't it? Interesting how cultural fidelity and authentic casting suddenly becomes important when your movie is about the right kind of people. In fact, I'm pretty sure I made this exact point in my Odyssey video. There's this weird assumption that every other culture, race, and ethnic group in the world are entitled to their own unique stories, history, and identity, and it all has to be carefully fenced off, protected, and respected. Whereas anything created by white Europeans is treated like some generic all-you-can-eat buffet that everyone's allowed to stick their hands into. Ladies and gentlemen, we officially live in Clown World. That's the only way I can describe it at this point. Generations from now, academics are going to point to this period in human history and laugh their arses off about the sheer depth of our retardation.
Yep.
Anyway, I think I've wandered enough with this one.
True
What I'm
story.
trying to say with all this pish is that the Moana live-action remake sucks, and if you want a viewing experience that won't make you lose faith in the human race, save yourself the money and just watch the original from 2016. It's a far better movie. Oh yeah, and just before I go, this is a little reminder that I'm doing a Comic-Con over the States this week, so you probably aren't going to see any more videos from me for the next several days. It's okay though, I'm pretty sure you'll survive without me.
I meant to go to Goodwill
Anyway,
or
that's
something
all
like
I've got
that.
for today.
Goodwill or the dollar store and get
Go away
fucking
now.
hangers. Okay, I need to hang up all my clothes. I need to wash this pan. I'm gonna dry it off and oil it up. Okay, that looks good.
You can. That's infuriating, debunked, and what is infuriating? And first, can from the start.
No, no,
Can
no,
you hear
no,
me? Can you hear
no.
me? Okay, perfect. Looks like everyone is here, and everyone can hear me and see me. All right, so as you know, Candice is back, and things are, of course, heating up on social media. She's warning everyone that Fed swappers won't fight what's coming for them this week. She is ready and armed with receipts, but there cannot be a day without attacks on her and others who ask questions about Charlie Kirk's case. Here is the most recent article by Washington Post about Candice, who, according to that article, is infuriating Charlie's friends with her conspiracy theories. I'll use this article today to guide us a little bit through that evidence, what could be debunked, and what remains unexplained, this overwhelming amount of evidence, guys. Let me share the article with you. Here, the Washington Post, guys. Conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's unaliving are still raging, infuriating friends. Okay? Now, I just want to, because I got a few comments lately, people still don't understand, and I don't blame them, of course, why I change some words and why I use code words for certain phrases. It's because I don't know if it's my location. I don't know if it's an issue here in Europe, but yes, I have to change some words around. Some words get creators in trouble, and I prefer to avoid this trouble. Don't ask me why it's the case. It just is. So I know how to read these words. I know it would be great if I could say those words as they are, but you know.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
You son of a bitch.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Anyway, right-wing influencers sparred over the case this week. It's a court hearing laid out
I have to take the
detailed
trash out.
evidence in Kirk's. Again, shooting. Okay, I'll just say it. Prosecutors have just laid out their evidence against Charlie Kirk's alleged unaliver and painstaking detail of walking a Utah courtroom and those watching online through surveillance footage, DNA analysis, and apparent confessions over text. Right-wing influencer Candace Owens was not satisfied. Guys, enjoy your Fed swap, she told her nearly 8 million followers on X, declaring the text messages suspicious. She claimed law enforcement never collected their relevant phone, even though they just testified they had. Owens, a podcaster who once worked for Kirk's activist group Turning Point USA, is the face of a months-long torrent of conspiracy theories about Kirk's unaliving. Those theories have divided the online right, which Kirk helped lead, and infuriated those closest to the slain conservative activists. Owens has baselessly suggested that the target unaliving of Kirk as he spoke at Utah Valley University was orchestrated and covered
What
up
are
by
you
the
doing?
Turning Point USA officials and even Kirk's widow, Erica. Other prominent figures in the MAGA movement have
cannot believe
pushed
you got
back
soil
and
all
so
over my
hope
floor
the
again.
evidence detailed over several days in this week's court proceedings has helped combat outlandish claims. Prosecutors presented texts in which the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, told his then roommate that he unalived Kirk. The roommate also recounted the confession in a recorded interview. All right.
Oh my God, Money. Are you alright, girl?
So first of all, no. Preliminary hearing did not result in everyone claiming that this happened, okay? On contrary, I believe that the point of focus changed, but everything else, meaning appetite for truth, remained, especially for Candace Owens. Influencers allegedly hired by TPUSA keep repeating online that the evidence against Tyler is overwhelming. First on the list of talking points is the allegation that Tyler was caught on various campus cameras that day. And after the prosecution pieced it together into one video, they claimed they built a timeline of events involving Robinson. This is Candice's response to that. Okay, let's watch this. I just have short clips, guys. I don't like rewatching the episode that Candice put out. You guys can watch her content. But the reason I'm bringing those clips is because I have something coming after it as well. To support it or to debunk it. So I need that reference, okay?
It's funny how people will like watch
Let's
me in the middle of cleaning my house say
watch
that.
it together.
I also noted the rather strange predicament that every single piece of evidence that the influencers are pushing relies on Lance Twiggs, who himself probably should be considered a person that might be guilty of participating in the events on that day, who for some reason was immediately interviewed by the feds and was not allowed to even be cross-examined at this stage for this hearing.
They seem to forget about it a lot. When they speak about prosecution, just, having so much evidence and speaking so much and proving so much, let's not forget defense had no chance to cross-examine, for example, his boyfriend, okay? That's big.
Despite arguments made that his testament would amount to hearsay, they allowed it to fly at this phase of, this is preliminary, we're just gonna see if we go on. Now, regarding what took place on that day, we suggested that the feds intentionally flooded the zone with multiple decoys. Different young men, all brunette, all wearing similar outfits. We termed these our maroon boys, right? Decoys. Photos of 3 of them in a row right here. I said, why were so many men dressed like Tyler Robinson on this day? We showed you footage of many more of these men wandering, all of who fit the description of what we're about to see. And our biggest claim that we probably on the show was that Tyler Robinson did not step foot onto campus on that day. At least that is what he told his family. That he was around campus, but not physically on campus himself. So in short, it should have been remarkably easy for people to debunk us, right? On this, very easy. While I was sitting there actually expecting, open, and willing to have to concede at least one point for my investigation. I mean, I worked really hard to be perfectly accurate, but I was like, maybe he lied to his parents and he was actually driving on campus that day. All I needed to present to make me look foolish was one clear photo of Tyler Robinson on campus. What we got instead was footage of unidentifiable brunette males walking up and down the Losey Center steps at various points throughout the day. What was presented in court was a compilation video, which I would like to note was Exhibit 12.4 in court. Exhibit 12.4, that's going to become relevant later when we talk about the influencers who have sold their souls to the devil. 12.4 was a compilation of blurry male, or males, plural, going up and down stairs, and people said, that's Tyler Robinson. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at this video of the males in 12.4 moving throughout the day, going up and down the steps. There we go, and we're speeding this up, I think, right? Or we cut it short. This is the undeniable evidence that it's Tyler Robinson. And by the way, if you're feeling overwhelmed, please sit down and have a glass of water. We don't want anybody passing away looking at this. Undeniable. They're like, this is Tyler Robinson. This is just like attempted hypnosis. You're getting very sleepy. That's Tyler Robinson. That's Tyler Robinson. That's him. That's him.
Okay, so I just want to remind everyone that people have been convicted on less, okay? If they somehow will prove that this is Tyler Robinson, I mean, people have been convicted on less. So, but Candice is sticking to her guns, okay? She believes, or at least considers, that there might have been multiple young men that they dressed the same, acting as decoys. I'm not sure yet how I feel about this theory. I want to be open-minded, especially when it comes to Candice. As we've learned, she doesn't say things for no reason. But bottom line here is as well that Lance Twiggs, Tyler's boyfriend, couldn't tell if it was him in the videos, right? But there were some interesting posts on X, and I like to give a chance to everybody on X. If you're not a hater, I'm gonna read your post and I'm gonna consider it. So, okay. I found this thing. Okay, it's not really kind, but it's still interesting, so I want to show it to you. Here, this person wrote, I have to sincerely thank Candace Owens. In 10 months, she never produced a shred of evidence that Egyptian planes, the US military, French legionnaires, or TPOSA killed Charlie Kirk, but this week she finally produced evidence that Tyler Robinson did. The photo she released shows Robinson at the Dairy Queen a few minutes from campus, the evening of the shooting, wearing a white logo Hurley hat. The same white logo Hurley hat the unaliver is seen wearing on campus. The same white logo Hurley hat Agent Davis described in his testimony. Robinson has worn Hurley hats in photos since his teens, usually the dark logo, but that day, white logo, on campus, at the Dairy Queen, and the following night when he turned himself into the police. 10 months of devoting yourself to defending Charlie's accused unaliver, and the first real evidence you ever produced puts Tyler Robinson near the scene hours after the event in the shooter's hut. Thank you for your service. So they added this video. I'm not going to play the sound because they added music and I'm not sure if that music is allowed here, but here it is. So you see the sign here, the Hurley's hat and the maroon shirt. Here it's the same hat. So they're saying that thanks to Candace Owens, now we know for sure that this is Tyler Robinson, allegedly. Okay. I'm gonna let the video play till the end. It does look like the same hat. We can't deny it. However, the guy all in black, wearing all black, wasn't wearing a Hurley's hat. Okay, just saying. Was wearing a different hat, different backpack, different clothes. Yes. So, as you can imagine, there is a lot of back and forth. People trying to prove or disprove Robinson's guilt. Some believe it was him, some that he wasn't even there. It's been intense on social media platforms. Not going to lie. Someone also did this video, which I found interesting as well, and I really want you to see and tell me in the comments. I'm going to read all the colorful comments at the end, as usual. But I need you to tell me what you think about this one. So it says, side-by-side comparison, Tyler Robinson versus the suspected unaliver on the UVU campus before the event of Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson matches the alleged shooter in facial features, height, and posture exactly, even the way he carries the rucksack. He is the guy. This person claims, and I believe they have to say alleged guy, okay? I hope you can see it well. This is the largest So as you see, we kind of layered the same footage. So we can compare how they walk, their height, the way they move. And you guys that are watching now, please tell me what you think. Let me know if you think it could be the same person. Or it's not possible. I'm going to reserve my thoughts for the end, but I really need to know the direction. So here is another on the staircase. As you can see, and again. It'll go either way, right? So one is wearing Hurley's hat, obviously the one in maroon t-shirt. Maroon t-shirt. And the other one is not. Could be something, could be nothing. And obviously they have different backpacks, different clothes. Jesse on Fire claims they are wearing different shoes even though they're similar. So I don't know. They seem to be
Drive for
similar
a
build
second.
and similar height. But again, I found it interesting. I want to show you everything that I find because I don't believe in concealing or like, you know, making, I call it this way, making round blocks fit into square hole. I don't like it. I don't like things, I don't try to make it fit my theory. I do it the other way around. Okay, so I want to look at all the evidence, I want to look at all the videos, everything people say on the internet, and we make up our minds. Okay? And I'm just going to continue showing you everything because those findings are also important. Sometimes they might even help clients, they might help someone else. It depends. Is following some of the creators online who are sharing those videos, so could be something, could be nothing, right? But you let me know if you think those two are the same person after watching this video or not. People in the comments, you know, to give their theories. So let's read few of them. Awesome job. So they're, you know, people are excited about it. They're comparing the feet and how the person is walking. They are not the same height. Also, one walks more on their tippy toes, and the other walks on the heels of their feet. I watched this video 10 times. I don't know what they mean, but maybe you guys noticed the same thing. To me, it's the same shoe, and they walk the same, or similarly, at least. They are the exact same height. Here has a weapon down his hand, so obviously he was a little different when the movement is restrained. And then, as I said before, what's quite compelling to me, co-worker, LOL. Tyler Robinson has his thumbs in his pockets as he arrives at the tunnel steps. Just like Tyler Robinson and countless images of him. So this one is quite convincing. See, this person has the thumbs in the pockets. This person who is Tyler Robinson. Here as well. Here as well. So this could be something. It also could be nothing. Anyway, I want to go back to our article. Because we have a lot to get through today, guys. A lot. Blake Neff, a producer for the Charlie Kirk Show, said in an interview Friday that the evidence aired in court could help address the conspiracy theories, but that he is under no illusions it will make them go away. Dealing with the 9/11 with a friend has been painful enough, he said. To take a clear-cut case and say actually the guilty people are the people who have suffered most through all of this is an incredibly heinous act. Neff and others close to Kirk sparred online this week with Owens and other influencers questioning the case. Andrew Colbert, spokesman for Turning Point USA, responded directly to Owens on X. You target innocent people, ruin their lives for sport, inspire a wave of harassment and death threats against them, before predictably moving on to your next harebrained, is that a word? Harebrained theory, when that one collapses. Guys, feel free to correct me always, okay? Every time I read these articles and comments, it's like my English lesson. I've attempted to appropriate everyone else's grief and honest searching it and replace it with the different claims and exploding devices. Colbert continues. What an awful trade for the country and the world. Well, yeah. And then they have a picture of Erica and the parents. obviously, article is quite one-sided, and we know how bad Andrew was sleeping with Henry. But I want to bring up Shapiro this time, okay? Then little Ben Shapiro is the voice of reason here, definitely. We need to. Here's what Candace had to say about little Ben, right? So let me show it to you. Here.
Charlie Kirk was betrayed. That is evident. He's being betrayed every single day. I can't wait to get into Return to USA and crash out. They had a line. Andrew Colbeck's finally coming up to the surface. Deceitful for Judas. No question, my dream was on point about who he is, and everyone is now seeing his character. So much so that Ben Shapiro actually ventured out to tell the truth about him and Charlie's relationship, while Andrew really was going to say Charlie and Ben were friends. It is actually one of the markers for me that something was very wrong was how instantly involved Ben Shapiro was. I said this on the show. I said, Ben Shapiro is acting really weird. He never liked Charlie. Charlie never liked him. This is a known fact. Anybody who knows Charlie Kirk knows that he did not like Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro attempted to stop Charlie from rising. It's just a fact. Like everybody else, when he began his career, ooh, that's cool, it's Ben Shapiro, I'd love to work with him. And then you find out about Ben Shapiro's character and how he operates behind the scenes to stop people. So Megyn Kelly has had that experience recently. It is just who Ben is how he was raised. And apparently he's lost his father, who controls and used his pen names to write nice stuff about his son and follows him wherever he works. There is a psychopathology there without question. Now, I kept saying that I don't know how, but I do feel that
Oh, I love those little things, man. They're so cool.
The one Mike, he races to give $1 million.
I don't know if I can ever live without these again.
$1 million to Quote USA. Erica allows him to open despite what she knows, which is that her husband didn't like this guy at Amfest. What is going on here? What is actually happening here? Then there was this.
I'm very positive because I remember that episode. I remember around the Amfest time when Candace doubled down on Ben and the midget chorus action and all these things. I remember when she mentioned it for the first time that there's something weird. Like, why does Ben care so much? Why is he protecting suddenly Erica Kirk? They weren't even friends. He wasn't involved with TPUSA, and she even insinuated that he might maybe want to take over TPUSA. Like, his business is failing, so maybe he's trying to jump ship onto TPUSA. So I remember her saying that she was attacked again. Okay, she was attacked again. Like, of course, someone attacked her at Amfest, so she needs to come up with a theory and make them fit into Charlie Kirk's lying investigation. But then Ben said that thing about the phone call from the security team of Charlie Kirk to his security team, and everything became very different. Okay? That's what I'm telling you, Candace doesn't say, she doesn't just say words. Okay? She might not always be right, but she never just says words. It's not that.
Really strange phone call that I had with Matt Walsh. And I did not know that Ben Shapiro was in town on this date when I had the phone call. I'll talk about that another time because we were pressed for time, but I explained to my team, and I made it clear to them on that December day that I just feel like Daily Wire is somehow more involved in this, and I don't really know how. Well, guess what? The answer arrived. Ben Shapiro shared something that is stunning. It is crazy. When we left, we were talking about this car ride. Something is not right about this car ride to the hospital. Brian Harpo is suing me over and using Ben Shapiro's lawyers and Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law to do so. Right? Ben Shapiro's lawyers have been suing me and my family for years because he can't earn, he has to steal. And the courts is a great way to do that. Violations, you violated a non-disparagement, they're going to sue you. They're going to sue you into bankruptcy. You can't win without stealing. Ben Shapiro made this admission, which was shocking, about what took place in that very short car ride, approximate 7-minute car ride to the hospital after Charlie got hit. Ben Shapiro was receiving live updates from somebody in that vehicle. Take a listen.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody, and I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew the hell.
Do you have like a UTI or something?
In the car, and we're sort of getting updates.
Come here.
Along the way.
Come here, kid.
There's visual timelines to show Charlie's
Come
body
here.
being carried to a vehicle with the minutes being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
Are you okay? Like, I'm really starting to worry about you.
Somebody make that make sense. Go ahead. You're gonna have to become a conspiracy theorist to make that make sense. This is the enemy of Charlie Kirk is telling you that he was receiving live updates during 7 minutes, critical minutes, while Charlie was bleeding in the back seat, while Brian Harpole, let's go back and actually show our diagram. Brian Harpole stipulates that it couldn't have been him that was providing those updates because he.
So this is the diagram she's showing of Brian Harpole, Frank, Rick Cutler, Justin Davis, Dan Flood. So essentially what Candice is saying is that Brian couldn't call because he was like trying to stop bleeding. Rick couldn't call, he was helping Charlie as well. Frank couldn't call. His phone was in the back of his pants, remember? He was still on FaceTime with someone from his family and he was praying, and then he said at the end he was trying to administer CPR. So then Justin Davis was driving and Dan Flood was navigating. This is what we know. So who would be the one to call Ben Shapiro's guys? Okay. The worst part about it is that allegedly nobody called 911. Nobody allegedly informed the hospital that they were coming. And I have a very dark theory about this one. Because Frank Turek thought that they did call 911, or at least informed the hospital they were coming. Okay? He even said that they arrived at the hospital and he was shocked that there was nobody there waiting for them. Did he maybe hear one of the security details on the phone with someone from Ben Shapiro's team and assumed they were calling the hospital?
Let me see if I can give her
Not
some more
someone from
water
Ben
down
Shapiro's
here.
security team? Because it would be the logical thing to do, right? And then, surprise, surprise, nobody knew they were going to the hospital. This is what I was thinking about. If they called the hospital, we're coming, we have someone that is losing a lot of blood, that probably is not going to make it very long. There would be a team of doctors ready, a medical team in scrubs, waiting, okay, in the entrance. But this is what Frank Turek described the situation like. Here it is.
So in the end, I tried CPR on him.
Okay, so the animals are not drinking out of their water fountain for some reason. She was thirsty,
Wasn't responding.
and now I'm worried she's gonna have a UTI.
Got him into the hospital. And it seems like we went into an empty emergency room. There was nobody in there.
Have you not been drinking that water at all?
Within 2 minutes.
There's literally a fountain.
Rick and I were playing out loud the whole time.
Okay. So they came in, there was nobody there. If they called, we're coming, there would be people there. At least, allegedly, I don't know, this is what I imagine that would happen, okay? But so, Brian Harpole claimed they never performed CPR. Frank Turek said multiple times in his interviews and appearances that they did. And also Turek never mentioned Harpole's hero move of jumping on top of Charlie and cutting his shirt. He had a lot of chances to mention it in his testimony, but somehow didn't. It's weird, right? Like if you witnessed it, imagine you're with this group of people who are trying to save Charlie's life, and one of them jumps on top of Charlie and cuts his shirt out. Okay? Allegedly to help the doctors to get to him quicker. You would have mentioned it in your testimony. I assume. Let's continue with the article. It gets more and more interesting. Here. In a court filing, a lawyer for Erica Heard appealed to the judge to make more evidence viewable to the public, alluding to the wild speculation that has frustrated the Heard family. Well, that was unsuccessful, as we know. In the absence of transparency, speculation, and conspiracy theories related to the tragic unaliving of Mr. Kirk will continue to proliferate in the public domain, breeding doubt and distrust in the judicial system, the lawyers are saying in the law. The purpose of the preliminary hearing was to assess where there is enough evidence to proceed with the trial. Prosecutors are trying to build a case that Robinson unalived Kirk on September 10 because of his political beliefs. They are seeking a penalty. Robinson has not yet entered the plea. Well, the testimony of Lance Twiggs is complicating things for them because he said Alan was never into politics. He didn't even really know Charlie. You know? So that's a little bit complicated. After yesterday's episode of Candace that aired, Blake tweeted, let me quickly find it. That's if they're going to be attacking her.
Now I'm worried she's having a UTI.
Decided against my better judgment to briefly turn on Candace, and she was spouting some
Swear
theory
to
that
God, dude,
UPS
if, like, my
military
car breaks
authorities
down,
didn't copy
my
much
cat gets
as a part of
sick,
the
like,
conspiracy.
everything
Yeah, I
happens
think
like
that's
this at
enough
once,
for
I'm
me.
gonna lose
Remember,
it.
Candace privately envied and hated Charlie, and she wants
Might
his
lose my
unaliver to get
fortitude
away
for a
with-
minute there.
get away with it. So, Candace answered, Blake, you watch literally every second of every minute of every episode of my show. You've apparently been deciding against your better judgment for about 10 months now. Monday, Thursday, weekly. Also, I simply share the facts. Try not to be overwhelmed by it. Ah, yes. The overwhelming evidence of everything. So, I'm telling you, it's crazy out there. It doesn't stop. For those of you who don't have social media, I'm jealous. I'm really jealous. You live in a bubble. X doesn't sleep. And true action is happening over there. Let's continue with the article. Oh boy. So, the judge has not made a decision yet on the trial, and Robinson is due back in court on September 1st, when both parties will make arguments. Kirk's family issued a statement on Friday saying that as difficult as these last few days have been, it brings our family comfort to know that the world has witnessed the
Are you ready?
evidence
Are you ready?
of what occurred to Charlie that day.
Warm out there,
The
buddy.
evidence is overwhelming. Whole campaign of influencers coming out of the courtroom claiming they were
I
shown
know,
a
Mommy, I
video
hear
of
you.
Robinson in high quality taking a shot. I've discussed it in the recent episodes extensively, so you guys can check the few recent videos on my channel for more context. They all repeated the same mantra. The evidence is overwhelming, the evidence is overwhelming. And now they are attributing the same talking point to Charlie Kirk's parents. This is what they said, this is in their statement. Look at this tweet, screenshots. This I need to show you. Candace showed it on her show. Someone says, as soon as Candace Owens showed these screenshots, I immediately knew it was over with for the anti-Candace crowd. They are all paid scripted speakers. The evidence of their coordination is always visible in their coordinated scripted posts. So we have Graham Allen, Paramount Not So Tactical, Jack Kosovic, all of them overwhelming. And now they dare to claim that Charlie's parents also used the same phrasing. The evidence is overwhelming. They are happy that the overwhelming evidence was public. Okay? This is their statement. I thought they wanted to remain public, but I also found out that it's probably Erica that is issuing statements on behalf of all. I don't know. This is a rumor. Then fact check it. I have no difficulty believing it. I'll phrase it like that. Okay, I'm gonna show you now how Candace summarized it.
Wear a mask. 6 feet social distancing.
Fuck,
The
dude.
evidence is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. They have shown, right, over the course of many decades, that these sorts of psychological operations work. If you repeat something enough times, it can become true for some people, even if it defies common sense. Like I said, I was willing
I'm sorry,
to
is
concede
yelling in your
points.
ear?
Like
Here, I
I've been
got it. I
investigating.
moved
It's
it.
possible we got something.
Go ahead, go lay down.
Nothing that
Lay
they
down.
presented. In fact, the contrary was presented. It's not minute when they're talking about the DNA. It's not minute when the ATF is saying that the most degraded sample was Tyler Robinson's on not the trigger, or not clear if it's the trigger or the trigger cover. That's not minute. That's a crucial detail in which somebody's going to have to explain. Somebody's going to have to explain why Lance Twiggs is not being considered a suspect when his DNA is on everything, more of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun. That requires a logical explanation, not a unit of influencers that are taking money trying to convince us of the opposite. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a war for your mind. I think you understand that. And they put me on trial in a variety of ways. I don't actually care because I'm built for this. I am not going to watch Charlie Kirk, my friend, be assassinated in broad daylight, watch everyone turn their back on him for money, and sit back idly and allow it to still go. That doesn't work for me. And actually, I am so rested right now and so ready for war that the last 9-10 months was basically me feeling weakened, having watched that in a state of mourning and feeling like every day I was sort of coming up for air. They're not gonna like what comes next. Because I'm 100% ready for it.
Told ya. She said it. They're not gonna like what's coming up next. And I think it will be some impressive receipts. But before I show anything else, I just want to clarify things about the DNA. Because Candice mentioned it. And I actually got very interested in it too. I have it in a what is it?
Charlie, all you have to do is be your best self, and while being your best self, you will inevitably run into another person who is also being their best self, and you will immediately notice something like about this person, just something about them that you don't really understand. And then eventually, over time, you will develop either a camaraderie, a friendship, what is it, a non-sexual, non-relationship dynamic. And, if it's meant to be, you guys will naturally go into that relationship stage. It'll just happen.
The most prominent one. Could be something, could be nothing. It could be Lance's towel, but Tyler decided they lived together.
Right.
Alright, the screwdriver. Twiggs was also reported to be the major contributor at approximately 95% of the DNA profile. That's a second item that had more DNA of Lance on it. The rifle itself,
I kind of want to make
prosecutor's DNA expert
key lime pie.
testified that
Let's see
Tyler
what it takes.
Robinson was the primary contributor on swabs taken from several parts of the rifle. Some areas contained mixed DNA from more than one person, but the likelihood ratios strongly supported Robinson as the major contributor, described as at least 1 trillion times more likely than an unrelated alternative, which is pretty sure. And then they were talking about the degradation of DNA, that apparently Taylor's DNA was more degraded on those items than anybody else's. I wanted to know what that means because to me, how it sounds is that Tyler touched it less than anyone else, or he touched it a long time ago, and there is much more fresh DNA on it of someone who touched it more recently. So that's how it sounded to me, and I wanted to know if I'm being logical here. I wasn't. Okay, so I'm glad that I did some searching. Possible reasons Tyler's DNA appeared more degraded than the other contributors include older DNA, his DNA may have been deposited earlier and had more time to break down. Environmental exposure, heat, sunlight, moisture, bacteria, cleaning agents, or friction can damage DNA. I even mentioned it on our podcast with Trigger Smart when we were watching the preliminary hearing, that maybe he tried to wipe it off of the rifle. That could maybe do something to it. I don't know, I'm not an expert. I was just, brainstorming. The DNA was already degraded when deposited. DNA from shed skin cells, sweat, or an older biological sample can be more degraded than flesh cells. Then sampling variation, mixed sample, one person's DNA may simply have been collected from a part of the item where the DNA was more damaged than another person's. And then 5, random biological variation. Not everyone's DNA is recovered in the same condition, even if they touched the object at roughly the same time. So there is
shit. I forgot graham cracker
a lot to
cookies.
learn about DNA. To me, it was always very
Damn
simple.
it.
There either is DNA of someone or not. And probably they can also say if that person was the last to touch it, or if it was a recent one, or maybe he, how he used it. I don't know. We hear about all these incredible technologies. I thought they were a little bit further away, further with their research, with their progress. But it is what it is. They either find it or not. It can be degraded or not. They're not able to say much about it. They can just tick things off. Based on this information, more degraded DNA wouldn't be considered older or that someone touched the rifle first or last or anything. So, we continue with the article.
Yeah, I don't have any little cookies, I don't think.
Okay. The purpose of the preliminary hearing was to assess whether there is enough evidence to proceed with the trial. Prosecutors are trying to build a case that Robinson unalived Kirk on September 10 because of his political beliefs. Okay, we've read that. And the statement. The Network Contagion Research Institute, a non-profit that tracks online threats, recently found in a report that Owens, through her public statements and social media posts, had caused a statistically significant surge in death threats and calls for violence against Kirk's widow. Erica Kirk has asked Owens to stop and met with her privately last year. I love how they phrased it. Do you see what they did there? They made it seem like Owens knew it was happening, and then Erica asked her to stop because she was receiving threats, and that's why they met privately, and it wasn't like that. For all of us that have been following this case, we know it wasn't like that. Oh, I really don't like when media does it. But Owens remains fixated on the case. Her spokesperson, Mitchell Jackson, said Owens' family has also received threats and suggested the media seems only to be concerned about Erica's safety. Well, yes. In an emergency update, video podcast ahead of this week's hearing, viewed more than 2 million times on YouTube, Owens said she believed unequivocally that Robinson did not unalive Charlie Kirk. She made the same assertion last week. By the way, it's legal. I told you last time, it's legal to have an opinion about it. Even for Erica, she can say that he did it.
I'm going
She can go on
to
stage
substitute
with thousands of people
the graham
watching
cracker
in the
crust
audience, and she can
for
say, "This
cornbread."
person unalived my husband." And it's fine. Somehow, nobody is allowed to have a different opinion, okay? That bothers me too. Because I'm also not saying that he did it or not. You know that I've been saying from the beginning, we have to be prepared to find out things we don't like in order to get to the truth. I was even prepared to find out things about Charlie that I don't necessarily like, and I wouldn't want to know. But in order to get to the truth, you need to have an open mind. My mind is open. I am prepared to hear that he did it. I am prepared to hear that he didn't do it, but it needs to be based on evidence.
How much longer does that have? I
And
don't want to
first
run
of
so
all,
much electricity at
innocent
once.
and proven guilty, not the other way around. Anyway, she made the same assertion last week on the
How
show
hot
of
is it
Sean Ryan,
outside?
the #2 ranked podcast on Spotify.
81.
The episode, which has more than 5 million views on YouTube, is titled "I Don't Believe Tyler Robinson Was Even There." Though authorities say video, DNA, and Robinson's own confessions indicate he was. Owens was not in the courtroom this week.
Yeah, it's nice out.
Her spokesperson
It's nice out. I'm turning the
said
AC on.
she's on vacation. Why would they even mention it? Why to mention it that she wasn't there and she was on vacation? You know why? Because there was another tiny campaign going on X where those influencers were saying, oh, if she was such a good friend of Charlie, why isn't she in the courtroom? Why isn't she sleeping on the concrete floor waiting since 2 a.m. to get into the courtroom because they have only 14 spots? Why didn't she ask Erica to let her in? You know? That was another campaign. So now in this article, accidentally they mentioned Owens was not in the courtroom this week. Her spokesperson said she's on vacation. All right, very organic. Everything is very organic. Others have echoed Owens' theories. Law enforcement's transcript of Robinson's text drew skepticism online on both the left and the right last year. Tucker Carlson, the conservative podcaster and former Fox News host, said last month that he believes Kirk was most likely unalive for his evolving views on Little Hudson. Authorities have not presented any evidence to that effect. Kirk defended the greatest ally, but also expressed some frustrations with its supporters. Oh yes, how they changed the story is just infuriating. This is infuriating, okay? Asked if the information in this week's
Listen to
hearing
milk a
had
little bit.
changed his view of Kirk's unaliving, Carlson, a vehement critic of his Little Hudson with isolationist. Oh, isolationist foreign policy views. Yeah. Initially said he did not recall
15 to
making
20
the comments about why Kirk was unalived. Honestly, I find the whole subject so sad that I haven't been following the trial closely, he said after a reporter sent a link to his remarks. The speculation about Kirk's unaliving has become a flashpoint in a much broader rift in the MAGA movement, as some conservative commentators accuse others of elevating extreme voices and misleading their followers with conspiracy theories. Shapiro, the podcaster critical of Owens, used his speech at Turning Point USA's national conference last year, a few months after Kirk's unaliving, to denounce frauds and grifters. He criticized fellow influencers, including Owens and Carlson, by name. I love how they call Candace Owens a grifter, but literally he only gets views when he speaks about her. Same with Jeremy Boring. And Jeremy Boring even said that he would be fine making content only about Candace for the rest of his life. Okay. This week, Shapiro and a host of right-wing leaders pushed back vociferously, words, guys, in this article, vociferously on Owens and those echoing her. I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, some words, they're difficult, okay? Looks like more and more people have had enough of this bad behavior, conservative commentator James Lindsay told the Post. Well, that was refreshingly non-biased and fantastic read. We are now very well updated on exactly what happened. One strong thing Candice has that we know of is evidence for Tyler being in Cambridge, eating a steak, and leaving from there before 10 p.m. on 10th September. When he was texting with his boyfriend in the evening, almost at night, he was allegedly not even in Orange, okay? He was far away. So if he was, before 10 p.m., eating his steak in Pinwich, it would prove that he wasn't anywhere near Orem at that time, as he texted Lance tweets about it and about his current surroundings. Okay? Here. Let me show you something. There is a person that tweeted, the steakhouse where Tyler Robinson allegedly ate is slightly over 200 miles from Orem. He was allegedly spotted at the steakhouse around 8:45, described as having eaten quickly and left. he allegedly sent a text message from Orem at around 11 o'clock. If they are off by 15 minutes in their estimate as to when they spotted him at the restaurant, he could easily have made it to Orem in time driving 80 to 90 miles an hour. Did I make any mistake here? So this person is doing a calculation on ChatGPT and shows the map. Okay. And then we have Candice, who reposted it and goes, he paid his bill at 9:47 p.m. in Penwich with a credit card, which could mean that she has the actual receipt. Okay. It could mean she has the receipt, and that's what I'm talking about. It's funny when I call it the receipt and it's actual receipt and not the figure of speech receipt. Diligent Denizen interviewed a waiter from that restaurant. And I think you saw it on Byron already. I'm just gonna play it for those that maybe missed it, because it's very interesting. So follow Diligent Denizen as well. He does amazing investigative work too. Here is the waiter from the restaurant that allegedly served Tyler Robinson in Penwich on the evening of 10th of September.
I'm here interviewing one of the employees that met Tyler Robinson on the night of September the 10th, around 9 p.m. here at Cowboys Smokehouse in Penguin, Utah. So how long have you worked at Cowboys? I've been here about a year and a half now. A year and a half now? And were you here?
You ain't there no more, I bet.
I was working here. I remember him coming in, sitting at the bar, ordered steak, a couple beers. Did you sit at the end of the bar? Close to the end, second seat in. I wasn't the waiter who was taking his order and everything, but I did have a couple interactions with him, just trying to help out. After I notified my boss, we reached out to the authorities, contacted the FBI. They got our contact information.
But they never contacted us.
You never heard back?
Never heard from them.
And that's kind of what.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. I appreciate the kind words.
And
But
how certain are you?
don't
that
be
it's
weird.
Tyler Robinson that we saw? 100%. 100%.
When I heard his voice, he was just a weird guy, and I wasn't really paying attention to my phone that day. It seemed that.
All right, so let's learn.
And I didn't really want to give any of my energy to it until I was done with work. And the next morning, I went to my other job, and my coworker was kind of talking to me about it.
No, I don't want to use sour cream.
Picture. He said I looked like I was a little, shocked by it. Because I recognized the face, and then later that night, or that day,
Recipe for key lime pie.
they released a video of him getting his college acceptance letter, and when I heard his voice, it was no doubt
Dead ringer?
that was him.
And do you know what time he left?
It was close to closing, so it was around.
What time do you guys close?
10 o'clock. I was the one that helped him check out.
And you were the one that helped him check out? So you're the one you took the card from?
Yep. Okay. And that's just like I told him. I took the card. I figured that would be good information for the feds to look into it.
And they never checked into it, not once?
I don't know if they checked into that. I know they got that information.
So we
from my boss.
need.
So they got the information, but you don't know, you never heard back again?
Never heard.
The defense, did the prosecution ever reach out to you guys to come testify or anything like that?
Sweetened condensed milk,
Has the defense hasn't reached out to you?
key
No
lime
one's reached out to you
juice,
whatsoever,
egg
even though you
yolks,
saw them
and
that night.
key lime zest.
Reached out regarding that.
And then I'm gonna make a meringue topping.
No one reached out. But if Tyler
So a
was
cup of
allegedly
key
at
lime
the
juice
restaurant
and a
so
teaspoon of
far
zest.
away,
I don't think I can do the zest.
could
So
it mean
we'll
that
see
maybe
about
there were other people
the
that took care of
Wait, I have
things
that
that
yellow
you-
thing.
Maybe he was there. Maybe
Where's
he
the
was
yellow
an
thing?
accomplice.
Where Where's the yellow thing?
Maybe someone told him to go there and up here and walk around and do something.
yeah,
Deliver
where's my
something.
yellow
I don't
thing?
know. I don't know.
Oh, I can
But-
make this S.
It all looks really weird. And we have Baron breaking it down very nicely, very neatly, and very quickly. Just gonna play a
I might
short
be able to
clip
use this to get
for you
juice.
guys. This is, oh look, me watching Baron watching something. Anyway, let's listen to what he has to say.
Blank, I tried to delete that.
Did I show
I'm
you
still
guys the
okay.
homemade
I'm
truffles
stuck
that I
in
made?
Orem for a little longer yet. Well, he's not stuck in Orem. He's not in Orem. He's somewhere in Utah between Penguich
that.
and Orem. Closer to
Delicious
Penguich than Orem.
chocolate.
Shouldn't be long
Nifty.
until I can come home. I gotta grab my rifle still. I'll be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the
So
one who
good.
did it. I am sorry. I thought they caught the person, or they grabbed some crazy dude and
Margaret.
interrogated someone with similar clothing. I planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It is quiet. This conversation is supposed to be
Yum.
taking place shortly after 11 o'clock, while he is closer to Penguich than Orem if the Cowboy Smokehouse people are right. Now are you understanding why the FBI didn't follow up with Cowboys allegedly? Now are you understanding why the prosecution didn't follow up with Cowboy Smokehouse? But the question is, why has the defense not followed up with Cowboy Smokehouse? It's quiet. It is quiet. Not it was quiet. Not I expect it to be quiet when I get back. Almost quiet enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. How do you know there's a vehicle lingering? If you're in between Penguich and Orem, you can't know that it's quiet. You can't know it's almost quiet enough to get out, and you can't know there's a vehicle lingering. It's impossible to know those things if you were at Cowboy Steakhouse until 9:50 or 10 o'clock. Now, what, Baron, are you sure this isn't after 12 o'clock? Is this not after 12 o'clock? We'll find out. We'll find out. Why? Why they do it? Yeah, enough is hatred. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I've left no evidence. I'm going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they will have moved on. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you by midnight. My friend, this text allegedly, supposedly, was supposed to have been sent before midnight. You cannot get from Penguich at 9:50 or 10 o'clock at night to Orem, Utah in 2 hours. It is not possible.
Yep. I hear this a lot. Why the defense didn't do this? Why the defense didn't do that? We have a lot of questions. Let's hope they will be answered.
Just a bigger bowl.
Candace came back with force, and we are in for a wild ride this week. As she said, they're not gonna like what comes next. And that's all that I have for you guys for today. Thank you for hanging out with me. Please check if you're still subscribed to the channel, just in case weird things happen. And I get messages and comments all the time that suddenly people find out that they were unsubscribed from the channel without them pressing the button. So just check, just in case. Now we're gonna move on to my favorite part, guys. And that's colorful comments. Okay. Alright. We have Geneva Gardner. Thank you for the super. Thank you so much. Has anyone noticed how many photos of Tyler in maroon t-shirts there are prior to 9/10 in dorm with his dad, Halloween, family photo, and others? I noticed that. There is a lot of pictures in maroon. Maybe it was his favorite color, or maybe I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it is weird. It's weird how much he wore maroon in his life. Savage Casey, thank you for the super. Thank you for all the hard work, Kasia. Please see Austin's 2 amazing questions in this chat. You and Baron may be able to guide us there. Thank you. We love you. Austin's, oh, I don't know how to find those questions now. If someone can send them over, I don't know. There are thousands of messages, guys. I don't even know. But thank you for the super. And I really want to find out now, what are the questions? We have a member, just say Julie. Member for 1 month, thank you. Hi Kasia, so happy to catch you live. Much love. I'm so glad that you caught it too. I'm glad that you guys hang out with me. Coffee for the Crazy, member for 1 month as well. Claiming #1 fan in West Virginia, US. You got it. You got it. Thank you. Loud 66. Lance is autistic and a fed in my opinion. Very possible. I mean, after his video that I saw, he could be also on something, like on some medication that makes him weird. I will just never get over the close-up video of his and just like not blinking and moving his eyes really weird. That freaked me out. Punk Rock Patriot, thank you. Kasia, you are awesome. My wife and I love your shows, and we were so stoked to see the love you got during the coverage of Tyler Robinson preliminary trial. You deserve it. Thank you. That's so nice. Yeah, I spoke with Matt. We'll probably do coverage together again on his channel. And on my channel, like we did last time. And we'll be just sitting through the trial. And that's going to be exciting, guys. All these witnesses and cross-examination, this is going to be something to follow. So I can't wait. Dear Jen, hello, my friend. Hello, dear Jen. Oh, she's so sweet. Mark cares. Thank you for the super. I like you because you have a sharp mind, but a soft heart. It reminds me to safeguard compassion. I always try to lead with compassion, even when evidence points different way. I always look for good in people, even in Erica, like people not attacked me, no, nobody attacked me. I'm not going to be dramatic about it, but people disagreed with me strongly when I said that I believe, for example, that she is being a good mom to her kids, let's say, okay, because I know many working moms, I know many moms that take vacations with their husbands and they leave the kids behind, you know, so this whole thing like, oh, she should be home with her kids. Yes, I get it because she was preaching it the whole time, but I also get that her life changed, she made adjustments, so I'm trying to be understanding in that way as well, like human, mom on mom level, you know. I might be naive, I don't know. At the same time, someone corrected me and they said, well, if she unalived her husband, then allegedly, by the way, then she's not a good mom, right? Yes, but we're talking about this day-to-day contact and, you know, raising her kids. They also said, these people are like, oh, she spent the whole week at preliminary hearings and not with her kids, and then straight she went to the USA event, not to her kids. And then they were corrected that she was there in Utah with her family, with her kids. So we don't really know what's going on, how much time she spends with her kids, so I try to stay away from that topic as much as I can. I don't like to talk about things that we don't know. You know what I mean? But yes, compassion is important and level head. I always tell you guys, just stay open-minded. Don't try to make things fit your theory. Stay open-minded, be flexible, look at the evidence, look at the things that are going on, look at what Candace says, but always keep track of what the other side says
waste
as well,
so much
because they
juice
might
this way.
accidentally slip and tell the truth, you know? So that's important too. Brian's ramblings. I feel like I rambled. Thank you for the super. It is chilling how sophisticated operation is. It seems that way, that it is sophisticated. I feel like it took a lot of planning. I know that it seems like he just decided one day and went and did it. I don't know, it seems like there is more. For the past 10 months, we are here because we feel like there is more to the story. And even Andrew Colbert posted a video recently on his TikTok saying, oh, I have questions as well. Maybe he didn't act alone. Maybe Lance Twix is involved. Since when do you think so? Since when do you question things? So are we on the same side now? Like, what are you saying? It's annoying. CDC dogs, thank you very much for the super. If the maroon shirts are indeed an op, why wouldn't we be looking at a possible connection to the ROTC located next to the campus? Seems like it might be relevant. It could be. I'm waiting actually for Candice to come out with this information. I know that people claim it. Excuse me. I'm waiting. I can't physically go there myself and check it, obviously, I'm far. So I'm waiting for the information to be confirmed. Again, I'm open-minded. I don't have a horse in this race. I just want to know who did it. I don't care who it is, to be honest. Anybody, just I want the truth, you know. Oi, kake? Thank you for the super. Kasia, I love what you are doing. Don't you think it's a valid question to ask about the receipts about the state restaurant? Testimony is not a proof. Why is it anti-Candice to ask that question? No, it's not anti-Candice to ask this question, and she alleged already on social media that she has a receipt for it. That's why I was laughing. She has a receipt, which is a receipt in this case. No, always question things. We go by what Charlie taught us all, always question things. And that includes Candice. Byron also said that he trusts her and he's seen all the proof and evidence and receipts that she has and she's sitting on. He saw text messages between her and Charlie, and he said that she has incredible self-restraint. And he was very impressed with that. He said, does it mean that I will never question what she puts out? No. But he's willing to trust her and her judgment. And I am kind of in the same boat. I am not going to jump on every little theory that Candice presents. But she's proven herself to be truthful so far. And to me, at least. You know, she didn't disappoint me yet. I will say this. And I think we're all in the same boat here. I think we're all more free thinkers. And the reason is because, like, what horse do we have in this race? Don't we just want to know the truth, really? I feel like it's the TPUSA and people involved with that organization that have a lot to lose if Tyler Robinson's story falls apart. Not us, not the conspiracy theorists. Shamala Hamala, thank you for the super. At work, so I can't follow along, but I'll catch up later. Love you, Kasia. Keep it up. Christ is King. Christ is King, indeed. Thank you so much. Make sure to come and let me know what you think when you catch up. Balu View, thank you for the super. Overwhelming. Yes, overwhelming evidence, allegedly. I wasn't overwhelmed, but I see how people who want it to be true would be satisfied with it. You know what I mean? The way prosecution presented it as a compilation of videos showing like this is Tyler pulling in with his car. This is his car here. This is his car there. This is where he's walking at this later. He's speaking to TPUSA representative, and then he goes back and he walks back. And this is the way they presented it. If I wanted him to be the guy, I would be like, yeah, that's it. What else do we need? So I understand. But it's not over. It wasn't a trial. The defense didn't have a chance to debunk anything, to present their things, their findings, to cross-examine Tyler's boyfriend, which is insane that they didn't get to do that. It's crazy.
I wonder if I'll have more success crushing it without anything.
Bonus view again, thank you. Underwhelming is more accurate.
No.
Here we agree,
Yes,
but
but no.
it's because we are on this side.
Okay, I know what to do.
And again, I'll
Squeeze it
remind
by
you
hand first,
about
and then-
something that I said at the beginning.
It's
Please,
sure nice to have a fucking juicer.
if you guys follow any criminal cases, and I'm one of those, I'm one of those bullies that watch criminal stories, criminal series. I like it. and people were convicted on much less. You don't need that much proof. You don't need 4K video of someone pulling a trigger normally. You need circumstantial evidence, sometimes only, to send someone to prison. I don't know if it's enough to send someone to be unalived, but
Use all those to
definitely
try and
enough
make
to
some
put you in
cup of
prison.
limeade.
I
myself.
would assume, because based on other cases. Okay. CDC dogs, thank you very much for the super. People not asking questions is the real problem. Exactly, and I think Andrew Colvett realized it, and that's why he made this pathetic video attempt at asking questions, which nobody found believable. Oh well.
You know, oops.
Gario-
Sorry guys, forgot about you. You know, I
Gary Rodriguez. Sorry.
wish I knew how to make it so that the chats and like the super chats like popped up in the little bar in the bottom,
Just say
and
on the
I
side
could
of
show you guys like what
That's
I'm
it.
watching.
We have to think less with our emotions and more with our logical side of brain in cases like this. Because as soon as we are super emotional and we get offended when someone is saying, "Oh, you believe this? You're stupid," you lose. Just stay cool. Lisa F, thank you very much. Who knew first, Ben or security? Who told them? TPUSA? Oh, well, he said he found out from his security team. So Charlie's security team must have contacted his security team from the car as they were driving to the hospital. It's very weird what came to my mind today that I spoke about. That maybe Frank Turek thought that someone was calling 911 and that's why he was expecting people to be lined up at the hospital waiting for them. But the truth is that they were calling other security team of Shapiro. This is obviously, I'm making it up. I don't know if it happened, but based on the testimonies, based on the timeline and the diagram that we saw on Ken's show, it would make sense. It could make sense. And it's upsetting if that's what happened. Michelle White-Taba, thank you for the super. Purple, green, yellow, blue. Colorful enough? You giving us all the info is why I'm here. Your integrity, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Thank you very much for the colorful comment. And another one, Rhonda Chilling Damos, thank you very much. Happy to see you live, watching while I work. We all do that, okay? Work is the best time to listen to podcasts, or when you do housework. When you do laundry, when you fold laundry, ironing, when you're cooking, washing dishes, best time. You feel like you're not wasting your life. Geneva Gardner, thank you very much. Looks like Hurley Cat's video has been enhanced by AI. You know, it crossed my mind. Oh boy, we have AI now, so yeah, you're watching something and you don't know if it's real. So, I'm going to triple check if this video hasn't been enhanced. It doesn't, it seems like it's the same one that was played at the courtroom, but I will double check and I'll get back to you. The Garrison Project. Thank you for the super. Love this community across different channels. Price is king. I also love the community. You guys, you know how nice the guys are. Seriously, everyone that I've met so far, they have been so kind to me and they have offered such knowledge when it comes to like even live shows. I have no idea where to even start. And I will always praise Matt from Trigger Smart for it because he's the one that told me what to use, how to use it, told me about the mods. By the way, big shout out to Donna and Ginny. Come on, those two are pulling the whole community, okay? The whole chat. All these messages you see, those two ladies are doing it for me. And I trust them and they're doing an awesome job. So I want a big shout out in the chat now for them. Send some emojis, some colorful stuff for them because they deserve it. They've been helping me so much. So yes, big thank you for the moderators. Freedom's March, thank you for the super. Even if that is Tyler, it proves not that he unalived CK. I agree. Can't match the rifle round they alleged he used to the wound. These videos are red herrings. I agree. Again, I'm not saying it proves that he did it or that he didn't do it. I'm just saying that we need to look at every piece of evidence that comes out there, every piece of video. I love, for example, what Ali Files is doing because she is looking at shadows. She discovered that the prosecution, when they played the video that was allegedly not altered, she discovered there were timestamps skipped, like 1 minute was missing. That could be very telling, okay? So yeah, the sleuths online are paying attention and I love it. And we need to pay attention to what both sides are putting out there, guys. That's the only way. Okay, TK Parks, thank you for the super, thank you for the colorful comments. Is my beautiful birthday twin wearing bottle maroon today? Thank you for all you're doing. Keep spreading the truth. #1 fan from Georgia, US. I love you. Christ is King. Thank you so much. Actually, I worried because I didn't have to iron it. You know, whatever makes you smile, that's okay. I am not, you guys, I don't know, whoever was at the podcast with Trigger on that day number 5 of the hearing. We were together and we were watching it together. So before that, when he was inviting me, he tricked me, he did a joke to me. So he said that everyone on the stream will wear maroon and sunglasses and black hats for Tyler Robinson. And I freaked out. I was like, what? Why? And then I asked him, I'm like, do I have to? I don't want to do this really. So then he was making fun of me because it was a joke. And I told him, well, you Americans, I don't know. It seems like something you would do. Because like there are so many extreme people there that will die on this hill. You know, he didn't do it and that's it. We will not hear it. Or like he did it and we will not hear it before the trial. Let's wait for the trial, guys. Let's wait for the trial. Okay. Is it Ivan? Is Ivan? Ivan is Ivan? Yeah? Thank you for the colorful comment. Howdy Kasia, I love your work. Continue to go Max. Charlie said it. Keep asking questions. It's Ivan, LOL. I still don't know if you're joking. So, you know what? I'm just gonna say Ivan. Ivan is Ivan. I like it. You're #1 fan in Dallas. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, we should ask questions. Like I said as well today, we followed what Charlie taught us. The Garrison Project. Thank you for the colorful comment. Asking all my favorite podcasters to wish my husband Victor a happy birthday. Babe, please join us truthers. We're not crazy, just loyal. Love this channel. Christ is King. Happy birthday, Victor. Join us. Join the movement. You'll be fine. I was gonna hypnotize him into stepping into our side. But yeah, happy birthday. Have a great one. Celebrate with your awesome wife. She's awesome because she's here, so we know that she's awesome. So you're a lucky man. Little Saigon.
Hey, Tyler. Hey, Victor. What's up? It's good to see you, Victor.
Likewise.
Do you know, I have a dying question. Why did they target you, Victor? Like, they have Sheldon, they got Tyler, and Tyler lives in Utah. Like, you know, that's crazy. Like,
I know. It's a very, very good question. It's probably because of, like, making a lot of these videos with Ben, and they probably just saw it and was like, fuck this guy.
No, you must have done something to piss them off, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, like, get arrested or anything. God.
I don't want to sit here and listen to the podcaster suck
like, I came there at night.
The buttholes
It was
of
like, I was talking to Sheldon, and he was like, everyone's in jail.
Yeah. Tyler was saying, like, that was kind of weird, right? Like, Sheldon didn't even know they got arrested. then they got out, and then Sheldon got out, and then your Airbnb was like under like renovation or something, right? They didn't even let you into the Airbnb. That's crazy.
It's crazy because I'm like it's me, Brian, and Ben that's on the paperwork for getting sued and all that. So it's funny. I think it's just because I'm like in like a lot of the videos, and I make these update videos with him, and like going around. And that's probably like the reason why they're like he's like behind the scenes doing all this stuff. And I guess I kind of am. I'm behind the scenes a lot, like helping film and like coming up with ideas and stuff. So I guess.
Okay, sorry about that. My storage unit. They weren't sure if I was gonna cancel my storage unit this month or not.
No.
And I just realized, oh my god, I don't have my truck anymore.
No, I did.
Oh, you did, okay.
Not the way that they're supposed to. So they put it on the outside of my apartment on the gate. And it was like that big, like, $300-page document, right? Trying to like scare us. And it just repeats itself over and over again.
So they actually never personally served you then? Because they have to serve someone 18 or above, like legally. I guess they never served you.
Personally, yeah, I was like looking at it, so I called Ben up. I was like, so it's just like, we didn't do that with him, so I mean, I guess they can just do whatever they want. But we have to physically serve him. We can't even physically serve him, so I don't know.
So I saw you guys make a video on Tattle, and it was kind of a weird video. I've seen the video on Tattle. Where you're like, yeah, Tattle's awesome, it's great. And then Ben's like, he's like,
oh, you're talking about, when we did the live stream?
Yeah, the live stream, yeah.
We're still trying to figure out like what's happening. So Ben just jumped off a call with Crystal yesterday about it, and the video came out yet, so I don't want to like.
Yeah, sure, of course.
But yeah, I was surprised too because I was like, we had a lead, we had an image of the bird that looks very similar, and we're gonna bring it up to Crystal, and I guess Ben was like, it may not be good, so.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not that. Okay, so that's interesting to know. So you guys are filming part 4 now, or is it done, or is it being edited?
We're right in the middle of it.
We're in the middle of it. Yeah. What do you guys think about the Google part? I heard you guys talk about the Google. Like, is that scary to you guys? I mean, they were asking for the password, and log in, and like you guys have YouTube accounts too. Like they could just delete your account, right? Because I assume that's what they wanted to do.
So only if they have like reasonable cause to do so. So
Yeah, but they could just do it and then pay the consequences later.
Like it makes sense. He's not mad at Google at all, and it makes sense.
Oh, he's not mad. He's not mad.
He was saying that Google is just doing their job, and that the police was the one that was in the wrong for lying. So it's like, the police were saying it's true. Well, yeah, you know, like, yeah, get this person for doing like all this criminal activity. But the thing is, the police lied, so Google was just like, they had their hands tied. You know, I guess that's not pretty big because I guess Apple doesn't do that. I don't know. But basically, Ben is not upset at them at that.
Okay. Have you seen the evidence? There was a employee where it was initially before Amin McNabb talked to Ben and Sheldon. There were two employees. One was like the other one was just like he was only working there for 4 months. He's the one who submitted to the detective. He didn't have to sign it. Like a version of events where like they just couldn't get Ben out. They couldn't get Ben out. Have you seen that yet? It's like a document. Hey Sheldon. Hey Sheldon. Oh, I guess the whole gang is in there.
Yeah, but there's more than Ben.
Oh, well, yeah, don't wake up, yeah. So now this is an Airbnb, right?
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Have you guys learned anything about booking Airbnb?
This time it's not here.
We don't live in someone's basement. That's
You know what's really funny too? This is actually, I don't even know if this is discussed online. The first Airbnb that we were at. Yeah, the first Airbnb we were at. No one filmed it for whatever reason, but we were actually kicked out of that Airbnb in Oregon. Yeah.
Oh, in Oregon. Oh wow.
It was like, yeah, because we got kicked out of this one, yeah, thank God. But we got kicked out because
Where's my little filter?
And
It's in the
they were
dishwasher, I
like
bet.
saying we were like getting really drunk and like smoking all this weed, and we're like, I'm 100% sober. We haven't drank a single drop of alcohol. And plus, even if we did, that's not illegal.
No, it's not, yeah.
And the same thing happened there. The host was like right next door to us. He was like earshot. And so he got he did a whole like folding arms thing, just like it was like 11 p.m. and he's just like waiting for us at the driveway. I was like, what the heck's going on? That's bad.
Yeah. The Airbnb, you guys ever talk to him? Like, so you went to get back in your stuff, so he must have let you back in to get your stuff. Do you ever like talk to the guy? Like,
They might have like sent him a message about something, but not like talking back and forth. I don't think. I don't want to speak on his behalf.
okay, yeah, that was kind of weird that he just locked you out in the middle of the night. He's like, oh, the police.
He was chilling in Adamson's truck.
Yeah. That must have been surprising. So hypothetically, why do you think? Like, so Ben, so I looked at these emails that I received, and Ben is like desperate to. I don't know if he's desperate. He's kind of a chill guy, but he's trying to get the footage from the Provo police to, the unredacted footage. And then one day, it just kind of magically
Putting
appears
sugar
online. Like,
in his red mixture.
It's really because like they would not be. It was over a month, right? Of Ben begging, oh, can I have something? Oh no, there's other guys involved now. Like they made his life like, and he's gotta get the evidence to like present a defense, right? At that point, as a lawyer. So like, how does it always just get released like overnight? 50 gigabytes, all on.
I do have a theory on it, but that's.
Oh, I think there was a golden plunger in the police department.
Yes, exactly.
I think someone was a Rebel Ben fan in that police department.
Yes, because like think about it. How do you accidentally release these things?
No.
You don't just accidentally upload. Have you ever accidentally uploaded a YouTube video? Like you don't just.
You don't, yeah.
You gotta go through the process of like releasing it. Yeah.
facts.
And the strange part, it was the one video that American Fork ever released on their YouTube channel. Their YouTube channel had one video, and then it links directly to the.
Viral. This is keep posting.
Yeah. So
back and forth.
now that you guys, I guess Ben has signed the preliminary injunction, right? How do you guys make videos then, like? Because you can't go to your bricks and minifigs. You can't like. What's the strategy? You don't have to tell me exactly, but what's the strategy from a content perspective of making part 4?
No, we gave up.
Okay.
We are done with bricks and minifigs.
No, there are ways of making videos on it without having to break. at times it can be a little frustrating, but I think it makes for a better video, you know? Because, like, you can't be 100, or I think you guys, well, no, you guys aren't even good because they're associates of us, so we can't, we're not allowed like 100 yards from, you know, any bricks and minifigs. We're not doing like film from like distance away either. So like, what we can do is be 101 yards away though.
Okay, got it. Or somebody unassociated, someone who's not associated with you could also, you know, be interested in it and then provide you the footage, I guess.
Maybe.
Well, the thing is,
I don't know. That before I do.
That's tricky, yeah, that's too tricky. Okay, got it.
These are the conversations we had the other day. We're like, dude, I don't know. I'm like dance on the line of legality right now. Like, I think we can't be doing stuff that we're not supposed to. Get in trouble. So, yeah, it's like as soon as someone is like talking to us about it, now they're associated. So like,
oh, true, yeah.
I don't know. It's difficult, but we're making it work. Like we did so much stuff yesterday. It was actually insane how much we did.
From the time we woke up to like
literally like just all day.
We did not stop working. Yeah.
I'm very excited for part 4. What do you think the effect of the TRO was for part 3?
So it definitely hindered on like Ben's performance overall because he could have made more and more videos.
Yeah.
And so like I don't know how much like legally I'm supposed to like say with that because there's like some stuff going on with like him and his but he could have posted like a lot more videos and like that's kind of what he's hold on I can't wish he's up right now. Essentially he could have posted more videos and that is what he could have got more views from it.
Of course, okay. So
like ruining his like
it wasn't a singular, even though these one video did better, over a month he would have posted at least a few videos.
So yeah, exactly. And so in terms of like traction, we are really happy that a lot of other people like made memes and made videos about it to kind of keep it going though. So that was really cool.
So what do you think, so having kind of been in the middle of all this stuff, right? Is there anything that you regret doing? Is there anything that you guys would take back, or has it just been like fun adventure the whole way?
No regrets.
No regrets.
Yeah, no, for real. I don't know. It's been a great adventure.
No, I don't have any. Maybe. Yeah, no regrets and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, as a rule of thumb for me, if you're like happy with this part today, then everything that you've done, I'll put it up to your person coming. So you shouldn't feel bad for it.
Have you seen Amin McNeff's most recent statement on Bricks and Minifigs, the website one? He released it yesterday.
Yeah, we just made a video on it. We made a video on it like 10 minutes after it came out.
Having dealt with Amin, I think like, is he just the type of guy to double down? He's never going to apologize. He's never going to, like, at this point in time.
I've never seen a person like this. It's insane. Like, he owns this huge company, and it's very easy just to get out of this. Say you're wrong, and then, like, in the beginning, it's kind of over now, but, like, in the beginning, you can just pay Brian for what you owe him. Give him his Legos back or pay him off. But now, like, he's just digging himself a further and further hole. It's actually insane. Like, what the heck are you doing?
I was saying that
The
like,
Amber Heard of
like,
it all.
Actually, like a person, he's actually great for content. Because he'll go on, he'll start blogging, he'll start, like I've never seen a CEO like when Sheldon, I guess Sheldon and Ben first came to him, you guys didn't know he was the CEO, right?
No, I thought that was random scrub.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Brother, and they kept saying you're not getting mad. Like it seemed like it was like they were sending in someone less important, and then it turned out it was the CEO.
He doesn't have that charisma. He doesn't have that like you would think. Like if you wanted to take down a CEO of like Quiznos or something, you wouldn't never even meet the guy, right? You would just be like, oh, he's busy.
He has a huge ego, I think, and he decided he was gonna try and like use his legally mind rhetoric against us, and it didn't work. He tried Jedi mind tricking us, but he's like way dumber, so it didn't work and stuff. You know what I mean?
But in many cases, he's kind of like the best person you could have talked to, right?
He's great. He should almost, I don't know if he could start a podcast. Well, he doesn't get any views, but we would all get a bunch of views. So.
yeah, everyone would benefit. Yeah, if you want.
An economy simulator.
Yeah.
Stirring up the pot. He's like the bad guy. We gotta like fight him up. You want to jump on for a minute? He just woke up. He's like, sure.
Oh wow, Reckless Madness. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea it would be as big as it got. You know, when I first covered it, it was like a hodgepodge of stuff, and then the video was so good. Like, did you guys expect it like to go as viral as it did, or like Like, what was the?
Like, go get jamming. I called it. I said, I think this is gonna be Ben's biggest video.
You did?
Really?
You said that?
Yeah.
Really? At all? I would not have expected that at all.
I knew it was going to because the bits were super good. Ben, do you remember me saying this? Then I thought the Lego video was gonna be the biggest video. We're doing Lego Part 1.
I don't even remember.
Jamming Ben remembers.
Oh yeah.
He just went.
Yeah, because I think Ben had half a million subs, and now he's at 1.5. And again, the number changes every time you look at it. Like it was
He didn't have a million subs. Like Ben on it, I always thought, I'm like, how does this dude not have like millions of subscribers like on his channel? But it's cool, yeah. It's almost like he just kept righting every wrong, and then eventually he just got like a bunch of good luck and stuff.
So when Ben got in trouble with the
Heather.
the police, right? And then there's 2 criminal cases, Provo City.
Some of these are very hard.
You guys at all like that the police were charging criminal? So American Fork, we've seen some like really terrible videos about them in Lackluster. For Provo City, that detective was like, well, we don't have Ben for this, but if you lie to us, we can get Ben for this. And Ahmed's like, he's like, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, does it surprise you that they were just, that they would make stuff up just to get Ben?
Yeah, seeing this, I mean, it doesn't surprise me now, but seeing it, I'm like, this is what happens in movies.
Yeah, for real.
Why is this happening in real life? You know, seeing like the whole altercations with like all of you guys, and like it just pissed me off the whole time. Like snatching your phone, saying you're on heroin, like being aggressive with Ben. Like he's literally just standing there and just like grabbing his arms. It's just like the whole thing just like pissed me off. I was like, it's insane.
Yeah, so
yeah, I would say it surprised me.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has come out now. Like, what's been most surprising to you out of all the police-related stuff that has come out? The unredacted footage, the detective.
I would say overall, what's really surprising is that all the evidence is out there, but they have still not done anything about it from their side that would make it right. That's crazy. Like it's just like video evidence, and even the
God damn it,
prosecutor
Heather!
himself was like, "Well, videos don't exactly tell the whole story. Like, what are you talking about?"
It's literally it's a recording of reality. It's literally nothing but exactly what happened in the video. It's literally a representation of reality.
And you gotta give them what was really surprising me about that prosecutor was Ben asked, "Did you watch my video?" And he was like, "No."
Yeah.
But he was asking for a plea deal, right? He's like, "Ben, you take this plea deal. We need a pre-trial plea deal." And Ben's like, "Oh, do you watch my video?" "No, I did not." And he still wanted to take the plea deal, right?
Yeah, no. It's almost like begging me, like, oh my god.
Oh no! Oh geez, I gave away your location, the geolocation.
No, I'm live right now.
Mullen. Yeah. Might be the police, guys. Oh man, imagine it's a police.
Man, we're not showing fans anymore.
Yeah, we gotta cut that.
Yeah, it's all it's all from the fan. Yeah. No, there's also a recording when Ben is in court by himself. They probably thought Ben was going to have a lawyer at that point because he told them that, and the judge was like, "Okay, why do you need this protective order for Josh Johnson?" And he was like, "Domestic Violence Act." And the judge was like, "No, there's no domestic violence here," because And then he started flipping, and then he was like, "Oh, Child Protection Act. Nope, not that one." And the judge, I've never seen that before from like a lawyer perspective. The judge literally had to hold the guy's hand. He told him what section it was, and he was like, "No, I don't think it's in that section, Judge." And then he's like, "Well, it is in the section, and then we'll move on." Now Josh Johnson has. Have you seen that audio clip?
I haven't seen that, but I talked to a former police officer of like 20 years the other day, and he was saying some legal term. It's like phishing is essentially what it is. Yeah, and you can't be doing that. Like you're. Like I haven't seen that.
Heather!
That's
every drop matters.
Have you heard that? I heard that.
The judge helping the prosecutor identify the
ID. Like, cause he this guy he knows.
No, he knows everything. Yeah,
he knows everything. Yeah, he knows everything. You ever heard this?
Oh, okay. So Ben was representing himself. They would try, and then after, hey, Colin, it's Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice to see Colin finally. Yeah. So Ben. Yeah, that's Colin, by the way. Ben was representing.
He literally knows more about this whole thing more than me More than Ben. Literally more than Ben too. It's insane.
Oh, I know, he's
awesome as fuck. I literally just asked him, like, hey, so what's the updates for today?
What was the question, Tony? So the judge, Ben is in front of a judge. It's a criminal, and they're trying to get a pre-trial protective order for Josh Johnson. That's what they're trying to do. They realize Ben doesn't have a lawyer, because they're probably expecting a lawyer. Now they're pushing, and the prosecutor saying, oh, we can get this protective order under
The
Domestic Violence Act. And then he started.
And then the prosecutor starts like mumbling. He's looking for a code that would fit.
Yes.
And the judge starts nudging him toward the correct code instead of doing what a prosecutor should do.
Yes.
In order to go. The judge basically pushed it along.
Yes. So I've never seen, because like normally if the prosecutor has a wrong code, he has to wait. He's got to figure out the right code. He cannot like prove, the judge can't just get the wrong code, right? So the prosecutor is fumbling around. He doesn't know what the right code is. And I've never seen a judge literally tell him, okay, this is the code. He says, no, that's not the code. And then the judge said, yes, it is. Stamp. And then I was saying in the comment, like the prosecutor wanted to go back home to check. So do you guys feel like that the deck is kind of stacked against you in Utah?
I got a game right now, but I'll let you.
Oh, so it was really nice meeting you, Victor.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Bye, Victor. So do you guys feel like it was, when you go to Utah, the deck was like stacked, like now you know all this stuff. What is like what's the feeling about the police departments and the judge and it's even beyond the police, right? It's now the judge, the prosecutor, all kind of working together to get Ben in trouble, right?
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. Yeah, police kind of suck.
So so okay. So we have some questions from chat, if you don't mind. Sheldon, how do you feel about Amon's, Legos? Oh, Amon's employee calling him fat on Google report.
Well, I think he's a man-child.
Oh, okay, no. Okay, so have you seen the report of the employee, the reason that they were able to get the Google warrant? Have you seen that?
Oh my God! Yeah.
So they called you short and fat. You should sue for that. Yeah. They described and fat. They described you in the employee witness statement. Yes, that's how they described you. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm a lot better looking than both those dudes.
You think you are? Yeah.
My car got declined at the smoke shop, and I ended up the smoke shop guy is super cool, bro. I ended up telling him just how we hung up the we steal from old people stuff, and then that dude walked in, and a lot of the stuff he said I never said.
Yes.
I go, he said he knew Reckless Ben. I'm like, oh, cool, this guy's a fan. What a coincidence. I was filming another video, so I didn't know Bricks Minifigs is headquartered in Utah. And this is the only time in this whole month I went to this video that I ever told anybody I was doing YouTube the whole time I was there. And it was just because I got stuck talking to this dude. He's looking at me all weird. He's like, I'm here on vacation. I don't know. He's asking what I'm doing. And I was just lying, the smoke shop guy. And then I just ended up talking to him. We ended up talking for probably 45 minutes. And he ended up subscribing to both our channels. And then that guy walks in and catches the tail end of it. And then I end up, and he puts it in the police report. I asked him for a picture. And then he says I was trying to call Ben, which isn't even true, obviously. And then he takes 3 steps backwards, I took out a gun. This guy is so suspicious. And he's to not arouse suspicion, he puts in the police report. I'm like, bro, you aroused so much suspicion. I instantly was like, I should not have been talking about anything.
Oh, wow.
And when he walked in, I almost stopped talking, but I'm like, I'm just being paranoid. I'm always paranoid. People always tell me I'm being paranoid about stuff. And then, I just made up a bunch of stuff that wasn't even what we were doing. It wasn't even real. And he put that all in the police report, which is super funny. But I only said we just hung up the we steal from old people sign and we're getting back to Lego's dying old man and stuff. It's funny because you read the end of the police report, the smoke shop guy after I leave goes, it's pretty cool they're doing that, right? Added foreshadowing that everyone was going to be on our side. I mean, the police report, I don't even know how, everything I said is now public information, but that's why you shouldn't just talk to random people, I guess. Yeah,
so
super stupid.
You didn't buy anything because the credit card wasn't working? You just leave?
No, I had to call my bank and tell them I was traveling, so I was in there for 30 minutes, so I just started talking to the smoke shop guy. Smoke shop guy was cool. Smoke shop guy, bro, was a bro.
he thought it was cool. He was like, "That's so cool. You're chasing your dreams."
Yeah.
Like I just bought my smoke shop. We actually had like a heart-to-heart, and then that guy walks in and makes a police report. I'm like, dude, whatever, man. You know, usually in a smoke shop, like people are cool, but I should have figured I'm in Utah. So there I go. You know what I mean? I don't know if they were spying on me. I mean, what are the odds that a
They
place
were
that
following
they
you,
really
bro.
walked in
They had
and
your
took everything
Google.
on this ad? It's just so weird. I don't know.
Well, you know, the other Ben, he actually had reported that you guys were there. That Reckless Ben had flew in the night. So I'm sure like they told Bricks and many things. Like I'm sure.
Why are you guys doing that? Typing a comment, like, what is this about?
That's crazy, yeah.
And then, well, it's coming out. I mean, that video, I think everyone will understand once they see the undercover.
I'm making key lime pie from scratch, but I don't have graham crackers, so I made cornbread. I'm gonna crumble that up, toast it up some more, and turn that into like a crust with butter like normal. Okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of this weirdness. I don't know what that's about. What was all that about? My God. I literally can't see any of the other comments. Thank you, Star! Oh my goodness, you guys.
Yeah, holy moly, yeah.
Glad you're feeling better. I did not get some sleep. I drank a bunch of water and forced myself to
He
rehydrate.
said, honestly, this is Ben's take on it. It was actually a really good thing because they gave us part 3. Because if that dude never, and this is how everything backfires on.
Oh wow.
Okay, hopefully.
The discovery of him online because of that police report.
It's a speaker.
Right, cannot win no matter what. Even when they try and do what we do and infiltrate in a smoke shop, they end up getting us online.
It's actually like a karaoke machine.
You know what I mean? Everything they do is just backfired. I'm not gonna talk about it any longer. I mean, I do feel bad. That's not obviously you guys have seen how I am with like police or anything. I don't like talk and get my friends in trouble. It's just like, yeah. But that video's dropping really soon, and it's like probably the most intense video. One of Ben's craziest videos, like everything included, all the crazy cults he's joined. I mean, it was intense. I felt like, yeah, it was such a high stakes mission. When I was there,
Sweet and condensed milk, lime juice, and egg yolks together.
Being character for a whole month undercover.
Undercover for a whole month?
No, I swear, I had to literally, I didn't tell anybody I was there for a YouTube video other than that one smoke shop one time.
Wow. Yeah, I look forward to watching that, but I don't even know what it could be about, you know? Like
it's crazy. It's literally, I think,
I'll have to do it by
the
hand.
craziest YouTube video probably ever made.
So it'll be on Ben's channel when it's all done.
Oh, let me finish this crust first.
Okay.
That's what I need to do.
We both have our own versions. Yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Has this made, now that you guys are, you know, famous, has it made it, well, I mean, yeah, more famous than before. Has it made it more difficult, like, to do undercover stuff? Like,
no, we got recognized once, and it's because we're together as a crew.
Especially if you guys are together, that would make more sense, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it did ruin one of my cults that I was infiltrating. Apparently, like, people were saying that, oh, that's the same dude that was on the news. Like, we can't put it back in.
Oh, that's
that was
crazy.
like a polygamous church that I was trying to infiltrate
I
and
think
stuff like that.
if I really need to go undercover and stuff, like, I could just shave. That's what's so OP about a beard. You know, I can do a mustache. No one's gonna recognize me, dude, if I don't have my beard. So it's like, I look super baby face without a beard, believe it or not. Like, if I shave, I get ID'd everywhere, and I never get ID'd.
Yeah.
Like, I go or anything. So it's like, no one's gonna recognize me if I just shave.
So basically, it's full steam ahead, right? It's full steam ahead. You guys have multiple investigations. Did the Google leak impact any of that, or was it like?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, Ben isn't. I mean, they just got access to like basically every single one of Ben's unlisted videos, but they also can't use that. I don't know. How does that work? Can they use it?
Basically, I don't even think they looked at any of it, because if they did, they wouldn't have been able to keep trying to press the charges that they pulled the warrant for in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I'm talking about Ben's other videos. I don't think that gives them a right to use that, like what they were looking for.
No.
And we don't, there's nothing they can do. So I don't think it impacts anything, no. I think it's crazy they got a warrant against Ben's Google. I mean, and it's unbelievable. It's like, I've never even heard of that happening to a YouTuber in my life. And it's not even like we really did anything like that Brimhall statement, it's a bunch of lies I told. He lies in it. It's going to get absolutely destroyed in court. I'm not even worried about it. He got so much of the interaction wrong.
Yeah.
That's great. They said I was short. I'm 6'1".
Yeah, they sort of, yeah. They said that you were short and fat.
I was really fat, yeah. I was really fat.
That's how they.
I mean, that dude was so ugly. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm like, what? I don't know, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh no, it wasn't that guy. It wasn't the smoke shop guy. It was the two guys that you met, the IT guy, and then the eyewitness guy. So there were two employees of Bricks and Minifigs.
I don't know that guy. Is it the long hair guy?
Yes, it was like the IT guy with the bandana. He's got a black bandana on.
I knew that guy was one of them. I was seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, and that was the guy who did, or one of the two. Then there was like another guy who was like, he had red hair. He quit the job like right after. Like after the interaction with you. He was only there for 4 months. Now he works at Wendy's. So, not the IT tech. So I don't know which is which, but there's a guy with a bandana, right? So the first time you went to Bricks and Minifigs with Ben, you met two employees, and it was a very short conversation. And they were talking about like, oh, you said, hey, your franchisee told us to go to corporate, and then they were like, oh, we have nothing to do with it.
Oh, so those two guys.
Those two guys, yeah.
Yeah, he did. I wouldn't want to work for them either. I'd be like, this is crazy. I don't want to get involved in this.
The guy who quit was the guy who gave the testimony against you guys, and then that's how they got Ben for the commercial trespass thing. Because in the testimony,
we laughed right when they asked us to.
Yeah, but they lied. They lied about it. Yes, they lied about it. So if you read the testimony they have, it was they couldn't even get you out. They were talking to you, they're trying to get you out, and they couldn't get you out.
They tried bringing us back.
Yes, that's the video. Yeah, that's the video. They tried to bring me back. That's exactly those two guys. Yeah, but that's not what they said on there. So they used.
I think Amon is just telling them what to say because it's like I don't know. Did you read the Burnhall report? I'm like, who wrote this?
You probably know
this. I'm like, it's just I don't know.
Oh, his name was Tucker. Yes, his name was Tucker. Who he basically had his own version of the story. The detective then took that version, took it to the judge. Judge thought, oh, okay, so it is a crime. And then judge signed off, and then they sent it to Google, and that's how they got the Google data. Without that guy lying, they would never have approved, the judge would not have approved it, and then Google wouldn't have submitted the thing. So it was that guy, the Tucker guy. And he actually, it's the first statement I've seen where there's no signature to it. It's almost like Amon wrote it, emailed it from Tucker, because he wasn't there much longer, and he didn't sign it.
Yeah, so they're not even signed statements.
They're not signed statements. Yes, it was not a signed statement. It was an unsigned statement, which, if you watch the video, they were wanting you to come back, right? It was completely, that's the guy who called you short and fat. You're not short and fat, but that's what the guy was saying. Yeah, he was trying to describe you. So he was like, oh, there's a tall and skinny guy, that's Ben, and then there's a short and fat guy, Sheldon. And it was you should read the description.
Okay, we get your point.
Oh, the guy who did it, so.
Can we move on?
So I didn't really think it would be that big of a deal because I'm like, this is all going to be public information. Ben's such a perfectionist, it took like 7 more months. But I mean, everything I said in that he didn't lie about, it's already like I never said we weren't going to go after Mormons. Or maybe I did. I think I started really trolling the guy. So I think, I don't know. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there like I definitely didn't say. And he got a bunch of stuff wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I started going on a tangent. It just.
That's interesting.
I don't know if they sent him in undercover. He was an awful undercover. He was.
Yeah.
Because once you take 3 steps back, like I just pulled out a gun after I asked him I'm going to be a little suspicious because like every other fan has asked us if they can take pictures with him.
And they don't act that way. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, that's not how a fan of someone would act. And then he's like, I hate social media, and I'm like, it's not going to.
Yeah, he hates social media. Yeah. They hate YouTubers down there in Utah. Tyler, do you plan on going to city council meeting that's coming up?
I don't know what that is, to be honest. What is that?
I don't know. That was just kind of. I guess they have it like every month.
That's a good date. I'd probably go.
Oh yeah,
that's all real.
We all pull up, speak at city council.
Yeah,
that'd be actually dope.
Yeah. What if I became Tyler's roommate for a day? Then
Should we order mail to Ben can speak because he orders mail to my house.
Yeah, we're resident.
Oh,
so Ben is technically a resident at my house.
You can't say that, Tyler, you idiot.
Where did the?
He just said that Ben orders mail to his house. What a fucking idiot.
What was the origin story? I know there were rubber chickens and Like, was that always the plan, or was that the
Good
plan?
job
like,
changing the
in
subject.
the middle? Like, was that always the plan to make him do the chicken dance?
Yeah, we just wing it.
Man, we never know. Nothing ever works. So we have to figure out how to make it work. You know what I mean? I mean, some things work, like starting the Lego cold works. That it's funny how many times since then that bit has failed. So I don't know. It's like it's so funny that I've read people think that was definitely scripted and stuff.
Yeah. So the Queen of Legos. That was totally not scripted.
I swear on everything that was not scripted. Like nothing was scripted. We just went in that bricks and minifigs.
That was definitely real. I can confirm. I was the brick.
Oh, you did the brick. Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah, I don't know your name, but nice to meet you too. The brick.
Switcheroo Ben.
Oh, Switcheroo Ben. Okay, yes. They're trying to get them confused. Yes. Oh, nice to meet you. Another Ben.
Yeah, well,
It's funny that they're all together.
Oh, the extra Ben.
Yeah, this is definitely. I hate that the third Ben even got involved.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, spineless. Are you guys excited? Is anyone excited for Spineless Ben's response video to all the hate ratio in the comments? In the comment, he got one like.
Oh wow. Yeah.
And then someone said, "Do not do that."
Do not do that. Yeah, no. But he's in the most recent video, is he not? Like I'm pretty sure that's the guy. He's on the so like he still hangs out with you guys, or like he's no. Okay, because he's in part 3. I saw.
He's an Urbex, Utah person, so that's.
He just has the cool locations, like the abandoned locations.
Okay.
I guess that's like. Cool.
I don't think you guys are all that will ever see him in another Reckless Metal.
Okay, so he's not a friend of yours. Okay, so I thought.
No.
What did you guys? When you, I think Tyler said when you.
It was great. It's great. Ben is just like, it's fine, like, don't fall. I hate him. I went to jail when this kid got out for
Yeah. No.
Oh, dude, it's all cool, man.
No, I mean, I wondered. I was asking Tyler this. I didn't realize this. He actually, after he got basically handed his phone over about 4 or 5 times, he lied. Yeah, he lied about like that interaction. I didn't know that. So then he went back to home base and said, "Oh, nothing happened." Like if you knew.
He said I was on a date.
Yes, he was on a. He said it was on a date. That's what you went.
Now I do remember. Actually, I did hear that when I was there. Yeah, I was roasting him this hard.
Yeah.
Before I ever saw the first interaction, I just saw him post the second interaction after I said I'm in charge, and he's like, "No, Ben paid me to be here."
Yeah.
So yeah, I hated him that much before I even saw the one where he got honey potted. I didn't even know about that. I didn't know it was.
Yeah, he got honey potted. Yes.
I got out of my chair and was like, "Yo," I'm like, "This is crazy. This is the worst I've ever seen someone snitch in my life."
Because he went back to you with like he went back to you still working with you guys or volunteering, and he was like, "Hey, and you guys like, what happened? What happened?" And he was like, "Oh, nothing happened. I just said I was on a date and then let me go."
And the thing is, if he had told us that he told them about the contract, all this stuff, Ben wouldn't even have been mad. He would have just adjusted the plan.
Of course, yes.
But instead, he lied, and that's why it's like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't know. I don't understand why you would lie, because I know Ben doesn't even he doesn't have the capacity of getting angry. It's just not even a thing. I don't think it's an emotion he's ever even felt. I don't know. But it's like the chillest guy I've ever met.
So yeah, I got the leaked messages between Ben and the American Fork Record Department, and he's so chill. Could you imagine paying like, I think it was $1,800+, and then this woman is clearly just delaying, appeals. Can I get a little bit can I at least get what's done already? No, it's duplicate. And he was like so chill. He was like very kind to this woman who I think he clearly is being kind of like bamboozled, right? He's already paid, it's been past 10 days, and oh, okay, this may be a question for Victor, or you got, do you ever, so Victor contacted the Queen of Legos, right? Do you guys contact her again after that video, or okay, never call again? So C openly gave up like a lot of information, like Josh's phone number, for instance, right, was given up during that time. Do you think this would be a different story if it was Brandon's phone number? Because Brandon
No, we have
has...
Brandon's phone number too.
Oh, you do?
Ben calls or two. Yeah, yeah. Ben calls both of them. Brandon's the one who's like, we've held on to those things so long, we're not going to give them up now. We stole them for so long, and we feel like we just got away with it, so there's no point in giving it back, you know?
Yeah, and
That's who said that.
In your opinion, Sheldon, how come Brandon has very little heat on him, and Josh has like a lot, right? He's in all the YouTube videos. Is it because the way they responded, or is it because Josh is just more high-tempered? Like
Josh is like has the emotional control of a child, so it makes for better content. Whereas Brandon, I don't know, he just didn't talk much. So I mean, I hate them both equally. If that matters. I mean. And Brandon still owes me $10,000, you know.
Yeah. How's that lawsuit going? Is it going? Is it happening?
No, I told you they moved by mediation all the way.
Yeah. But
there's nothing to do. It's just
he hasn't contacted you to settle at all, or like make a settlement offer.
No.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna settle. I think he could, you know, for $10,000.
Okay. Yeah, normally you can offer like $1,000, $2,000 just to get it going.
Oh no, that would leave me $8,000 in debt to Brian.
That's true. How is Brian? Have you guys updated Brian on the situation? How does he feel? He's good?
Brian's chilling. He thinks it's funny.
Oh, he thinks it. Okay, that's good to know.
I mean, not his Legos getting stolen, but he thinks. I don't know. He's like actually like heartwarmed. He's like he went and told his dad like. I don't want to put his family information, but it went good, and it's like seeing the support as like
absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So part 4, Tattle is going to be in there or no? Is there going to be an update on Tattle the bird or?
I think there's an update coming. I don't think.
Oh, okay, not in part 4.
Yeah, I think they maybe found it or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Have you guys met the detective Medina Doro, or is this just somebody in the background? No.
Yeah, she's just, we've never met her.
Okay, so there's not someone. Have you seen the interactions? Move the mouse. Okay, have you seen, so the next city council meeting, July 14th, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Yeah, we're not making it to that.
Okay, yeah, these guys are on their cover right now. Okay, so, I don't know, I mean, sorry, I wasn't prepared. We didn't have any questions, and I was just kind of shooting the breeze on this one.
We were going to do a bit where we acted like we got raided and stuff.
Oh, that was a knock on the door, or was that somebody knocking on the door?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a real knock, okay.
I was going to come in wearing a face mask, and be like, you stole the Legos, and I was going to tag the tires.
That would be kind of funny. Whatever you guys are doing, hopefully you guys are hydrating, and I look forward to seeing part 4. You guys have seen the video, right, from MS Bricks, where he goes to 4 different, we're actually talking about it before, he goes to 4 different bricks and minifigs, and at the time they were offering 50 to 60% of like, you know, the value. And he goes to 4 different ones, one gives them 6% value, one gives them 10, 6, like 6, like 0 cent, yeah, like 6, as in like this. So he has
6 pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, 6 cents on the dollar for his retail. So, and I just kind of wonder, like, you know, like, are more bricks and minifigs? So he goes to the 4 local ones, and he has got spy glasses on, and they're saying, hey, we offer 60% payout. He gets there, they give him 6% offer. He gets there, they give him 10%. He gets there, they give him like 15% or something like that. And then at the very last one, they actually steal his $1,000 Lego.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I actually did see that.
Yeah,
That's
they're like, this is definitely
This is fake, yeah.
We'll take it off your hands, bro. We'll just take it off your hands. You know what I mean?
I really wonder, you know, is that the business model? You know?
Yeah, I would say it's steal, sell, trade.
Yeah, I really wonder if it's like stealing his business model, because like their margins are like so tight. But yeah, I mean, thank you guys for your time. I wish we had more questions, but yeah, this is a surprise. When they told me that somebody's gonna join, I thought it was spineless Ben, because we actually had a situation where he did want to join, and then he didn't join, and he was going to join again. So he's very flaky. He's been incredibly flaky.
Which is interesting because, I mean, I guess it's just, I wouldn't come out either because there's just no possible excuse for not only lying to the police to get your friend in trouble, but then to lie to your friends about lying to police.
Yes, because then you could have changed your plan, right? So then you have information, oh wow, the police are super aggressive here. My concern was by not asking you guys, we put you in more danger, you know, and then the danger was the police raiding you, arresting you, Sheldon, and lethal. Yeah, lethal. Yeah, like he basically gave ammo to come after you guys later, right? With we're after Joss. Here's my phone. Here's my text messages.
He told him that he was paid to be there after I told him we weren't, and that's what they kept saying. They wanted that information.
But in context, once you realize what he's talking to the police about, the interrogations of Ben, Tyler's friend, and you kind of make more sense. Because like they actually do have text messages and photos and videos, right? And they got it from Reckless Ben that day before, right? Or the day of, right? So like the police feel like they may have more evidence, and you're like, oh, they have nothing. Well, it turns out like they do have some evidence, right? That they're trying to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, I had no idea he had done that. I don't know why he did that. I mean, you saw what I did when they tried going through my phone. I told them no.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know why it would even benefit him. So that's kind of a dangerous character to have around because it doesn't actually benefit him.
They're like, you're trespassing. And it was on the Toy Bounty Hunter street. I'm like, he's on the side of the road. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like, you can't even trespass where you're at.
Yes, exactly. Like, and he started giving stuff up. And I really concerned, like, you know, because like not that he was a mole, but like he's definitely not like when you guys are going undercover, you don't want to blow your cover, right? That's the type of guy who will blow your cover, right? That's exactly the type of guy who, again, unprovoked, he gave out a lot of information that, I mean, I'm sure the police were having a field day with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming on. It was a real pleasure having you guys on and a surprise. Yeah, I thought best case scenario, it's spineless, it's the other Ben coming on. But it's good seeing you, Tyler, and Victor. And it's good to see Colin and other Lego head Ben. Good luck on whatever you guys are doing down there. I look for. I have no idea what it is. I can't even imagine why you would be in that area right now. Because to my knowledge, there's nothing bricks and minifigs related in that area. So
yeah, no, there isn't. There's nothing here. We've just been. I don't know. It all makes sense, but
unless the bird is there, that would be incredible. The bird made its way. Good luck on everything you guys are doing. I really appreciate you guys dropping in, and have a good rest of the day, guys.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
I'm really on to something here. I cannot believe that's cornbread. It's hot in here. Oh, that's better. That's very good. Cannot believe that is cornbread. Alright, moving on. Oops. fumble. My goodness. Wipe down everything.
That object might.
Perfect timing. Dude, no way it just came on.
I bet you're out for years. All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. We have a very interesting show for you today. It took us a lot of prepping. Because like I said, the obvious point of this assault from the overwhelmed influencers is to distract us from the actual investigation. A lot of stuff is coming up, so we have to return to it. It's a very interesting lead regarding that unidentified object in the back seat of Charlie's SUV, the one that he took to the hospital. Well, they were supposed to be providing life-saving measures to him. At the same time, Ben Shapiro was getting updates, a lot going on. What we didn't expect was to receive a flurry of emails regarding what that object might be. It's very interesting. Also, Blakey Neff, man, he is drawing, I guess, a very interesting blank regarding what he was doing on the morning of September 10th. It's bizarre. I'm going to let you hear what he has to say, what he doesn't remember. Strange day, not remember things. There's an entire portion of that morning he just doesn't remember anything. And I have a hunch about why that might be. The person he seems to be protecting, very obvious to me. Lastly, Andrew Kovach accidentally admits that I'm not a liar, while accusing me of being a liar. It was really strange. He's a total doofus, as we already know. But there seems to be sort of a corporate-wide crash out that's happening right now, and frankly, they're all just saying too much. So let's see what we can learn from them. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh, I forgot to add a little bit of liquid.
Okay, so top of show very quickly, I want to share with you guys those very interesting flutter emails, unexpected, that we received when we asked the question before we went on air. We released more photos from inside the vehicle that Charlie was transported to the hospital in, and you can make out what looks to us to be those shards of glass from the road mic. There was this one identifiable object that was left in the back of the car. You guys might remember it. It's the one that I remarked sort of looks like a burnt piece of cardboard. I didn't really know what to make of it. Why does this look like a burnt piece of cardboard with blood, but sort of thickened? where it is a little closer here. Well, we opened that question to you guys because I'm not an expert at everything. What I am good at is trusting other people to be experts at things and accumulating a bunch of information from them. And when I see a pattern in the emails emerge, I suspect that there's something there. And there certainly was a pattern that emerged. We had, oddly, people in the fashion industry reaching out, a ton of them, insisting immediately and persistently that what we were looking at was the remains of a t-shirt. Huh? What? Excuse me? Okay, what are we talking about? We had a range, by the way. We had people who were stay-at-home mothers.
I have to add the liquid and do it right because it's going to get baked.
People in the fashion industry. And on top of that, doctors, plastic surgeons who emailed and said, you are looking at a shirt. So with that full spectrum, I thought, oh, we gotta take a look at this. They were informing me that when polyester mix, polyester, entirely polyester shirts burn, they turn into what looks like an almost hardened plastic or cardboard. And I'm going to read you just one of these comments and one of these emails so you can just, I guess, see what we were receiving. Here's a YouTube comment that came in. Really bad internet here. I tried to respond when talking about a little square thick piece. I've been making clothing for years as a mother of 10. This piece is a collar from the t-shirt. The black would more than likely be from the burning of the explosion, but the thick folded and end that's facing the camera, most surely the bias band, the seam of the t-shirt that looks clearly cut off. Again, this was echoed by people in the fashion industry. And then from our tips at Box, we got this from an actual doctor. Okay, listen to this. I'm going to read this email to you. It said, please call me a plastic surgery nurse if you use this. Do not use my name, for they are evil, and I take care of too many people in my life for me to be fired or lose my life. I started to email during the question of the pulse ox in here, used one today. The silver, I believe, is the hypothermia blanket that comes in that medical pack. I think you figured that out. Your mind is asking the right questions. And what is the charred burn thing on the ground? It is his shirt. I have taken care of multiple burns, the plastic and reconstructive surgery nurse, and that is his shirt. How? Just flatten out that bunched up piece, flatten it out in your mind, flip over the right side in your mind. The top part is the bloody top of the white shirt. The back is scorched. Why? How? Because electrical current is hot, and the shirt had some polyester in it. When polyester is heated, it melts. It does literally, it looks literally like a lit cardboard. I had a patient that got burned by a grill and his shirt melted onto his skin, stuck to the skin. Part of it looked just like that. It only had a little polyester in it. Polyester is plastic. It took a procedure called debridement to get the charred shirt off of his skin and spots. The black is the product of burnt skin, like burning a piece of chicken skin. I'm sorry for the visual, but it is dead skin, burned skin. They likely ripped off his shirt and ripped off his skin. So in my opinion, it is a shirt, burnt polyester, and charred skin. Do an experiment, find that type of shirt, and lay it on an electrical iron stove. Think about what it would do to the skin. Burn onto it. You see it all the time at blank. You can call a burn MD. Hope that helps. You are in my prayers. Please be safe, really safe. Crisis can never give up. Go Mavericks.
There we go, that's good.
So again, the repetition of these emails made me think that the experts, people who work in these industries, might know what they're talking about. And I suddenly was looking all over my house for a polyester shirt. Couldn't find one. Best I could do was a mixed polyester shirt. Aaron Coleman was here the other day, and he told me that he thinks that particular shirt that Charlie was wearing was 100% polyester. The best I could find was a 50% poly mixed shirt this morning, and we are waiting to receive a full polyester one. We went ahead and just started burning stuff. We had taken it outside and we just started burning the shirt. And I'm going to show you the results that we got. I was totally surprised to see. Of course, we don't have blood on the shirt that we burned, but this is what we got. And I have to tell you guys, I think there is something here. Let me look at the other object. Look at this. Look at this comparison. We did this morning. On the right, on the left, you are looking at that remain. And then we have people that were telling us they think that that portion of top that's quite thickened might even be remnants of the road mic. I don't know about that. But that tippity top part that you're seeing is what she is referring to when she says the collar, the seam. I can see that now. We received another email where a woman is telling me that you're looking at the F of the shirt. I can't quite make that out. And I'm stunned by this. I'm stunned that we were able to replicate that. And it's not perfect. Obviously, an explosion versus us just lighting something in a fire pit is going to be different, but I am stunned by that plausibility. We're going to keep you posted. I think there is something there. I'm actually trying to get my hands on what was left behind in Charlie's vehicle. I'm never determined. Moving on to Turning Point USA and their affiliates, they are obviously losing their minds right now. Okay, of that there is no doubt. They are throwing every stone, making every accusation. They are getting their hands really dirty, and in the process, of course, making things infinitely worse for themselves because the genius at the organization, well, he's no longer here. Charlie Kirk was the only thing great, as it turns out. You can start to sense this real desperation. You're wondering where it's coming from. Every influencers, reports, Andrew Colbett's all over the place. I mean, and I would say, just taking a look at the big picture, one of the issues is that they lack focus. Even the influencers, they race from one illogical point to the next point, forgetting what their accusations were yesterday that don't add up to their accusations today. At first, the mainstream talking point was Candace secretly loved Charlie. She wanted him to herself. She wanted to be Erica. She wanted to marry Charlie, but he didn't love her. And now they've done a complete 180. While I was in Spain, they shifted gears and they said, no. Okay, that's not working. It wasn't love. It was the exact opposite. Candace secretly hated Charlie. That's what you're starting to see all over the place. She hated him. That came direct from Andrew Colbert and oddly Blake Neff, who I also feel that I have made this clear to you guys. I don't know that man. I don't know that creature. Blake Neff and me, we don't go back because he had nothing to do with the Turning Point story. In fact, he never worked for Turning Point USA, if he is to be believed. Right? He works on the radio side of things. He didn't even get hired to work with Charlie at all in any capacity until 2022, after he was fired from Fox News, or had to move on from Fox News because of some racist comments. He then went to work for Stu Peters, and then he moved on to start working with Charlie after Tucker Carlson recommended him because he's loyal. Blake Neff did not return that loyalty. Blake Neff doesn't have a loyal bone in his body. If he has been the most vocally invested person, I would say, at Turning Point, in making sure that no one asks any questions, that no one investigates the Charlie Kirk murder outside of the federal narrative. Blake watched our episode yesterday, as he does every day. I know Blake personally probably had his routine disrupted while I was gone for 2 weeks. And he tweeted this in response, quite odd. He said, I decided against my better judgment to briefly turn on Candace. Okay, good, watch our episode. And she was spouting some theory about UVU's military-affiliated student hub, MASH, as a part of the conspiracy. Yeah, I think that's enough for me. Remember, Candace privately envied and hated Charlie, and she wants his killer to get away with it. Okay. Weird thing to take away from yesterday's episode. We talked about a lot. An oddly specific thing to hone in on. That particular detail is something Blake felt that he wanted to immediately dissuade. It's a fact, by the way. It's a fact. On the third floor of Losey Center, we're seeing all his vehicle going up and down. It is the MASH Student Center, the military-affiliated student center. So of everything that he could be upset with regarding yesterday's episode, why did that fact disturb him? Lest we forget, Blake's truer background is in military strategy. He supported war gaming exercises for the Marine Corps before he was removed from that position following racist commentary. So Blake himself is or was military affiliated, and for whatever reason, his memory regarding September 10th, a day that is etched in my mind in remarkable detail, has grown fuzzy. You see, we have to remember that Charlie had an event before the event, which I had said was unusual. It's like they didn't want him to land in Provo. This restaurant event, his last interview with a guy named Andrew Smith. He flies
Good thing I had that other sweetened condensed milk, otherwise this shit would be so fucking watery.
With Charlie to Salt Lake City on that
I would've
morning.
been mad.
Mikey McCoy was also aboard that jet. Mikey McCoy rented just 2 SUVs, which were to meet them. We know that one was carrying Charlie and Mikey McCoy, and Frank Turek and John McGovern, who works in gifts at Charlie Point USA, raises money for them. And we assume security, we know it's not Dan Flood, to that Savory Fund restaurant event for Charlie's final interview. But it turns out the other SUV, when they landed, carried Blake Neff to, he doesn't know. He doesn't remember. He knows he didn't go to the restaurant event. Well, he doesn't know where he did went or why he woke up early to go nowhere in Salt Lake City. Where did the SUV go? Who was driving it? What were they doing? I kid you not, Blake Neff jumped onto an X-Space and is trying to sell it. He just simply doesn't remember what he did when he declined to just go with Charlie for his final interview. Take a listen, and I'm sorry in advance, a lot of people talking over each other. It's an X-Space, so it's a bit of a frustrating listen, but you'll get the point.
At the Savory Fund interview with Andrew Smith before he went to UVU.
And prior, I wasn't at that event. I was in the other SUV.
So where were you in between time? When you got off the plane, where did you go?
I was in the other SUV.
Did you go straight to UVU?
We had two SUVs. I was in the one Charlie wasn't in, and I was somewhere. I actually have no idea where the car to.
What do you mean you don't know where you were?
I'd never been to Utah before. We had.
So you got off the plane with Charlie, you jumped in the other SUV. Where did you go?
We went somewhere. Why would I?
You went somewhere.
Why would I remember that? Like, can you consider for just one moment that I did not know that I was going to.
Did you go straight to the UVU event?
Now, the Orem, Utah area, we went.
Surely you've been asked these questions by the authorities, right?
Why would I be asking questions like that about the authorities?
You're a key witness to a murder!
No, I'm not.
Surely you can, hang on. Surely you can remember what you did that morning.
I'm a key witness to Charlie's life. I'm not a particularly important witness to the murder.
So you got off the plane, you got in the SUV, where did you go? Hang on, let me finish the question. Where did you go?
What do you mean, where did I go?
You got off the plane, you got in the SUV.
Did you go to a restaurant? Did you go to a strip club? Where did you go?
We drove somewhere, and because I wasn't going to that event, we just parked and we marked time until the actual Utah Valley event.
Who else was in your car? Did you have a security guy with you?
I don't remember the specific people in my car. I believe I.
Come on, Blake.
Why would I remember that?
Why wouldn't you remember it? You should. Your friend died. Orly, do you want some eggs, bud?
You can remember that.
Orly, you want eggs? Eggs?
Any takers? Any takers on you flew on a private plane, you landed, and you got into an SUV, and someone just Men in Blacked your memory, and you have no idea where the car went, you have no idea who was driving, you have no idea who was there, because why would you remember?
Orly's Bowl.
You should remember, because it's not every day that you take a private plane to a place that you've never been and get into an SUV. It's bizarre. And then you see at the end, someone says, you were with Danny Phillip. Okay, so Danny Phillip flew with them. And then beyond that, I don't know if more people were in the car. Beyond that, the only thing he can remember is that they drove off and they went somewhere unknown to, and I quote, mark time. Where they went, they don't know. But they went to mark time. I mean, if you don't want to go to the event with Charlie, why wouldn't you just sit in the parking lot at the event that Charlie was going? If you're just going to mark time. Ladies and gentlemen, something is very wrong with that lapse. Okay? And a piece of what's wrong, what my mind immediately went to, is Danny Phillip. Because who is Danny Phillip? That's an important question, actually. Danny Phillip is very young. He just graduated college in May of 2025. Gets hired right out of college to work for Charlie. Danny Phillip, you might recall, many moons ago, we discussed Mikey McCoy's call logs. Before Charlie got shot at 12:02, Mikey McCoy was on the phone with Danny Phillip. I thought they were just both at the event, maybe, I don't know what the phone call was about. And then after Charlie gets shot, he's on the phone for 10 minutes with Danny Phillip. I thought it initially was Danny McCoy. No, it's Danny Phillip, this young kid fresh out of college. And I get to thinking, again, why were there so many of these new, young employees that day that were given such VIP roles? We discussed Catherine Locastro. She was on the plane with Erica, escorting Erica after Charlie died. Why? Why would you take a young girl? It's a serious thing. Do you know each other? Danny Phillip, Charlie Kirk's assistant, that's a pretty big job. He had interned for them the previous summer, but he was selected, this young guy, to fly private with Charlie to go to Salt Lake City that morning, but apparently he didn't have to assist Charlie. Charlie Kirk's assistant just went to go mark time with Blake Neff. How old is this guy? 21, 22 years old? He gets awarded a seat on a private jet to then go be ushered into an SUV to sit and do nothing. Well, how about you go get Charlie some water? But you follow him around and shine his shoes. What are you doing? Who are you? At least you're 21, 22, and you're taking like a $10,000 seat on a private plane so you can go watch Blake Neff breathe? No, we're not being told the truth. Something's not right. Like I said, Danny was hired in May of 2025. According to his link, Danny graduated from Ohio State University. That's correct. He was running the Turning Point chapter at Ohio State University, or was part of the Turning Point chapter. Then he went straight to work for Turning Point USA. But this was not a random appointment by any means. The fact that Blake Neff was reticent to say he was with Danny Phillip made me more interested in Danny Phillip. Went to people at Turning Point, who's this guy? Everyone says, I don't know. We kind of told him he was a family friend, and he got this, like, big job working for Charlie. Kind of quiet. So I got to doing what I do best. I said, well, who's this guy?
Can't use that anymore.
Why do I feel like there's going to be a connection title for it? You see, the key to understanding who Danny Phillip is his grandfather, who I was shocked when I discovered who he was, because I knew his grandfather personally before he passed in 2021. Thank you, Andrew Kolbeck, for reminding me. I thought you were surprising the internet about the fight that Charlie and I had. You gotta watch more of my show. You gotta ask Blake. We already discussed the argument that Charlie and I had regarding Ike Perlmutter, the check, the money. 2019, when I said I felt that people were intentionally forces were pulling me and Charlie apart. Suddenly, there's this smear campaign calling me anti-Semitic. And at virtually the exact same time, Turning Point had this major donor. It was very, I thought, good to me, named Thomas Patrick. Thomas Patrick personally informed me via email that Charlie Kirk was lying to me about money. That is Danny Phillip's granddaddy. I gotta know who everybody's granddad is, and I fell apart when I realized that who his grandfather was. I said, I know that man. I still have the text messages between me and Charlie regarding Thomas Patrick's email to me. And I'm going, what is happening, Charlie? Literally, what is going on? And now I learned Danny Phillip is his grandson, and I am, like I said, beside myself. I needed a second today to process this, because it returns me to the theory that Charlie and I were having our strings pulled. And I'm going to tell you more. Thomas Patrick was the executive vice chairman and CEO of Merrill Lynch. That's wealth management investment firm. He worked there for 25 years in Chicago. Big guy, boss, very connected, very political, okay? Chicago, not an easy place to make it in. He was at the top of the food chain. Until 2003, he was unceremoniously escorted out of his office for a scandal in which he was accused of all things, orchestrating a political smear campaign against Elliot Spitzer, who he didn't like. Now, Merrill Lynch, for the uninitiated, I'm sure you've seen it. Merrill Lynch is the wealth management and investment firm. Like I said, 25 years there is not a short tenure. He was top guy, top boss, executive vice chairman. And he was so powerful that that's something for me to process, that he played a big role in convincing me that Charlie was moving behind my back. You will note, and remember perhaps in 2008, following the financial crisis, Merrill Lynch was acquired by Bank of America.
Thank God it's not really
Bank of
hot.
America, Merrill Lynch, that's going to become relevant. Because Danny Phillip's father, Stephen Phillip, worked for Bank of America Merrill Lynch in Chicago. Chicago everywhere. At the same time that he worked at Bank of America Merrill Lynch in Chicago, so did Tyler Boyer's father, major executive.
Oh my God, I'm so
Merrill
excited.
Lynch. He has gleaned the internet of his LinkedIn, graduated from Arizona State University. Another coincidence is that Danny Phillip is Merrill Lynch.
Well, Steven, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you a secret right now. It's literally give and take. And some people are just fucked up. So I'm not saying that, you know, your wife is fucked up and this is like, oh, I'm just taking her side, or it's nothing like that, because I do fundamentally understand that your situation could be completely different. But in general, women in general, we get the urge to cater to our man when we feel safe, secure, and like we don't have to do extra thinking. So like if your missus has to give you a list of things she wants you to do, then you're putting more mental load on her. If you could just go around the house and notice, okay, that's not right, it needs to be fixed, and I noticed it and I have the ability to do so. I see my wife, she's already kind of like doing kid stuff, you know, doing everything. She's already strapped. So instead of asking her, hey, what should I do to help you? Just notice what needs to be done and then just do it. And if I swear to God, if you just do that, not only will she make you tea, but she will do things for you that you haven't had done for you in years and years and years, because there will be a desire there. And that's just in the home. But also take the lead. Don't put the mental load on her to think of what dinner to choose and, you know, raise the kid, you know, like take away some of the choices that you have the power to take away for her, and let her see that you are the man. You got this shit. And then she will get into her feminine and she will want to like seek your, you know, she will come to you. You know, it is primitive, it is human nature, and that's just the way that we are built. So I promise, if you genuinely care and you want to make your relationship better and you want your woman to be the kind of woman to make you tea, like literally, you know, it's British tea, so that means like sandwich, lunch, whatever. If you want her to make you and do things like that for you, I promise you, start taking away some of her mental loads and she will be so grateful to you that she will have the ability to do it because she's not stressed, and she will want to. Literally, that's the secret to women. I swear to God, if you fucking listen to me, that is literally the secret. Everyone's always like, oh, women are so mystifying. I don't understand women. They're crazy. No, we just don't want to have to think of everything. We understand you do things. We understand you pay the bills and whatever, but it's more work for us as women to write down a list and tell you all the things that need to be done than it would be for us to just do it ourselves. So, ten out of 10, that is the secret to women. If you think women are confusing, no, they're really not. They just don't want to have to think about things. They really, truly want you to do it. Make your, like, plan a dinner, handle everything. Get the reservation done, make sure your hotels are done for the, like, just do anything. But take control and just get it done. All she has to do is show up and look gorgeous and be ready to have sex. Women are not very mystifying. We actually are really simple. It's just that a lot of women don't know how to articulate that to people. And also men don't like to listen.
Just how many people at Turning Point USA are fluent in Russian. In fact,
I cannot wait.
Remember that being one of the things that Irina Malkin,
I think my pie is going to take a lot longer than normal.
He's the one who wrote that beautiful letter about Charlie, fiercely loyal, instantly said something's not right, means it happened. He's married to Irina, and Irina is fluent in speaking Russian, and she remarked to me, a private phone call, that the thing that struck her as very odd about the memorial event was that everyone was speaking Russian. she was disturbed by how many Russian speakers were in VIP, and that makes sense. You've got Tyler Boyer, you've got Elizabeth McCoy and her entire Ukrainian family, you've got Rob McCoy who adopted a girl from Russia, remember? There are just so many Eastern European never-ending ties when it comes to Turning Point USA. I've just never seen so many Russian
I need to get my
speakers in
hanging plant
Arizona.
stuff
I
put
bet.
together.
Anyway, I want to show you this visual guide that I put together because this Bank of America thing is super interesting.
I'm
to
like
me, okay?
done with all the
So you've got
prepping and
Tom
stuff and putting it all
Patrick,
together,
Tom
and now I don't know what to do with
Patrick,
myself. Oh yeah, I have to make a meringue.
Merrill Lynch top brass, right before it merged with Bank of America. You've got Stephen Phillip.
Oh, I forgot. I gave the dog the egg whites. Damn it.
Vice president, also in Chicago, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Russian Studies. You've got Danny Phillip.
Okay, I just
Donald
want.
Trump's assistant, just ahead of Trump's assassination. On this one, you've got Tyler. Of course, I told you he's the guy behind everyone. He knows everyone. And his
Meringue.
dad, who's an exec at Bank of America. In fact, Tyler Boyer's first job was at Bank of America.
Okay, egg
And
whites.
he
4
is
egg
looking
whites.
up
I needed 4.
for a relic
I wish I hadn't thrown those egg whites away.
Jersey and Chicago.
Okay, cream of tartar and sugar.
Then you've got, remember Dennis Brownspay? Erica's cousin who showed her around Romania, the Black Sea Rotational Force. Well, at the same time that these guys were at Bank of America Chicago, so was Erica Franzway's cousin Dennis. What are the odds? Everyone's just so connected here. Bank of America Merrill Lynch, 2008, 2022. He was also involved in the military before that, as you guys know. After he left the military, he went to work for Merrill Lynch and then stopped quickly to show Erica around the Black Sea Rotational Force. So that's.
I wonder how many of these politicians or like Erica Kirk's were sent to those schools for like bad teenagers. You know, rich people.
And seeing if
rich people send their kids to these fucking camps. Like Paris Hilton went to the fucking Provo Canyon or whatever. And anyway, I wonder how many of the people who are like on the Provo Police Department, the American Fork Police Department, who are like in politics and are doing like dirty rat work, like Erica Kirk, or you know, like the ones not necessarily the politicians, but the ones doing all of the legwork for the politicians, the minions. I wonder how many of those people went through some type of boot camp or Provo Canyon type school for like, you know, what is it called? Like, for troubled youth. I'm curious. I've never made a meringue. I never made a key lime pie before, so this is all first for me.
Just sort of piece them all together, their families.
It took a lot.
Everyone seems to just kind of go back and be in this orbit of Tyler Boyer and co. By the way, funny story, I don't know if you knew this, but Bank of America actually
I think I bought
settled
something
FC
close to
victims
40.
in March of this year. Yeah, they were sued
I have-
because they were managing
I have
wealth
5 left.
Merrill Lynch of the major Epstein associate Leon Black. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called the Epstein Files. And Bank of America moved $170 million to Epstein. Victims sued Bank of America for not following their own protocols and flagging the suspicious financial activities, which they said would have led to the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in a trafficking ring. Anyway, they settled for, I think, $79 million. That's just an interesting.
I guess I'm gonna have to make a custard now that I have all these yolks.
We'll be right back.
That'll keep my hands occupied.
All right, you guys, Navy makes the best tallow skincare products I've ever used. Their tallow comes from grass-fed, grass-finished cattle that's raised in Montana on a farm. And in a world where so many companies are hiding where their ingredients come from, that actually really matters. Everyone seems to be talking about tallow these days, but not all tallow is created equally. Navy has focused on sourcing exceptional ingredients and creating products that people genuinely love to use. That's why I've been using Mimi's Sunshine Tallow Cream and their Buzzin' Tallow Balm. Their Sunshine Tallow Cream has become one of Mimi's most popular products. It's rich, nourishing, and made with tallow, aloe vera, avocado oil, and shea butter. Deeply moisturizes the skin while still feeling lightweight and comfortable. It leaves your skin looking soft, hydrated, and healthy without that greasy feeling. When my skin needs a little extra support, I reach for the Buzzin' Tallow Balm. It's a richer formula that helps lock in moisture and leaves skin feeling deeply nourished and cared for. What I appreciate most is that these products are rooted in simplicity, high-quality ingredients, American sourcing, American manufacturing, and skincare that simply works. So if you've been curious about tallow skincare, now is the perfect time to try it. Visit MimiSkincare.com to save an additional 10% off your order with promo code Candace10 at checkout. That's MimiSkincare.com, promo code Candace10 at checkout. I also want to tell you guys about Beekeepers Naturals, because if you're a parent, you know summer has a way of throwing everyone off their normal routine. More travel.
Oh, I should have put those in sugar.
Somehow always hearing my throat feels weird at the worst possible time. Learn that staying healthy during the summer.
Damn it, one of them broke. I could have put them in soy sauce.
Being prepared ahead of time. That's why Beekeepers
Well, I'm just gonna
Naturals
make a
always
custard.
stocked in our house. I especially love their
Okay.
propolis oat spray. If you haven't heard of propolis, it's this incredible natural substance that bees make to protect their hives. Think of it as nature's summer defense system, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds. They also have adult and kids propolis, plus vitamin C, liposomal, that's perfect on the go. What I love most is it's clean and simple. There's no dyes, no harsh chemicals, and no fake sugars. Just powerful ingredients that you can actually feel good about using for your family. So head to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace and enter code Candace at checkout, and you'll get 20% off your order. Again, that's beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace and enter code Candace at checkout to get 20% off your order. Their products are also available at Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, Amazon, CVS, and Walgreens. I want to remind you guys about Balance of Nature.
I need a mixer so bad.
Between juggling work, family, everything else, eating perfectly
I desperately need a fucking
every day
mixer.
is not always realistic. That's why I started paying attention to what might be missing from my nutrition, and Balance of Nature makes it simple. Because they use real whole food ingredients, their fruits and veggies are taken through a special vacuum cold process to help preserve nutrients. And it's all powdered and put into an easy daily routine with no fillers or unnecessary additives. So if you've been curious, a great place to start is their whole health system. They include fruits and veggies, plus fiber and spice supplements, 47 whole food ingredients in total. So whether you've been on the fence for a long time, or it's the first time that you're hearing about them, I recommend that you head to balanceofnature.com to get 10% off their fruits and veggies supplements with promo code Candace at checkout. Again, that's balanceofnature.com, promo code Candace at checkout. Like Neff just blacked out, guys, doesn't remember. It wasn't like, I mean, they were just marking the time, they remember who was in the car, who was driving, what they did for that entire interview while they were in Salt Lake City. Were they renting a car? Anyway, I'd like to see if maybe there was another decoy vehicle. If you work at a car rental place, maybe just in the area, maybe Las Vegas, around Salt Lake City, see if there were any cars checked out, Dodge Challengers that may have been rented. I just have a hunch that we may have rented somebody, I'm not saying like that, although there was a Bolt that I seen with 3 people in it. Maybe there was a car rented somewhere like Provo, Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, that was a Dodge Challenger. I just find that might be interesting. If you know anything, more tips at canzones.com. Also, maybe you saw a bald man that looked like he was suffering from amnesia on September 10th. You were driving and you saw him on the side of the road and he said, I'm marking time, I'm marking time. If that's you, we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com, because we've got a confused bald man who doesn't remember what he was doing on a very thing that seems to be actually mind people involved, not him. And beyond that, Frank Turek's story about attending the restaurant hall event is getting interesting, because it was confirmed that Charlie was in the green room We had 3 people with him. We know for a fact Johnny McGovern was with him. We know Mikey McCoy was with him. And we're trying to figure out, and we know his cousin was with him. We're trying to figure out, did Frank Turek not go to the green room with him? He admits that he left and went outside or left a little early. Frank Turek keeps tripping over his stories like quite a bit. And so, was Frank Turek? Did anybody see Frank Turek at the restaurantology event? Was he in the car with Blake and Nat? Like I said, everybody's memory is easy. We're here to help. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. Tips at CandaceOwens.com. And I can't wait tomorrow. You got a huge lead on who finished fourth was at So we will be in the process of getting that information, and we will be delivering that information tomorrow. Moving on, I do want to get to this report that was published. Now, you may have seen it. It was absolutely bonkers. The same people that brought me Christ is King is anti-Semitic. The NCRI do focused reports on, I think, really just me, things that I say. And they were really pushing me kind of a couple years ago that Christ is King is anti-Semitic. They released this report during Lent and backfired, obviously. Chief among people who were very critical of this report was Charlie Kirk himself. And Charlie didn't care that the NCRI had Johnny Moore on their board. Andrew Colbett's old partner, Johnny Moore, on the board of NCRI. And the Christ is King report was published. And then he also was a part, of course, of this report that was published about me, accusing me on the day, the first day of a Tyler Robinson trial of being a digital assassin. I'm sure, even though Andrew Court was pushing this report, he had no idea it was coming up. He's just responding naturally, PR guy. Anyways, he's having permission to kill. Kills in red. Ooh, they're serious, guys. Focus group sat down and said, let's put the word kill in red. And they have, obviously, targets, gunshots, with a scope looking at someone. It says how Candace Owens built a digital assassination culture targeting Erica Kirk. Okay. So what is the purpose of this? We should talk about that. I got all of these emails. It wasn't just them. I got tons of organizations while I was on, tons of media groups were reaching out, asking me to comment on this. I think we have Politico. What do you say about the fact that they researched and saw that it's because of you saying Erica's a psychopath for their points, calling Erica a psychopath on Sean Ryan, which literally aired that week, that leads to people wanting to kill Erica Kirk. Calling somebody a clinical psychopath makes other people want to kill them, really? So why aren't you guys doing a report on like Andrew Colbert and Blake Neff? I mean, Blake Neff referred to me as a knife-wielding psychopath on subway. Did that lead to me getting death threats? Does this only work one way? What about all of these influencers who are constantly calling me sociopathic, crazy, a grifter, targeting me, the widow, these people that are going out there and have been non-stop producing content about me since I said, really, Christ is King. Does that put a target on my back? Oh no, it's only Erica. You can't notice when Erica is lying to you and recognize the signs of someone who is clinically dissociated and might actually be a psychopath. Why would I want her to be hurt? Why would I want somebody who is dissociated to be hurt? Why can't we discuss clinical terms without you accusing me of murder? Why are you accusing me of setting the groundwork for someone to be harmed? I've never done that. Never, ever done that. I've never said go out. I've never even said don't go to Erica's events. Erica's done that. Erica made personal phone calls to priests telling them not to attend an event that I was at. That's how she behaves behind the scenes, while she, in the front, pretends she's a victim. Behind the scenes, she's quite nasty, actually. That's a fact. She's
this thing will go faster.
I'm sure she was on the phone with Johnny Moore, picking this one up. Maybe she wasn't. If she wasn't, then she should be concerned. Okay? Because when I walk through this in my mind, the absurdity of the case that is before us, when I look at the non-facts that are being presented, when I look at their intent of bringing social media influencers in the courtroom, which just makes a mockery of justice and then proves that they do not have truth on their side, I then, in my mind, take it to its natural end. What are they going to do? You're going to arrive at the moment where everything unfolds. It feels like we're there. Right? It's all coming apart at the seams. Wake's coming apart, Andrew's coming apart, influencers are dramatizing, collapsing, overwhelmed, just trying to sell this thing, right? Like, oh, what are we gonna do? Everyone, all out assault on Candace, bringing up from the woodwork. They're like, Candace took her pencil and her brain, and she has something to say. Very hard shut today.
Let me try the other head.
In third grade, I did erase someone's name on homework because I was afraid to not turn it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I hope they don't find it happy. I did take that too. I get to confess that right now. But the broader point is, what are they doing? Why are they appealing and going into the woodwork and bringing all these people out and attacking me nonstop? It feels like they're losing big time. I mean, they're getting delusional. Candace has no audience. It's over. She's crashing and burning. I mean, like, what are we talking about? Is it possible that to deal with this, they're gonna like kill Tyler? Or they're gonna like make up some plan and pretend like Erica couldn't deal, she was overwhelmed, and then they're gonna go, oh, we're pinning it on Candace, and now we also have the dial-back speech laws. Doesn't that seem like they're kind of setting the stage for that? All of the usual suspects coming out with something that does not pass the sniff test because no one deals with more online attacks on a daily basis than me. Tens of millions of dollars is being spent. I enlisted me and Tucker Carlson in the Faradox. They're admitting it. They're not hiding it. We have to take down Tucker and Candace Owens, and we're willing to spend the money to do it. And yet, no one makes a report and says, if Candace, anything happens, if anyone says anything on Candace, they're digital assassins. They don't put somebody else in scope. What gives? It feels to me like it could be the beginning of a plot. Government plot. We can't win this thing. We need to get influencers, independent journalists off of this entirely. We need a big event that allows us to call back speech. Think of it like 9/11. 9/11 happens, and then it's like, well, we gotta take away your freedom. We gotta get this bill passed immediately, take your shoes off and belts off at the airport, and now the government is allowed to spy on you because this terrorist event happened and we're doing it for safety. I feel like that needs to be said.
Really wish I
People are
had
sensing that that's their plan here. You know, to pull like, you know, Erica got harmed by someone or Erica harmed herself. And this, none of this would have happened if it wasn't this culture of quote unquote digital assassination. And may I just state emphatically that Charlie Kirk was so opposed to this idea that speech equates to violence when you're not calling for violence. You're investigating real violence, and now they're saying you investigating the violence is the violence. Huh? Charlie was emphatically against that, and the fact that Andrew Colbert is sharing that and perpetuating that culture, well, it just reinforces what we've always known. Andrew Colbert is a traitor.
Marshmallow.
Correct. Check. Accurate. Speaking of Andrew and the Kairos Company, Johnny Moore, Andrew Colbert during his crash out was still trying to protect BB, but in the process admitted that I was telling the truth. I have maintained, I think since September, it might be October, I haven't changed my story once, that Andrew Colbert called me and he told me about him. My source was Andrew Colbert. It was. I told Erica that when we met face to face, and she conceded that yes, Bibi Netanyahu did call at Bill Ackman's house. A reason for Bill Ackman calling was that he was following up on the letter that Charlie wrote in May. That's not what Andrew Colbert told me. He told me that Bibi offered to take Turning Point to the next level. And
so very
Charlie
bad.
said no. That's all he said. And Charlie said no. And he also described how the Hampton Summit was like an intervention. And he also communicated to me, BB front, that's all he said, but he also communicated to me that Charlie had declined to have BB on the show. These are things I could not have known. I was not at the Hampton Summit, right? I was not at the Hampton Summit. So how did I know that BB called? If I'm not telling the truth, how did I know so early that BB Netanyahu called and made this phone call? How did I know that Charlie, something that only Andrew Colbert could have known, in that same phone call, that Charlie declined to have BB on, which demonstrates the state of Charlie's mind against BB. That's the Prime Minister of Israel. If Charlie was pro-Israel when he died, that'd be a pretty good guy to have on your podcast. But instead, he was relegated to smaller influencers because Charlie didn't want to have him on. He was turning against Israel. It was not a joke when he texted the night before that he was done with Israel. Everyone saw it coming. And people who were his friends knew that these were discussions that we were having over the last year. Anyways, this is what Colbert tweeted. He conceded basically every part of that conversation except for the offer. He said this. Again, this is Candace admitting that she has zero proof. I ask for proof, and she screams, I'll take a lie detector test. Guys, I promise. She's adding caveats, hedging, changing her story. No, not changing her story once. But it's important to point out what she just did here. The psychology behind it is wild. Okay, let's get pretty smart now. She gets called out for a bald-faced lie, a central lie to her entire narrative, and immediately retreats back to two true things that are insignificant in an attempt to confer truth onto the original key lie. So he's saying, I'm playing the game, two lies and one truth. For what reason? Then he concedes, yes, we politely declined having Netanyahu on the show. So what? And yes, months later,
Okay, well,
CK
it's not
took a
great,
call from
but
him
it
after
is
he
what
wrote
it is.
him a letter. Again, so what? Neither are extraordinary and neither explain
Tastes
her
really
next
good, that's
ridiculous
what I
leap
know.
that Netanyahu offered to take TPUSA to the next level, and that I lost out on either millions or billions when CK declined. All complete idiocy. Okay, so beyond this, doesn't even matter. He's admitting that I told the truth. I have stuck to the exact same story. I have not pivoted once from my story that Andrew Colbert told me this. And so now he's saying, well, she told the truth like 75%, but then that last point was definitely a lie, and she just maintained that lie forever. Why would I maintain that lie? It's what I was told. It's from Andrew Colbert. I've never changed that. And then it was confirmed from a family friend of Andrew Colbert who wrote me and said that Andrew said that he lost out on millions when Charlie said no. So the Charlie said no came from Andrew Colbert, and the fact that he lost out on some residual income came from somebody who confirmed that yes, that did actually happen, because he was venting about that when he came back to California. Andrew, beyond anything else, why didn't you confirm this earlier, that I was telling the truth? Was it weird for you when Bibi Netanyahu was pretending that Charlie had no issues with him and it was all love, when you knew that Charlie declined to have him on the show, when you knew the night before that Charlie was fearful that he was going to be killed, when you knew the night before that he was on a text thread saying that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause, things that you never wanted to tell the public? You never told the public any of this. So the fact that you're finally conceding to the majority of it doesn't make you look like a good guy. It makes you look like a scumbag. Because you should have told the public first. Erica should have told the public first. It shouldn't be me that is telling people what he was living through with the Zionists who were peer pressuring him and growing increasingly more maniacal in their demands of who he was allowed to speak to, who was allowed to speak at his events. Charlie was done with it. You lied. And by the way, I don't think silence is violence, but I do think your silence is cowardice. Your silence does actually commit onto you some guilt. We're way too far down. 10 months later, you admit that I told you about everything, and you're still lying about the last bit. You did tell me that Bibi Netanyahu called and offered to take Turning Point to the next level, and Charlie declined, just like he declined him on his show. So,
oh my God, Flan.
I'll leave it at that. You do not look good, and I think the entire world can see that you are the Judas of the story. Be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Do you maybe have years of unfiled returns? Maybe you file every year and you still can't seem to get ahead because the balance keeps growing? Maybe you withdrew money from your 401k or IRA and suddenly you got hit with a tax bill that you never expected. Whatever caused the problem, one thing is certain, the IRS penalties and interest keep adding up every single month. If you don't have a plan now, you could end up owing even more next tax
I don't
season.
have evaporated
Before the IRS
milk.
starts sending more letters, garnishing wages, or freezing your bank account, call Tax Network USA. They've been helping taxpayers nationwide for more than 15 years, resolving back taxes, unfiled returns, and serious IRS problems. So whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Right now, they're offering a free IRS investigative call to find out exactly what you owe and what options you have to fix it. So call 866-686-1651 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. I also remind you guys about American financing because it's no secret that everything is starting to feel a lot more expensive. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, then those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you should know that you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I can't touch that. But with American Financing Smart Equity Loan, you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, Smart Equity Loan is a fixed rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees. To find out what you qualify for, you can talk to a salary-based consultant today. These are experts who are paid to help you save, not to sell you more than you need. There are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify, so call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens.
No cornstarch.
All right, so our top comment from yesterday's episode came from Tori. She wrote, no one called 911, but someone called Ben Shapiro. Let me tell you, we had some interesting feedback. People said, I bet it has something to do with Frank Turek and his FaceTiming. Who was he FaceTiming? Who was watching that live feed from the back seat? That's been, I think, the number one guess that people had in the comments yesterday, that it's going to be Frank Turek and that live stream, which never made sense. The story is just so stupid on its face, that he was FaceTiming his, like, grown 35-year-old sons in the middle of the day at 12:23 because they just love Charlie Kirk so much they want to hear him in basically something that's structured, an amphitheater. They can't hear anything, screaming. They just couldn't, like, get tickets to an event or go to something like SAS. It was just the You event. And they were like, please, Dad, please, we just love him. Please, I want to hear him answer questions.
Okay, sugar,
you're a grown man,
butter.
And this is what you're doing. The grown men, they're just FaceTime. Like, they just love watching Charlie. The whole story is stupid. Okay, doesn't pass the test on its face. Like, why?
Egg yolks and sugar.
Go be an adult. Adults don't do that. Was it like a Taylor Swift? Like, yeah, maybe a Taylor Swift fan who's 13 years old would do that. 100% they would do that. I'll watch her through. I love her so much. I'll watch her through FaceTime on your phone from the audience. Not grown military men. Something's not right about Frank Turek's story as well, and he's changed it. He keeps getting caught, and they go, I misspoke. I didn't mean that, and no, people are taking my stuff out of context. I said I was on the FaceTime call forever, and now I say I'm not. It's me versus me. Frank Turek is messy. He is messy, and so I do wonder, while he was live streaming and accidentally left it in the pocket, if that's like a limited hangout. He saw this a little bit there. Somebody was on the phone, on live stream, maybe more than one person. That feed was going somewhere. He was in that car, and he wasn't just Frank. Maybe. It's all gonna come out. We'll do that. Moses, also at top comment, wrote, wife, honey, there's an intruder in the house. I'm scared. Husband, call Ben Shapiro. Just for live updates. Just for live updates to his security team. That happens to be former IDF.
Nope.
Or, I don't know if you're in the side. We'll see about that. Anyway, comments from today's episode. Let me scroll down. Ali writes, no matter the outcome of the trial, it doesn't change a thing when it comes to the shameless lies by Erica and Turncoat USA. They betrayed his legacy to Zionists, lied about the Iran war abuse, abandoned Massey and Tyler Robinson. Being found guilty does not change these facts. Look, I think what I have shared with you is Erica also suffered from amnesia when it came to remembering how she knew Tyler Boyer. And they seem to have a lot of connections to Eastern Europe, the two of them, Arizona, Romania, and now Chicago. Yeah, this feels like Erica was sent to fall in love with Charlie Kirk. I've said that, I've shared that, and I find it interesting that we still can't get answers. Like the attachment, I had already began pulling up threads of Erica hanging out at this modeling firm where Epstein was hanging out. Jean-Luc Brunel was the founder of it.
Show you it's so big.
Potential connections to Epstein world. Now we have what? Further connections? Did it just get rebuilt around Charlie Kirk? Traffic people, humans, into organizations. I mean, the picture of what Turning Point became, in my view, is very clear. And I think it was intentional. Like I said to you, from the beginning, they intentionally pulled in Charlie Park because I was the only person that Charlie Tyler not being present on the spot. And then I feel there were handlers after the Kanye moment. And I told you Erica was playing both sides of that as well. And I have proof of that. and I'm still trying to get the person to know that food to allow me to share it publicly. But it is literally saying that she's got people inside the Kanye thing, and Charlie and I had no idea. This was at the beginning of their relationship. He wasn't even officially dating her when that Kanye stuff happened. So there were external forces that were at play there. Seven Cheeks writes, it has been a huge mask off time for the people who attack you. Bravery, integrity, faith, and an insatiable quest for truth sets you apart. You'd think his other friends would welcome this. We appreciate and support you in faith and prayers.
What did I use
Thank
last
you so
time?
much. Rhiannon writes, listening to my 12-year-old while hearing Blake on the X space that she put her head in her hands and said, what makes it worse is that they're not even good at lying. She's right. That is the frustrating part.
No, I don't think
They're
I ever
not
want to
good.
use this
I don't
one
know. I
again.
blacked out. I don't remember who was in the car. Continued prayers for you, your family, and your mission for truth. St. Michael.
Do it in a pan.
Christ is King. Indeed. Daniel writes, hi Candace, what do you do on a daily basis is more than investigating Charlie's murder. You're opening the world's eyes to the corruption that's plagued us for decades.
So
I don't know if Melania is still your best friend, but you are mine. LOL. Much love. I think
Let's
it
do
does
some
bring
milk,
comfort to
some
know that
cream,
Charlie knew his death would be
and
tied to
some
this
sweetened
sort of a global
condensed
awakening,
milk because I want to get rid of this one.
Connected, and it is disturbing that they thought through, in my view, using faith. Like, okay, it'll be untouchable as long as we give it a spin, a biblical spin on what we're doing. Like the most corrupt, despicable pastors ever, lecturing us and telling us that we have to get in line with corruption and filth and rot and perversion, with sexual deviance, a bunch of gay men working at a company, all sleeping with one another. This is the turning point. No, it's not actually. Okay, it's actually not. What does that feel? You're completely out of control. Nobody believes you.
Watery
because
ass,
there's nothing to
sweetened
believe.
condensed
There's no
milk.
truth in anything that you guys speak ever. And even a 12-year-old can see that. Zamet writes, there is no freedom without truth. I completely agree. And this user writes, I had hoped that you were going to do competing Super Bowl halftime broadcast. But anyway, we can ask you to broadcast at 9 p.m. on Thursday. That is the time slot for Trump's address to the nation. Maybe we will do a lot. I just can't stand here on the seat. I just can't. I mean, I told you after Charlie Kirk's assassination and the lack of words he shared, the lack of demands for investigation, he's had nicer things to say about Lindsey Graham, more to say about Lindsey Graham, I suppose, than about Charlie Kirk, who got him elected.
How much would they say?
I'm not interested. I'm going to force my producers to watch it and tell me about it. Sorry guys, I'm really sorry. Skylar's having a really rough week. We're making him do all sorts of things. There's burning a t-shirt. Can you imagine working here? It's completely insane. Completely crazy. Anyway, you guys, if you would like to support us, obviously the easiest way to do that is to merch on the website, buy t-shirts, buy hats. That's the easiest way to support our show. And the tons of research that we are doing with a very small team, head to canstones.com, buy a Sandus cup, buy a Battle Ball.
Where's my choppy stick? I want to see
And
what
as we go to the
happens.
book club, we'll let you guys know we have a long book club this Friday, which I'm really excited about.
Ooh.
As we dive into it. And by the way,
Yes, it's browning on top.
Prior to my vacation, which I much
Only a
needed.
few more minutes.
I feel so refreshed right now and just ready, just totally
Maybe 4.
ready to lock horns with these people. And I think we're winning. So there's that. We will see you guys. What did I say tomorrow? We'll have that Ben Shapiro stuff, which is fascinating. We're just vetting that. And then I also have a most unusual story
here
to share with you about what took place on that day that was brought up in the courtroom and more people should be speaking about. We'll see you guys then.
It's over. Now what am I gonna fucking listen to? I can't listen to a book because YouTube won't let me. I think I want to do one more egg. Since I'm going off kind of on a tangent here. like how much sugar? That's it. Okay, you ready? See how she looks. Woo! I kind of feel like I want to let it go for a little longer. Mm, 5 minutes. Smells very good. Okay. Oh my god, it's so good. Looks like forgot salt last time. I'll be right there. can hear you, bruh. Butters, 2 tablespoons. Come on, bitch. Wish I had a sieve so I could get all the foam off, but I don't. I'll get it with my spoon here in a bit. Wow, that's so good. Oh my god.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
That scared you too, huh? I made that. Hot diggity dog. Alright, I need to put it in a place where it can cool. Dude, just look at my meringue. The meringue that I was worried about came out just fine. Alright, now that I need to separate into... And of course this is where you choose to lay. Okay. Let's see. Yep. wants to thicken up so bad already. Oh my god. Now what do I do? I don't need a hairnet. I gotta have built-in hairnet. What do I need to bake it at? $300. 300 degrees.
Burp.
Oh, did I lose one? Uh-oh. Hope I didn't lose it in the food. Oh, there it is in the ground. That was my aunt. You should contact that lady about the car that's just like yours and see what's up.
Anna Faris and Chris Pratt were at one time Hollywood's most beloved couple, and when they were divorced in 2017, people couldn't believe it. There even were headlines proclaiming that people didn't believe in love anymore, and certainly not love in Hollywood. The split of Anna Faris and Chris Pratt caused a lot of discussion and some
I'm really excited.
backlash,
I'm bummed that
with
I have to
rumors
put the key
flying
lime
about
pie
Chris
in
Pratt's
the refrigerator,
behavior
though.
behind the scenes, and many people
My
question
bus is
whether
on the
it
property
was
that I've
relationship problems
been living
or
on.
in fact Chris Pratt's newly founded A-list status that caused the relationship to crumble. So today we're going to be breaking down not only the relationship of Chris Pratt and Anna Faris, but also the end of their relationship and divorce. We'll discuss everything from how married Anna Faris met Chris Pratt on set, and before the end of the movie they were filming, she'd ended her marriage over phone and gone to Chris Pratt's door. We'll then dive into their rise and cementing as a celebrity golden couple that seems perfect on the surface, and later we'll discuss what really caused the end of the 2010s most beloved couple in all of Hollywood. By far, one of Hollywood's previously most beloved modern-day couples was Anna Faris and Chris Pratt, which is kind of
That's
wild
funny.
to think
Josh just
about in
texted
the
me a
summer of
fucking car
2026.
listing, and
On
I just
June
texted him
4th
about
in
a
the
car.
UK and 5th in the US this summer, Scary Movie 6 was released, and Anna Faris returned to the role that made her famous. Anna had not appeared as her character Cindy in the latest iteration of Scary Movie 5, so it had been 20 years since she last appeared as the character. 1 year after her last appearance in Scary Movie 4 is when she met her future husband and father of her son, Chris Pratt. I've been wanting to do some videos on some big past celebrity couples, and I thought that this would be a good first to test the waters, given that Scary Movie is coming out and that this seems to be Anna Faris's return to the big screen, as she has several other movies in post-production right now. The last few years, she's mainly done voiceover work with a few years here and there of downtime, and prior to that, she really moved out. Jay? Was that necessary? Was that necessary? She moved much more into the TV space and onto her podcast rather than focusing on movies. And at this time where she moved more into TV and started her podcast, she was one of really the first celebrities to really get into podcasting in a big way in 2015. And that time is actually when her then husband, Chris Pratt, was ending his run on television and moving into not only being a movie star, but being one of the biggest movie stars in the world. Throughout the Scary Movie press tour, there's also been a lot of discussion around Anna Faris's behavior, and also the past several years, there's been a lot of discussion in general about Chris Pratt's behavior.
I know, Mommy, I
What's so
know. I
interesting
can tell.
about
I know
looking
you
at
don't
them
feel
both
good. I know. I
individually
wish there was
and
something
as
I
a
could
couple
do.
is how you can kind of follow their relationship
sorry.
as a map of their careers and how their star power flipped in the relationship. When they started dating, Anna was by far the bigger star and very well known. And then several years into their relationship was when she took a step back from movies and was cast as the lead on the long-running CBS show Mom. But she also started her podcast in 2015, which ran all the way to 2023, and it was the same title as her book, Unqualified, and she did a lot of just talking in general to celebrities, interviews, and then also had fans and callers call in for advice that she admittedly said she was unqualified to give. Chris Pratt, in the beginning of their relationship, was probably most well known for being the fifth lead on a WB show I feel like everybody forgets about, called Everwood. And on that show, his love interest was actually Sarah Drew, who went on to be April Kepner in Grey's Anatomy. And Chris at that time had also been in a few episodes of one of the most popular shows of the mid-2000s.
Hold on, Mama. Let me check the internet.
And he was on that show at the height of its success. So those were really the two things people knew him for, playing this kind of jock high school character. In 2009, 2 years after they met, they got married, and that was the same year that Chris Pratt was cast in one of the best shows of all time, Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec is an absolutely brilliant show, and the cast was absolutely
She's in
stacked,
Heat.
like superstar cast. And
Okay,
Chris
yeah,
Pratt was
so
an extremely beloved
howling or
actor
yowling,
on the
especially
show.
at
He
night,
played
yes.
Andy Dwyer,
Raising
and
their
for some
ass,
most people
arching
who've
their
seen
back,
Parks and Rec, or
and
maybe
rubbing
just
their,
seen the show produced, like,
rubbing,
memes
treading
and
their
clips
back
that have
legs,
gone online.
pacing and
People
attempting to
seen
escape
show
the house,
still know a lot of the really
becoming
popular memes,
unusually
but Chris
clingy
Pratt's
or even
character
suddenly
had
irritable,
a long
licking of the
relationship
genital
nearly the
area,
entire span of the show
laying
with
on the
Aubrey
back,
Plaza's
and like
character April Ludgate.
rubbing
Even
just
though
like
his
she's been
character was
doing.
very beloved and people really liked him as the
So
character.
it's not,
I do
thank
think if
God.
you went
Okay,
back
I was starting to
the
get worried
first
she was in
3-4
pain.
seasons of Parks and Rec, most people would expect Chris Pratt to have a similar career trajectory to some of the Office cast, or getting a few other shows and that kind of being his career, is just
A warm
having
heat
a show
pad
for
to
a
help her
while,
relax.
moving on to another
I
show,
wish I had a heat pad that I could give her.
That would really be it. But instead,
Thank
towards
you,
the
Unique
end of Parks and
Classy.
Rec,
Oh my goodness.
Chris Pratt absolutely blew up in a way that I don't
Guys,
think anyone,
Money, what are you
including
doing?
Chris Pratt and Anna Faris, expected him to. In 2015, Parks and Rec ended,
you
but
good,
during
Mom?
that entire last season is when Chris Pratt had started this transformation from lovable, funny man sitting firmly in the middle of the call sheet on a well-loved show, but never an insanely huge
I'm sorry
show,
that you
to
don't feel good,
handsome
Mama. I
leading
know.
man
I
in
know.
massive billion-dollar franchises to multiple billion-dollar
I know.
franchises that same year in 2015 when Parks and Rec ended. Just 2 years after becoming an A-lister and one of the highest paid actors in Hollywood is when Chris Pratt and Anna Faris announced that they were going to be breaking up and getting a divorce. Throughout almost their entire relationship, Anna Faris and Chris Pratt were always very well liked, even despite how their relationship began, which we'll discuss in a second. But at this time in the early and mid 2010s, celebrities on social media were completely different. Of course, like everyone's social media, it was curated and a
Hey,
highlights
easy.
reel, but it wasn't this polished product that celebrity social media is today. It was more authentic as you're gonna get with celebrities. It was also absolutely mind-blowing at the time to be able to look into celebrities' lives and to have this access that had never existed before. Prior to this time, it just didn't exist. You saw celebrities in interviews and magazines and the very carefully curated PR and maybe the odd paparazzi shot. But being able to see everything that
She fucking
they were
loves her
willing to
belly
show
rub.
you,
What a weirdo.
behind the scenes, candid pictures,
Do you want your
celebrities
belly
at
rubbed
home,
too?
on vacation,
You
driving,
need
getting
his
ready.
too.
That was absolutely crazy at the time.
Yes, you do.
Also, not all celebrities were doing it too.
Buddy, you
So
need to be
the
groomed
ones
so
that
bad.
were,
Oh
it
my
was
goodness.
even more appealing. It felt like they were one of
We'll do the
us
grooming
and
for early.
using social media in the same way
Bath
that we
him
all
up
did.
on my
And
next day
having
off.
social media and using it in that way alone made the celebrity much more in touch and more reachable, even through things like comments and even people thinking, oh, they're never going to reply, but just that access and the thought that, oh, they maybe do, that again just never existed. But it made the celebrities that did jump into social media straight away and share these bits of their lives come across as incredibly relatable. At this time period, Anna Faris and Chris Pratt were very well liked, very relatable, very funny, and the general public just had their feelings about them increased with social media
You don't wanna
and
eat that
this
so bad.
welcoming in that they did that not a lot of celebrities did at this early time. I think there's a lot of factors that go into making them a very beloved couple through the first
Dude,
half
the
of the
freaking
2010s,
meringue
and
is perfect.
also
The meringue is
being
literally
relatable
perfect.
in this way that I don't think many celebrities are able to do today. And two of those factors were, one, that they were well known, but they weren't massive stars.
I was really starting to get worried about my cat. I thought she was like, just starting to think maybe she had a UTI or something.
More, oh, these are
But
actually
she's
real people
100% in
not
heat, thank
just
God.
this untouchable A-lister, and giving more information through social media,
what now can I
through
make?
podcasts and that sort of thing. It does just more humanize a celebrity, and it's why today people always say there
I guess
aren't
I'm gonna
movie
go.
stars anymore like there was, and that's because we know too much about everyone. We know way too much about them. Those few movie stars that we do still have, like Tom Cruise, they don't use social media in the same way that upcoming stars do. We don't know everything about them, and they are extremely curated. They aren't doing get-readies with me. They aren't posting every day and posting tons of stories. They still have that curtain between us and them, and that's one of the things that I think factors into being a movie star, is that mystique and that complete unrelatability that you just don't get with modern movie and TV stars, because modern movie and TV actors have an overexposure element to them, and it's kind of a catch-22, because you'll hear lots of people in Hollywood say, why can't we create these movie stars anymore that can open a movie and people will just go for them? And at the same time, they're telling directors, oh, you have to have people in the cast that all of their followers add up to 10 million followers. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, there's lots of things that I think if a regular person would look at a lot of the things that stump Hollywood people, regular people would be able to easily answer some of these questions that elude them. Like I saw Netflix a couple of days ago release something saying, we can't figure out why people drop off so dramatically after the first season of our shows, no matter how great the ratings are.
The thing that sucks about my truck,
maybe it's because it's taking
is
3
it's
years
been so
to
bulletproof.
make one 8-episode
It's lasted
season.
so long
I
without
know.
like any issues. It's just such a
Any
good
normal
truck.
person, like any of us, could look at that and say that's the answer, but it apparently eludes Netflix. The fact that Anna Faris and Chris Pratt spoke so positively about one another, coupled with their relatability, really helped them as a couple move into this realm of beloved. And I do think that a big factor in that is the time, like I'm saying, with social media, because I think if they came around now, or another Hollywood couple tried to recreate their sort of aesthetic and how they were as a couple, people wouldn't connect with it now, because I think that people today would see it as too manufactured, or people would see it as, oh, they're trying too hard, or they're trying to be relatable, or trying to shove it down our throats that they think each other's so great. Whereas at the time, right up until they announced their separation, pretty much every time they appeared on the red carpet together, posted about each other, or did something together, there would be a slew of articles talking about how beloved they were and how they were Hollywood and couple goals. And it wasn't just these articles being pumped out. We see that all the time today with certain Hollywood couples that use their relationship as PR. But if you go and look back at comments, back at Reddit or anything like that, there's people that really love them, and whenever they split up, it was heard around the world. Of course, there was probably a lot of PR and a lot of pushing.
You guys are obsessed with me.
I don't think to the same degree today, because it wasn't as bad then, but especially at the beginning of their relationship and the public's love for them, I think
I'm just gonna turn this live stream off and go lay down now.
Of all of these factors that we discussed, I think a lot.
This video sucks. I just don't think they have enough weed. And I guess I could do some stretching and exercising. I could need to like force myself to exercise my left shoulder, and I could listen to Seventh Heaven for a little bit. Seventh Heaven. When I see your smiling faces looking down at me, Seventh heaven. Oh my god, they're all bitching. Yeah, I needed hangers. I forgot to get hangers. Where's our plug? Please don't plug your hair in. Thank you. Hello? You hear her? Hello? Oh my god, this shirt smells so good. Oh my god, they're literally both just crying. Are you so for real right now? Sticking to fucking habits is so lame sometimes. Especially when you don't feel good and you just don't feel like doing any of this shit. But you have to because you've made a commitment to yourself. And that's just how those things work. You set a little rule for yourself. You gotta stick to it. My truck, it's the transmission.
character solely for the purpose of talking about how amazing America is and how grateful she is to have been in this country. It just feels a little bit weird. For any of you Latinos out there, I would love to hear your commentary on that specifically, because to me that is a little bit wild. There is a continuation of the Lucy Dwight plot line where Dwight has apparently been calling the house all the time and like harassing Lucy, and she no longer thinks that it's sexy. She ends up talking to Jimmy and Dwight and saying, Jimmy, you're my boyfriend, Dwight, you're just my friend, and cutting that off quick. So good for you, Lucy. Now the other main plot of this episode is super dramatic. It's so dramatic, but very entertaining. Apparently all of the varsity sports teams at the school have this tradition where they go to a restaurant called the Varsity. They steal a glass or some sort of dish piece from this restaurant, and then they take their stolen objects to a big sports banquet that they do. But essentially, if you want to be a real varsity player at this school, you have to steal something from this restaurant. Mary has this dilemma. She ends up stealing it, and Matt takes the blame for her, and he gets in trouble again for something that he didn't do.
What's this?
Matt is just our unproblematic king who is also somehow a huge troublemaker, so I don't know. Poor Matt. He takes the blame. He tells his parents that he stole the cup, and his parents make him go back and return it. He returns it to the guy who owns the restaurant, and this guy, his name's Bob, and he apologizes. You know what Bob's reply is? Golden, just mic drop.
Apology unaccepted. That's right, unaccepted. I'm pressing charges.
This actually gets to the point where Bob is in court with Matt to, essentially try and teach all the kids a lesson that they really should not steal from him. Well, guess what? Magic happens in the courtroom. All of a sudden, all the kids come in. Like, every kid in the varsity sports comes into the courtroom holding the stuff that they stole.
Your Honor, they're all a bunch of little thieves. I'm pressing charges. I want them all in jail.
The judge lets Eric take over the courtroom, which is a super weird court situation. I don't think this could happen, ever.
Fine, I'll drop the charge. But I want my stuff back.
Everyone gets to go home and everyone's happy. That's the story. It's definitely entertaining, I guess. Episode 15. This is the camping episode. This one really confused me. I'm not gonna lie. So we've got the Hamiltons back in this episode. The Camdens and Hamiltons adults want to go on a camping trip together.
You're a camper?
You used to love to go camping.
Love is such a strong word.
The point is, I guess, that it's Valentine's Day, and so they're doing a Valentine's getaway, but it's not very romantic. It's like dark and cold, and they're intense, and none of them are happy. None of them want to be there.
It's sleeping on a cold, damp ground. All they have mattresses. I hate dirt.
Mrs. Hamilton gets a call from her ex-husband. Apparently he calls her every Valentine's Day to just, like, say Happy Valentine's Day. Super weird. Also a weird thing, apparently her husband has never met this guy, doesn't know who he is, knows nothing about him, and they find out he's Irish. He's a white guy.
What kind of name is Kevin anyway? Irish is.
You didn't know your ex-husband, her ex-husband was white?
Him being Irish is apparently a big deal.
Irish?
You got a problem with the Irish?
He's Irish?
Where did that come from? This is so weird. Anyway, their camping trip kind of ends in a disaster, and they end up going home early, which is good because shenanigans have happened at home whilst the parents were at the camping trip. The younger kids go to the movies, and the older kids have a big party. Matt was like trying to do a date night. It's just chaos. The parents come home, they interrogate all the children individually to get everyone's story. I don't know, about 20 kids?
Should have seen this guy hitting on Keisha.
It wasn't really a date. More like creative babysitting.
They all tell the truth.
It was completely irresponsible. I confess, we made a mistake. Not so sweet.
And then at the end, the parents are like, I guess we'll never know the full story.
I don't think we're ever going to know exactly what happened. Sometimes it's best not to know.
They just told you the full story. They just told it to you. I don't know what you're confused about. That's what happened. There's this whole big deal about keeping the dog safe during the party. And of course, no one keeps the dog safe during the party. And the dog escapes the house and ends up getting hit by a car. Also, I didn't mention this, but the dog did have her puppies a couple episodes ago, so she's no longer pregnant, but she did get hit by a car. Because of course, there has to be a disaster, obviously. Luckily, Happy is alive, and that's at the vet with her. There's one lady working at this animal hospital, and she's like, oh yeah, normally we close, and normally we don't let animals stay overnight, but I'm making an exception for you and for your dog. Why? That's so weird. Also, the dog is just being sedated. Like, that's all. It's just like on an IV drip, essentially. Like, not operating or doing anything on the dog, just like letting it sit there with an IV drip, which you could do that at home too. You don't have to stay at the vet's office all night. Like, I don't know why they're there. Then the whole family goes over to the animal hospital to be with the dog for the night. Instead of just taking the dog home to sleep, they all went and slept at the vet. Yeah, and then in the morning, the dog wakes up perfectly fine. Just totally fine. Are you okay? Lady, you could have sent the dog home instead of changing your policy for one night and sleeping on your desk. Episode 16, meh. I don't really care about this episode. Essentially what happened is Lucy has a friend who her parents are divorced and her dad's not paying child support, and Eric swoops in and gets the dad to start paying child support because he's magic. Episode 17, this one's fun. Just because there's a new girl in this story, and I really like her. I think she's super pretty, and I love her hair. I'm obsessed with her hair. Mary meets this girl, Camille, in detention. She seems super fun. She is super fun.
It's Carrie Russell. Of course you're obsessed with her hair. You don't know who Carrie Russell is?
Lies to Mary and disrespects her boundaries when she clearly states them, and also tricks Mary into doing a double date by telling her that she was going to a frat party. So,
Where's the party?
this is the party.
Me, Jason, and you and Max.
Don't like that part about Camille. Otherwise,
Carrie
the other
Russell.
part of this storyline is super interesting. Lucy is about to get confirmed into the church, which I'm not super familiar with mainstream Christianity terminology, but I'm assuming this is like her being officially recognized as a member of the religion. So she's going to do this little ritual ceremony.
Thanks,
But
positive
there's
thinking. Appreciate
man
that.
showing up, and he's, I guess, an old friend from pastor school. He's kind of going through an existential crisis. It's pretty obvious. One thing he does is he talks to Lucy about her religion and about choosing to become a Christian. He's all like, well, you know, before I did this religion thing, I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing, so I studied it out. And I looked at a lot of different religions. So Lucy decides to do the same thing. She's, you know, studying Buddhism and others. They only mention Buddhism, but she's looking into other religions to kind of figure out if Christianity is right for her.
Why Buddhism?
I don't know. What your gear likes. Eric reacts to this in a way that is good parenting, where he was like, yeah, sure, I support you. You're welcome to do whatever research you need. Let me know what you need from me. Like, whew. It's probably really hard for him to do that. Good job, Dad. And there's even a part where Annie says that he's a liberal. He's being a liberal because he's allowing her to make a choice for herself. Interesting. Interesting.
I don't want her to choose my church just because it's my church.
If you mean that, it's very liberal of you. But then in the end, he backtracks and they basically still force her to become a Christian, so whatever. Episode 18. Oh, we're almost there. Oh my god, we're almost there. We're almost done. In this episode, Lucy asks her older sister Mary to help Jimmy Moon, Lucy's boyfriend, with his science homework because he's struggling in science. So Lucy gets Mary to start tutoring Jimmy Moon, but then Lucy starts getting in her head and freaking out about it and thinking that they are flirting with each other when Mary's 14 and Jimmy Moon is 12. There's no evidence for this. Lucy's just making it up in her head because she's crazy. We've established this. And get this, they actually had them kiss for recording this because Lucy's like freaking out and like making stuff up in her head, and she imagines in her head that her sister kisses her boyfriend, and they recorded it. They filmed it. Why did they do that? I don't like it. Episode 19. Episode 19. Episode 19. Julie is leaving the rehab center. She's done with her alcohol rehab, which apparently is less than a pot rehab because that doesn't feel like it's been that long. Because of this, there's a big family reunion, and Eric's parents come into town. We get more grandma and grandpa content with my least favorite people in this show, and the fact that they are really abusive, bad parents is abundantly clear. So what happens in this episode is that Eric is out on some weird meeting with obscure business people. Then they talk about some other guy who's looking for his son, who's named George. Reverend puts all the pieces together, and he's like, oh my gosh, that's the George that my parents adopted. Remember that? Remember how they adopted that kid, George the orphan? So George's dad apparently is not dead. He just was really busy and was working out of the country, but now he's back and he's like, I want to find my son. It starts this whole drama between Grandma and Grandpa, who have adopted George, and George is really happy with them, to now Dad, who's like, well, I want my son. Oh my God, what's gonna happen? This is when we start to see more of the true character of the Colonel and his wife. Oh my God. The Colonel tells this crazy story about how they were at Disneyland talking to Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse called the Colonel a blowhard, and the Colonel then started beating up Mickey Mouse all the way to Toontown.
World War III out there with the Colonel and Mickey Mouse. Pretty much. Disney really knew how to train his people.
This is a real story. This really happened, I swear. Then the Colonel and Grandma are sitting there talking to Jimmy Moon and just laying into him, roasting him, making him feel like a little piece of garbage, because that's what they do.
So you're the insect dating my granddaughter? I can't say I'm impressed with your taste.
Hey, it's for horses. Are you a farmer, Mr.?
And then afterward, they talk about how they know they were being mean to him, and they're laughing about how they were being mean to him. They laughed about making this kid feel scared and terrified. What assholes? Oh, it gets worse though. It gets worse though. When Grandma finds out that George's dad is wanting to get George back, she gets so flustered and upset, she slaps her son because he said he's not capable of doing anything legally to keep him from going back with his dad. And she gets so mad at her son, she slaps him. What? So we're at a physical level of abuse now. Everyone just brushes it off because, oh, that's just Grandpa and Grandma. That's just how they are. Eventually, George does meet his dad. He's like, oh, my dad is a really nice guy, but I also don't want to not be with these guys, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. He doesn't want to cause drama, so he runs away. He hotwires a car and runs away. The poor kid, poor George. He decides that he would rather go back to the orphanage than have to pick between his dad and his adoptive parents. We're not done with being abusive shitheads, okay? Now we're going to take it out on Julie. Julie's being a little bit standoffish because she's not close with her parents because they're psycho, and she's very distant, especially from the Colonel, her father. Well, Grandma Ruth blows up at Julie, yells at her, and tells her that she is mistreating the Colonel.
Don't you ever talk about your father like that.
Grandma, calm the fuck down, Grandma. Well, I think everyone is
feels so good when the muscles that are like weak are forced to engage, and like you can feel yourself getting stronger. Like I can like feel it feels so good.
Yeah, this relationship
the like pain of the muscle
no contact,
fighting,
not forgiveness. Okay,
I can literally feel it like swelling right here.
I don't think that their daughter should, but miracles happen, I guess. So we'll see. Julie, fresh out of rehab, is really stressed about her parents being here, so she goes straight back to alcohol. Matt sees her, comes to the rescue, saves her from the alcohol, and then points out that the Colonel is outside by a canoe. There was an important thing about the canoe. I really don't remember why, but he's out by the canoe. And Matt tells Julie she either needs to pick, she has two options, right? Alcohol or talking to her father. Those are her options, because apparently her alcoholism is driven by her bad relationship with her father. So of course, going and talking to the person causing all your trauma is the way to get rid of your trauma. That's not how it works. The Colonel's sitting out there pouting.
It does actually work, because you could then see that they're the kind of person who will never, they refuse to accept that what they've done to hurt you is reality, and now you know, and then you get the peace of knowing that,
Julie comforts her father,
oh, well, they're never gonna see it, so why am I gonna even bother trying?
That actually fixes everything.
They're pieces of shit, obviously.
Here's the resolution to this episode. They find George and they decide what they're gonna do. Grandma and Grandpa are gonna clean out their spare guest house that they happen to have, and George and his dad are gonna move out east with them and live in the guest house so that George can have private time with his dad, but also can still be close to Colonel and Grandma. Julie decides to move out there as well, because the only way to heal her alcohol addiction is to heal
Hook
her
up with
problems with her parents.
George's dad.
Moving in with your parents, yeah. Great idea, Julie. I'm sure that'll help with your alcohol.
She's gonna hook up with the guy.
Then, there's like a hint of some chemistry going on between Julie and Bill, who is George's dad. Him and Julie have a little love eyes at each other, a little chemistry going on there.
That's definitely a good thing to do immediately after getting sober.
Drive across the country with him to take the canoe over to the East Coast. All right, Julie's doing a road trip with a stranger. Love that for her. Episode 20 is the one that I have so lovingly named the pedo episode. Yeah, and it's not the Reverend, surprisingly. Annie has this friend named Rachel who moved into town, an old friend from high school. And they're like, and Annie's all excited that she's been hanging out with this friend, feeling like she's in high school again, and just excited to have a social life. Except Rachel is a creep. She's a creep, and she's messed up, and she has big issues, okay? So let's talk about it. As soon as we see her, she immediately hits on both Matt and Eric. Like, dude. Later, Eric brings it up to Annie.
Rachel strikes me as boy crazy.
Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, no shit. Sorry, I know I've got keys somewhere in here. You don't find me attractive, do you?
Sure, but you were also my mom's friend.
Well, what would happen if I weren't your mom's friend? Would you ask me out?
Yeah, I guess, why not?
Good answer. Tomorrow night, we have a date. I'm taking you to see a band.
So they kind of throw this out like Rachel invited Matt to go to a concert, and they're talking about it at dinner all together. And Mary's like, "Oh, I want to come. Can I come? Well, can I come too?"
Yeah, that's a great idea. You come too.
Fine, we'll be just the three of us.
Oh, thank God, thank God. Mary's gonna be there. Nothing bad's gonna happen if Mary's there. The reason they went to this concert is because Rachel knows the band. It's like at a little coffee shop. But apparently the lead singer of the band is sick. And so they come up to Rachel like, "Hey, do you think you could sing?" And she's like, "Oh, no." But apparently Mary can sing. So like, how will you have Mary be your lead singer? Mary gets up on the stage, slays, kills it. She's amazing. Let's go, Mary. Take me to home. She's grooving, everything's vibing, and Rachel asks Matt to dance with her.
Dance. Good. I'll teach you.
It gets uncomfortable. Obviously, Mary can tell what's going on. She saw the whole thing, and she starts grilling Matt about it afterward. Like, "Dude, what are you doing?" And Dad overhears. So that's why.
It wasn't a date.
Oh yes, it was a date. I was there. I saw you.
Hi there.
Eric gets in on the mix and is like, "Whoa, what?" Annie is completely in the dark about this. She doesn't know that her friend hit on her son. There's a part where she's sitting chatting with Rachel. She brings up something unrelated, and Rachel thinks that she's talking about Matt, and so she's like, "Oh yeah, Matt hit on me." This is the first Annie's hearing about it at all. So she's like, "Wait, what? My son did what to you?" So now the narrative has been twisted, okay? How could it possibly get any worse? No, I don't think that's not the worst of this. The other main plot running through this episode is about Huey, Ruthie's imaginary friend. Remember I mentioned Huey earlier? So Huey got sat on by Simon. Huey is gone, and she's devastated. We get a lot of Huey lore in this one. This is what we know about Huey, okay? He's short with straight hair, and he has a clump on top of his head. He is married, but he doesn't see his wife much because she travels a lot in space. She's an astronaut. Ultimately, Huey is gone, and we are going to throw a party for him. At Huey's goodbye party, Eric gives a magical speech that inspires Rachel to be honest about hitting Matt. So she talks to Annie about it, pulls her aside, and they actually have a very good conversation. Throughout this season, I've been continuously impressed with Annie as a mother. Like, her communication skills are really good. She's written really well as a mother in this show, and I like that. What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking. Matt doesn't look 17, but he is 17, and you know it. Annie is really mature and great with Rachel, and that's all resolved. No more pedos in here. Get them out of here. Bye, Rachel. Okay. We're here.
Bye, Rachel.
For so long.
I used to have a friend named
Rachel,
who was biracial, and so we always said, "Bye, Rachel."
All right, we got 2 episodes left. This is episode 20.
That's what her nickname was.
A lot going on in this story. First things first. Grandpa's in town, okay? Not Colonel, but Annie's dad, Grandpa. And he just
I usually watch whatever
brings a girlfriend with him.
will
This
entertain my
woman's
brain
named
while I'm
Ginger.
doing
He's
something with
bringing
my
her
body,
over on a
so I
plane
can
to meet
check out
his
of what I'm
family.
doing physically.
However,
So
he
like,
doesn't
I'll stop
tell
paying attention to what I'm
anyone
doing
that he's
physically and
bringing her.
just
She doesn't know that, and they don't
be
know
on,
she's coming.
and,
It's
paying
a
attention to what I'm
disaster
watching
waiting to
or
happen.
listening
And
to.
it's been not that long since his wife died, so I'm sure you can tell where this is going. Not good. It's not going good.
Annie, this is my girlfriend, Ginger. Ginger,
This is my little girl.
The family is obviously pretty pissed off that he brought this random woman over to like replace their grandma with this. That's what they feel like. It turns out that Ginger and Grandpa like aren't actually sure about their relationship status. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, steady, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
And I guess when he went to meet her family, they all hated him too. This bleeds into the second episode as well. Essentially, they're just like, you know what, this is probably just not going to work out. Our families both hate that we're dating, so let's just break up. And like halfway through the episode, she just flies home, which she probably shouldn't have been there in the first place, if we're being honest. But a little too soon, and too fast to introduce her new lover, Grandpa. They break up, but then Mrs. Bink, if you remember, Mrs. Bink lies again, makes up another story. She's like, oh yeah, the same thing happened to me. My daughter didn't want me to date the love of my life, and I regretted it forever. I was so sad that I let my kids determine my future, my happiness, and whatever. So he calls up Ginger, and Ginger comes back. Flies back. Again, she flies back. And everyone's cool with it now. So thanks, Mrs. Bink, for being a plot device, lying and telling people stories. Now, Matt and Mary in this episode both meet new people. Mary meets a cute boy at a park named Wilson playing with his little brother, little baby brother. He hits on
that's
her.
that guy.
He's super smooth.
I
And
can't
she's
remember his
like,
name.
okay,
He's like in
they go
every
on a date, and it's
90s
kind of a
TV
disaster
show. He's
because,
like the
some of
hot.
kids were making fun of them, and it just like made Mary feel weird, and it just ended up being an odd situation. Matt randomly runs into this girl Heather, and then somehow finds her house. I don't really know how that all happened. Like, he saw her in an airport, and then somehow knew where she lived. He shows up at her house.
Is that girl you left up there with your daughter?
Yes, she is.
Oh, great. See, I saw your daughter this morning at the airport. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't give me the time of day.
Her mom's there. He's like, yeah, you can come in and meet her. Turns out Heather is actually deaf. And Matt is like, oh my gosh, this is cool. You are super pretty and I want to go out with you. And her mom interprets all of that. Heather ultimately is really hesitant about it. She's like, I don't know. I don't think I can date a hearing person. Like, there's just some cultural differences, some stuff I'm not going to get. But he's really determined to date this girl, so he asks her out. They go out to dinner, and at dinner, some kids are making fun of her for using sign language. She gets really hurt and asks Matt to take her home, and so he does. Matt's pretty bummed out she ended the date early. He doesn't really understand why. Well, he talks about this with his dad, and Eric has the bright idea to invite her to church, because that will fix all the problems. Now it's church time. Heather does not show up at church, but Wilson does show up at church and comes clean to her about something. Apparently, the little kid that he was playing with is not his little brother, is actually his son. Yeah, single dad time. And this is where, coming back to like what I was talking about, the double standard thing, single mothers being seen as like, oh, this is horrible, your life is over, this is devastating. Whereas this single father seems to be really well put together and just such a catch because, oh my gosh, he's a single dad. Oh. The end of episode 21, there's a huge cliffhanger where Annie is leaving the church. I forgot why. I don't remember if it was even important. Annie's leaving, and Mary is running after her mom, and then she ends up getting hit by a car right outside of church. So, to be continued. Episode 22, we start with Mary in the hospital undergoing surgery, and everyone is pretty stressed out about that. She had a surgery on her knee. Matt takes out the younger kids to go get some food, and they happen to see Heather there where they're out eating. And there's a cute little scene with Heather and Matt kind of making up, and it's cute. Mary was in a car accident, but the guy drove away, so it's a hit and run. Nobody knows who actually hit Mary, except then he comes clean and confesses.
Yes,
to
but
Matt.
I can
This
hear. I
guy
got the
from
thingy
school
set.
is like, oh yeah, I hit Mary, I'm really sorry.
I need to go down and
So
get some
Matt
water
punches
anyway.
him. Well, the boy who hit Mary goes to the hospital to apologize to Mary for hitting her with his car. She's all like, it's fine, don't even worry about it. And then Mary's boyfriend is all like, why are you so nice to him? He just hit you with his car. He just did a hit and run on you. He hit and runned you. Her response is, I would feel worse if I wasn't.
Okay. I'm gonna get something to drink. I need some tea. I need to maintain hydration. Not just drink a bunch of water, pee it all out, and then go days without drinking any again. Mm, 6 minutes left. Oh yeah, baby. I need to get on those mangoes here soon too. Ooh, this one's rainy. Wish I had a glass cup. That would make life a lot easier. I cannot touch any of the skin to my skin. Any of the skin juice to my face or anything like that, or I'll be. The skin tastes so good, but I can't have it. It's not really hairy. It's a little bit hairy on that one. Why? But I wish I had a freaking glass cup so I could scrape the cup. Man, it's so funny, the comments that get left on my shit. It's funny that y'all think I give a shit what you think. It's sad that so many people do give a shit that you just automatically think I do. I literally wrote the book on how to not give a fuck what anybody thinks about you on the internet. Literally. Wow. That was incredible. Can't believe I had a mango that good in Oregon. Plus. Back to pumping iron. I'm gonna find my other weights so I can have 10 in each hand and see how I can do that. I just don't remember where I put them. It's getting there. This one is still obviously my dominant and strong arm. The chest is stronger. This side is getting there. These are all brand new muscles. All that is brand new. All this right here is brand new. It took me years to discover what muscles were not being utilized. I ended up having, it's funny, the only reason I actually was able to figure out what muscles were not being utilized and were like basically completely underdeveloped and had been for like the last 25 years is because I got a TENS machine. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my fucking shoulder and why it hurt so bad. I got a TENS machine that had an EDMR thing or whatever. It was like for muscle massage, not just the nerve stimulation. And that thing caused these two muscles to localize, and I was like, oh my God, those muscles like don't even exist. Ever since then, whenever I'm in the car, when I'm holding the steering wheel, I push my hands together like this, or I sit in the car and I do this. Or just go like up like this, because that's using this muscle and that muscle. And so over the course of the last year, I've been spending a lot of time on my left shoulder trying to get my left shoulder to be as strong as my right shoulder. And I think my left shoulder, there's a little dimple there. I think my left shoulder is actually getting stronger at this point. So I gotta start switching. Oh, I didn't get my weights. Wonder where they are. Did I forget my drink? No. Okay. It's weird how all my stuff is purple by accident.
Nice to know. Huh? Excuse me? What in the people pleasing hell is? Mom, Annie, encourages Matt to apologize to the guy that he punched for hitting Mary with his car. I'm stunned. No, that's a different topic for another day. So now in the hospital, she's getting released from the hospital, and the doctor is telling her everything's fine, she's doing great, the surgery went great, she can go home. But then after Mary is gone, the doctor tells the dad, which this infuriates me too, that he wouldn't tell Mary, but he would tell Eric. Why? Oh, dad is more important than the person who's struggling with the issue? Fine, don't tell her dad, because young women can't take hard news about themselves. You have to tell dad. Anyway, basically, Mary is under the impression that she's going to be in a wheelchair for a little bit and then on crutches for a while and then she'll be fine. But then, turns out what the doctor told Eric and didn't tell Mary is that she will probably never be able to play basketball again because of her injury. And that's the end of the season. I think it's fair to guess that God is going to do his magical powers through magical pastor Reverend Man Eric, and Mary's knee is probably going to be fine. But we'll see. I guess we'll have to see if I even watch season 2, because I don't know if I can take much more of this show. But
she ends up watching 7 seasons.
Really want me to. Maybe I'll do it. That was Seventh Heaven season 1. The whole thing, every episode. I really, dude. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching this probably very long video. If you did like it, you should probably like the video, because that means you liked it, right? That's what that means. Also, you should absolutely subscribe if you haven't already, if you aren't already, because there's a scientifically proven phenomenon that happens when you subscribe to my channel. It makes you really sexy and hot, and it's super weird.
Damn it.
I don't know how it
Yanking
happens,
hairs out.
but, like, everyone who subscribes to my channel is just ridiculously hot. I guess that's my magic. Reverend magic. Maybe I should be a reverend too. Okay, bye.
Why am I having such a hard time with this today?
Usually with a television series, the first season is the worst one, the most unhinged, the one they're like, just get through that one and the rest of it's okay. And for that reason, I was not planning on watching another season of Seventh Heaven, because I figured it's not gonna get worse. It couldn't get worse. Yeah, I was planning on putting Seventh Heaven away to the recesses of my brain forever, to live out with a YouTube video that maybe nobody would ever watch. But I was wrong. I mean, at least 4 people wanted me to do season 2. And that's enough for me. I am nothing if not a recovery.
I'm on my way.
This time around, though, I'm making some changes. I'm not going to talk about it all in one go, because last time that took me like 5 hours and it was torturous, and by the end I just wanted to die. This time around, I'm watching half of the season and talking about it, and then watching the other half and then talking about it. So halfway through this video, it's going to be a completely different day. Don't be alarmed. I'm just doing it for my sanity. I'm going to look a little different. Okay? It's okay. If you didn't watch the season 1 video, you should probably watch it to catch up on what we're going to talk about next. But either way, I'll give a quick little recap of our characters. We've got Eric and Annie, who are the mom and dad of this family. Eric is a reverend, a minister of a local church. Annie is a stay-at-home mother of 5 children, and she does a kick-ass job at it. I love Annie still. I love her. I think she is a great example of a good mother in television, and I think she's pretty cool. Next up, we've got the oldest son. His name is Matt. He's 17 years old. Matt is infamous for getting in trouble all the time and pretty much never doing anything wrong, actually. He just gets caught up in trouble, unfortunately. The poor guy. But Matt is the best, and I love him. He's my favorite character. Annie is a very close second. Next up, we've got Mary, who's the oldest daughter in the family. She's on the varsity basketball team. But last season, in the very last couple episodes, she got hit by a car. She got hit and run, and she hurt her knee really bad, had to get surgery, and the cliffhanger was like, she may never be able to play basketball ever again. Oh no. I predicted she's going to be fine. We'll find out if I'm right. The next kid is Lucy. In the last season, we've established Lucy is the most unhinged character in this show. They wrote her to be just wild. Someone in the comments mentioned that she was their favorite character, that it made her sad that nobody liked Lucy. You know what? You like Lucy. I love that for you. To be honest, I like Lucy too. She's just written to be insane. She's crazy. So far in this season, she's a little bit less unhinged. Still unhinged though. And in this season, she starts off at 14 years old. So we already had her 14th birthday. It's been a long time since the last season, I guess. Next, we've got Simon, who's probably 11 or 12 in this season. And then Ruthie is the youngest kid, who's 6, I believe. That's the family. Those are the kids. Let's get into freaking season 2. You guys, I'm so glad I did this. Season 2 beat out.
I got the custard out of the oven.
First 5 5 episodes. I don't know if the writers just decided to embrace the fact that they're an unhinged Christian soap opera or what, but I love this season.
They're not a Christian soap opera.
Nonsense. We're
It's
gonna
a
get about episode 1 now. Start
show
the season
meant to
opens
expose
up
the
with
youth
Eric and a woman
to
sitting in his office
things
at
they don't have
church.
any business
Then
being
this
exposed to
Nora,
under the
and she's talking
guise
about how her wedding
of a
anniversary
Christian
is
show.
coming up.
So
Eric cuts her
parents
off, starts making it about
are unassuming and allow their children to watch it.
My wedding anniversary is coming up.
Mine too. Annie and I have been married for 19 years.
That's nice. Then we get a big drop of information from Nora that Eric was supposed to have known, but just forgot, slipped his mind somehow.
We would have been married 25 years.
I'm so sorry. I completely forgot.
Nora's husband is no longer living because 3 years ago he was.
Hey, kitty.
He was.
Can't see the screen.
And Nora makes it very clear that this person was a juvenile.
The boy who killed my husband is in a juvenile detention facility. He's a juvenile.
Nora really wants to talk to the kid who ended her husband, but he wants nothing to do with her. He has not responded to any of her attempts to reach out. She's reached out to all the people who are in charge of him. She's talked to people in the government to see if they can schedule a meeting with her and him,
Yep.
and he's turned down every
This is a
attempt.
3-bedroom house
She has
with a
written
garage
him a letter
and a laundry room.
every single
2 bathrooms.
for the last 3 years.
It's good.
He's never responded.
It's a nice,
Nora
clean,
is just not taking
big
no
house.
for an answer. Understandably, she wants answers. Her last-ditch effort to get a conversation with this kid is to get Eric to talk to him. Because Eric, if you haven't already heard, he has been gifted with magical powers from God. To be able to convince people to do things they would not do otherwise. To quite an extreme amount, actually. So it makes sense she went to Eric. The man has a gift. Eric reacts to all this in a very interesting way. It's not really clear why he does this. Maybe he's just so grateful that Annie is still alive. But he runs home and proposes to Annie.
Will you marry me?
Even though they're already married for 19 years. But he proposes to her. And then they decide to do another wedding for themselves in like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know why, but that's how we're starting off this episode. Alright, very intense and a little bit silly. And this theme of being a little bit silly is going to continue throughout this season, and I am a fan. I'm here for it. I love the silly. I love it. The storyline of the wedding is really interesting because we get some backstory, we get some lore about Annie. I guess for her first wedding, she wanted to wear her mother's wedding dress, but she wasn't able to because her father wouldn't let her or something like that. So she ended up wearing a hippy-dippy wedding dress.
You can wear that kind of hippy-dippy wedding dress you wore the first time. I love that dress.
Annie wants to get tuxes for the boys.
Don't even argue with them, dude.
She wants a tux.
Let them say whatever they want. It's a free world, you know? People have the right to their own opinions. If they don't want to, if they just want to have a judgment and then live their life with that, good on me. I don't need people like that around me.
To the wedding, and it's so cute. It's so
And I get money when they comment, so let them comment all they want.
I love that they didn't force her
I get
into
paid.
some ridiculous gender norm. They totally let her wear a tux. It's adorable. I'm getting too excited already. I don't know. Something about season 2, you guys. It's just so good. We get some more lore about the wedding. It's never explained. I'm still confused. I thought maybe they'd elaborate. I even looked it up online to try and figure out what the answer to this question is. Nothing. I found nothing. I don't know what the actual lore is. But apparently, Annie and Eric's first wedding got called off because her parents were against it, I guess. Like, Annie's dad writes her a letter and tells her he's sorry for
Woo-wee.
making her call
20
off
pounds
her
is a lot
first
heavier
wedding.
than
I
10
should
pounds.
never have let 19 years go by without apologizing for everything we did to make you call off the first wedding.
But they don't explain, like, what happened. There's no why. There's no explanation as to, like, how they actually ended up getting married. Because they're married. It's not like they didn't get married. But they did call off their wedding. But then Annie talks about how it took them months to plan their first wedding, and now they only have weeks to plan this one, so she's really stressed. But it's like, well, if you planned your first wedding, you must have had a wedding, but then your dad made you call off the wedding. So did you elope, or did you have a wedding? Did you have one wedding fall through, and then you planned another wedding, and then got married? I don't understand. What happened? What's the deal with the wedding? This is important. I need to know. No answers. Just Annie's dad did not want her to get married. But this time around, this wedding, he's in full support. And he ended up sending Annie's mom's wedding dress to her so she could wear it for her second wedding, third wedding, first wedding, this wedding. During all of this chaos and wedding planning, we still have to talk to the kid who's in juvie. And Eric does that. He goes to the juvenile detention center and he talks to the kid.
It feels so good to like
I
target
don't
that
recall
muscle
them ever
that's
saying
behind
his
my
name, so
shoulder
I'm gonna call him
and
the
force it to
juvie
get
kid.
stronger.
Sorry if that's insensitive. I don't know
I
what
want
else
big,
to call him.
strong arms that work really
Eric
good.
goes and talks to this kid. He has no remorse.
And I suppose you're gonna try to tell me that doesn't bother you?
He does not care at all. Full-on sociopathic level. He like opened the first letter and never opened any of the other letters that he sent her every week for 3 years. He just has them in a garbage bag, spills them out in front of Eric like, yeah. No, I'm not talking to that baby. See how much I care? I don't give a care. He's not just sociopathic, he's extremely cruel as well. Eric brings up that Nora just wants some closure and wants to talk to him. He literally says,
I gave her the ultimate closure, man. I killed her husband.
That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. Crazier though, he even threatens to pay her a visit.
Maybe I'll pay her a visit when I get out.
Yeah, okay, Eric, you should probably tell his, whoever's in charge of him, you should tell him that he said that. That's not okay. Eric should have left at this point, gone back to Nora and said, this kid's crazy, he's a sociopath, he's not
I'm really scared of what my electric bill is going to be.
We're probably going to get. And it's unfortunate, but you should probably not talk to him because he'll probably hurt you. He'll probably say something mean or something. Additional things that Juvie Kid says, he explains that he had a horrible life. He had no father, so raised by a single mother. That's the first bad single mother we see in this season. In season 2, we are still coming for single moms, and we are going to come even harder than we did before. That did not come out the way I intended, but that's what she said. Single moms are hot, what can I say? That should be the new narrative. Anyway, Juvie Kid, raised by a single mother who was a terrible mother, and also he says,
And only the TV raised me. All I learned from the TV was how to kill people.
So I guess crime shows raised him, and instead of, idolizing the cops, he idolized the criminals. Very cool, very cool. This kid is a little brat. Nora should absolutely not go visit him. The kid ends up randomly deciding a little bit later that he actually does want to talk to Nora. I don't know why. He did though. And Nora just wants to know what even happened to her husband, because apparently after 3 years she still doesn't know. So he explains that he didn't want to end anybody. He just went into the store and her husband got in the way of his knife.
Look, I had a knife. The guy got in my way.
She tries talking some more remorse into him, and then we finally learn from the kid that her husband came into contact with the knife because he was protecting someone else in the store.
He got in between me and the manager guy.
I still don't understand what happened. I also don't understand why she never knew what happened to her husband, because they say that he died a hero.
At least I know he was protecting someone when he died. That's something. My husband died a hero. I never knew that.
So there's a witness who lived to tell the tale, yet still Nora has no idea what happened or why her husband died? This show, anyway, she forgives the kid. She says her piece and feels satisfied with their meeting. But the kid gets super mad at her for forgiving him. He's just angry and finally expressing some sort of emotion, so maybe not actually a sociopath, I don't know. And then Eric talks to him again. Finally, something breaks through this kid. He starts feeling a bit panicked and remorseful about his actions, which, if anyone can do it, it's Eric.
It's so fucking good to make my muscles do stuff.
Sure, I ever will.
There's a couple other details we need to learn about the other characters just to kind of catch up on how they've been doing the last few months. Matt cut his hair, which is a crime. He should also be in juvie for that. He still looks great, but still, crime. It's a crime. And even Annie agrees with me on that one.
See, it's Matt's new look, but short hair, much better for a tuxedo.
I don't know, I kind of liked it better longer.
Matt is still dating Heather, and he's learned a lot of sign language, which is super cool. Heather's about to leave California to go to Pennsylvania for school, so Heather and Matt are spending every possible second they can together before she leaves. And they're so cute together. I love them. I love them.
What do you want to do tonight?
Heather's my favorite. I love her. Mary and Wilson, the boy toy single dad man, they are still together. And
Tell that to my
I don't know
weak little girl
because
muscles.
Mary is struggling with the repercussions of her injury, understandably. She's going through some emotional stuff. She doesn't know what to do with herself. She doesn't know how to...
What I do is like a combination of Pilates, lifting, yoga, pre-gymnastics stretching. I do a bunch of different things because I don't want my body to look a certain way, and I also need to be strong in certain places. I need to be able to sit like this for a really long time. I need to be able to like pick things up from here and bring it up high, and then get all the way down low and put it somewhere down low. You know?
Some hair dye in a cosmopolitan magazine,
so my strength
and she
is
dyes
different.
Her hair. And it just looks like, you know, blonde highlights. It looks fine, but everyone's like, oh no, like everyone's acting like it's the ugliest, most horrible thing they've ever seen, and I'm like, it's not that bad.
And also I've been having shoulder pain, and I'm specifically trying to strengthen a certain muscles right here and right here.
Not like her hair. What happened to your hair? He didn't like it so much so that he broke up with her.
It's not that big of a deal. It'll wash out.
Call me when it does.
What?
Call me when you come to your senses.
Jimmy Moon's all like, I only like brunettes, so this is over.
I thought you liked impulsive women.
Impulsive brunettes.
But also, like, if you hate it, if everyone hates it, if your boyfriend's gonna break up with you over it,
Why did you let me do this?
just like dye it back to brown. You didn't want to be blonde. Make it brown again. It's still blonde in this season, so we're going with it. Lucy also invites Jimmy Moon to come to the wedding, and he's like, okay, cool, so that means I can bring my new girlfriend Ashley with me, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's incredibly mature of you.
Yeah, well, I matured a lot over the summer.
Later, Lucy changes her mind. She calls him back and is like, no, actually, do not come to the wedding, please. I do not want to see you with your new girlfriend. I'm not as mature as you thought. The wedding happens. It's good. And that's the end of the episode. Episode 2, first day of school. First day of school. This is a very special first day of school because Ruthie is going to school now. Ruthie in school for the whole day. That means we have the whole day.
The whole house.
To ourselves. Lucy not doing okay.
I'm having a complete nervous breakdown, and you're calling it jitters? What if I run into Jimmy Moon and Ash in school? We're all going down. Life's hell. Heck, life's heck.
Lucy is not okay. It's just her luck. When she shows up at school, her locker is right next to Ashley's locker, Jimmy Moon's new girlfriend.
What a curious coincidence that my new girlfriend is the locker right next to my old.
Oh, hell yeah.
Not a good day for Lucy.
You can't even see as good in the camera as I can in the mirror. I was just looking at my shoulders in the mirror. I can see it closer. I have dips now.
I started making up my own
like right here.
in my head, how I would have written this storyline. What
Hell
I would
yeah.
love to see happen is Lucy and
That's
Ashley,
what I want.
since they have lockers right next to each other, they actually start
Feels so
becoming
good to
super
be
good
strong.
friends,
That's just
and
what I
then
want,
they
is
both
to be able
turn
to
on
lift
Jimmy
heavy
Moon.
things and not rely on anyone else.
If she became friends with Mila Kunis and they turned on Jimmy Moon, it would be so cool. No, it mostly is just really unfortunate for Lucy that she has to see Jimmy Moon with his new girlfriend every single day. So Lucy's super depressed about that all day, but then later she learns that Ashley slipped in the lunchroom and mooned everybody with her Pocahontas underwear. That is the exact way that that is phrased by a teacher who tells this to Lucy.
You know that girl Ashley, something who has that locker next to you? Someone dropped a plate of spaghetti in the lunchroom, and she slipped and slid right across the floor and mooned the entire chess club with her Pocahontas underwear.
And that makes her pretty happy. So I guess God doesn't hate her after all. Another tiny part of this episode, all the kids get in trouble for really stupid rules, like Mary has an aspirin at school and that gets her in trouble.
No drugs.
Christopher Columbus did not discover America. Christopher Columbus was also Jewish. Did you know that?
We have that rule because gang members
He was a part of the people getting kicked out of Spain.
His jacket that his dad borrows all the time, and his dad's beeper was in the jacket and went off in school in the hallway of all places, like not even in class disrupting anything, just in the hallway. And Matt has this new teacher who's a total asshole, and this teacher gets him in trouble for even having having a beeper at school, even though it's his dad's. And
I'm an older woman. I need to stay flexible, and I need to stay. I've got like hypermobility, so I need to keep my muscles strong so I don't accidentally
also gets in trouble because he
bend my
chicken
shit
in his
backwards.
lunchbox, and his mom packed a knife for him to cut the chicken with, and the teacher saw him with a knife, which is a weapon, so he got in trouble too. All the kids got in trouble on the first day of school. That's not even the craziest part of this episode. I've been holding out on you. This episode is insane for this specific reason. This plot line is just one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Eric and Annie are super excited because they're finally getting a day off. All the kids are at school.
Dude, I think I've really truly come to a place where my left side is like equally strong as my right side.
Any calls from me,
And it's been uneven
any
for
minister
probably
duties.
30
Spend
years.
the day at home with my wife. We're gonna
Easily
just
30 years.
Chill and, you know. Unfortunately, they get interrupted by the police calling them. Yeah, there is a boy in Lucy's class who is standing on the top of a building, threatening to jump off of the building. So the cops call Eric so he can use his superpowers to talk to this kid, literally talk him off the ledge. There were other reverends, you know, if you're gonna call a social worker or a minister, Eric's not the only one. But maybe his superpowers are a widely known thing in this universe, so of course the cops would call him. Eric, you're the only one who can talk this kid out of this decision. The kids who have been at school all day apparently know about this, and they also know that the cops called a superhero.
I think the cop was calling a superhero to help it, like Batman.
So, for news to spread this fast, this must be a really small town in rural California. We learn a little bit more about the boy who's on the roof. His mom shows up, and we get our second terrible single mother of this season.
You can't be a mother and a father to a kid without him getting upset sometimes.
This kid's mom is portrayed as being very absent.
You actually think he's the type to jump off a building? He has had all morning. If he were going to do something drastic, he would have done it by now.
Being a terrible listener.
I had no idea he was this upset.
Being very unsuccessful in her parenting, because that is how we portray single moms in media.
I've had just about enough of this, young man. I want you to come down here right now. Don't let her come up here.
She's a helicopter mom, and she will not let him do anything. And this is very apparent because the kid explains that he's up on the roof because he wants to be heard. He just wants someone to take him seriously, to listen to him for once. And also, he wanted to ditch school. The reason he wanted to ditch school is because of his pants. All of this is because of his pants.
You never listened to me. Told you. Can't wear this pants to school.
I mean, more so the principle that his mother doesn't listen to him, but it's because he has the wrong pants.
I was never trying to jump. Just came up here to ditch. Did you go to school looking like I do?
I'm not gonna follow you.
Take a look, man. Are you blind? These are hunky boy jeans. I asked for baggy pants. The woman tries to send me to school in hunky boys.
So he threatened to jump off a building. This show is so unhinged. This is so unhinged. Eric obviously helps out. The mom finally listens. Everything's resolved. Eric tells everyone. He spreads the story that the kid was actually on the roof because he was stopping a robbery. That's
I'm very
rumor
okay,
that
yes.
Eric decides to spread so that the kids at school and the neighborhood all think that he's a hero.
Like Batman.
Not a little whiny boy who had the wrong pants. Very nice. Okay. Episode 3. This one I titled the I Love You episode. And then I checked the actual name of this episode, and it's called I Love You. So I titled it the same way they did. I guess I am pretty creative. This episode starts off with a beautiful example of healthy, gentle parenting from Annie.
I don't want to go with you any more than you want to take.
I sounded cranky, I apologize. If you could never use that tone of voice again with me, I'd be ecstatic. Sorry, Mom. I love you, Lucy. Love it. Love seeing gentle parenting portrayed in the 90s. I'm a fan. This is very important because there's a juxtaposition here with some good parenting and some really bad parenting. Almost comically bad parenting. And guess by who? A single mother. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. That's
It's almost
3
like being a
episodes in
single
row
mom is
with a
stressful,
terrible
and we're
single
not really
mother.
meant to be
What's
single
going on
moms.
here? Anyway, this is how the story goes. Lucy has an assignment to learn how to shop at
If you want to be a single mom and successful, you have to be willing to do literally whatever you have to do in order to not do sex work and provide for your kids.
It's not going so good.
If you weren't so stupid, then you would have done this on your own before I came home.
I am trying to strengthen a couple muscles in my shoulders.
Business mom, single mom.
Do you ever consider how hard I work? And she's very
Well, you just
overwhelmed
gotta do
and stressed
it.
out on Kara. A person with a job who's had a long, hard day is a little irritated right now and doesn't really have time for all this.
Annie and Lucy talk to him and end up befriending this girl Lori and her mom, and they offer to help Lori with the shopping assignment so that her mom can go do work. They even offer to let Lori come over for a sleepover that night. Lori's mom is all over this idea. She's like, yes, please get this kid off my hands.
She just leaves her kid in the middle of the store with these strangers.
Sleepover. Eric needs to go over to Lori's house to pick up some clothes, jammies, toothbrush, all that for her. Annie mentions to Eric before he goes that she's really concerned that Lori's mother might be a little bit abusive. Tells him that he should absolutely snoop around because that's his job. That's what he does best. Snooping all day long. So Eric goes and snoops. He sees the grandmother interact with the mother.
What the hell are you doing opening the door to a stranger? You're such an idiot sometimes. It's a wonder you don't get us all killed.
This is definitely a pattern. This is not just mom having an issue, okay? And Lori, when she's spending all day with the Camdens, she is in awe that they say I love you to each other. She's flabbergasted. She has never once in her entire life been told I love you by somebody, by anybody.
What's wrong? No one has ever said I love you to me before.
How are we gonna resolve this years-long cycle of abuse? Eric has an idea. He tells Lori that she should tell her mom first, I love you, and not expect her to say it back. Just get the ball rolling. Just kind of get the idea out there. Well, Lori does end up telling her mom that she loves her, and her heart softens up, and her mom says, I love you back. So all the problems in that family have been fixed. I'm sure of it. The other plot of this episode is about Matt and Heather and Simon and Ruthie. Simon and Ruthie keep reading Matt's letters that he's writing to Heather when she's away at school. They're analyzing it. They're treating it like it's a soap opera of their own.
It says, to my beautiful, darling Heather.
They are living vicariously through Matt's love life. Matt accidentally ends up leaving one of his letters on his dad's desk, and his dad accidentally starts reading it, and the first line is, Dear Mrs. Matt Camden. So Eric is freaking out, and he goes to Annie, and he's like, I didn't read the whole thing, but I saw this. I think that Matt and Heather got freaking married without telling us. And Annie's like, what? Oh, I'm not going to violate Matt's privacy. I'm not going to read it, but you can read the whole letter to me if you want. So Eric reads the whole letter, and it's very flowery, and essentially is like, I can't bear to keep this secret much longer. I'm so excited to one day tell the world that you're my wife. The implication here being that Matt and Heather are in fact secretly married. Eric and Annie are freaking out. They call Heather's mom. She comes over to the house. They show her the letter. She's freaking out now. Everyone's freaking out. When Matt finally comes home, he explains to them that it was a prank on Simon and Ruthie because they keep reading his letters. He pranked them to think that he and Heather were in fact married. And everyone believed it without talking to Matt first. So that's fun. That's really fun. But the whole idea behind this plot line is that saying I love you to someone is a really big deal. We learned that Eric didn't even tell Annie that he loved her until after they were already married.
How long were you and Dad together before he said it to you?
Oh, about a year.
Not till after we were married.
Barry gets all obsessed with this and goes to Wilson and tries to get Wilson to say that he loves her, and he doesn't because he doesn't feel ready to say that yet because they've only been dating a few months. And he also feels that saying I love you is a commitment.
What?
A commitment as deep as marriage.
Saying I love you is a commitment, and we're too young. We haven't known each other long enough to make a commitment.
Yeah, if you say I love you to anyone in this universe, you want to marry them. That's a definitive fact. So that's episode 3 for you. Episode 4, it's another pot episode, baby. Oh yeah, you thought we weren't gonna have any more pot episodes? You were wrong. This one is far more unhinged than the last. I'm gonna get to the smaller plots first before we get to the pot stuff. Just to give you some suspense, because it's pretty good. Ruthie states that her mother has told her she's allowed to wear whatever she wants.
You can't wear your bathing suit to dinner. Why not? Mom says I can dress myself any way I want to.
More points for Annie. What a great mom. She's such a good mom. That was just a side note, though. That's not really that important to the story. Lucy starts going out with this guy named Rod, which I think Rod is just a pivotal, important part of this specific episode. I haven't seen him since this episode, so I think he disappeared. He's lost somewhere in the continuity void. Lucy starts off this plot line by saying she's not allowed to date.
Mom, since I'm not allowed to date yet, I was wondering if it would be okay if I would invite Rod over for dinner.
Which doesn't make sense to me because she's 14 now, and Mary was allowed to date when she was 14 in the last season, and also in the last season, Lucy was 12 and she went on dates. So I don't know where she's getting this idea that she's not allowed to date. Maybe it was decided after the fact when her parents realized that she's crazy. That's what I'm gonna say. That's the only way that it makes sense. But Lucy met this new
That's
boy,
not true.
Rod,
Chronically
and
funny.
She's acting super weird to impress him. Like, she does her hair all weird. It's not that weird, but
You can call them whatever you want based on wherever you are from culturally. That's, I call them dreadlocks.
and she puts on some heavy makeup, so she's looking a little.
Some people
more
call them
bitchy.
fairy
We
locks.
learned
Some
that
people
Rod,
call them
drives
LOCK or
so
LOCS
pretty cool.
is actually specifically an African American like cultural reference. So if you're white and you're calling them locks, you're actually doing the thing that you claim to be hating that other people are doing.
Surfer dude.
And besides that, there's no possible way. Okay, just like doing a squat like this, just like, okay, am I culturally appropriating Asian culture right now? Because I'm doing a Asian squat. Am I not allowed to squat because I'm white? So I just can't squat like this because it's an Asian thing? No, it's a squat. You can't fucking copyright that. It's just like a recipe. Can't copyright a recipe. Dreadlocks is the same thing. If you don't brush hair, it tangles. And when it tangles, and then you keep it separated, it's gonna turn into dreadlocks. So there's absolutely no way, every single hair can do it. Black people hair, or the Afro kinky texture, Asian bone straight hair, South American texture, Caucasian texture, or whatever, so Irish, Scottish, English, Scandinavian or whatever, like European hair or whatever, it all will dreadlock. So there's just no possible way to like own it. No, it's not a cultural thing that anyone can fucking just have as their own. It's not, doesn't work like that. If that was the case, my hair wouldn't do this on its own, which it does, you know? You can spell it however you want. You can spell it however you want. You can say it however you want. It literally is completely irrelevant. It's just, the only reason you should ever like alter the way you say it is if you're speaking to someone who only knows the thing as a specific reference. So then you come to where you can communicate with the person and you say the word that they can understand. Other than that, if you're just speaking in your own space, you say whatever the fuck you want. If people understand you, then great. The point is gotten across. You know? Actually, that's the funny thing, chronically funny, is that dirty hair does not dreadlock very well. Clean hair tangles more. It's kind of like if you have long hair, you have to use conditioner after you wash your hair with shampoo. Otherwise, guess what? It's really hard to brush and it tangles like crazy. It's because clean hair actually knots much more. So most people with dreadlocks actually have very clean hair because they want to encourage the locking process. But that being said, there are a lot of nasty fucking trim job on cannabis farm wooks that don't do anything and just let their hair do whatever, and they're nasty and it stinks and it's gross. Those people you wouldn't catch me near in a 10-foot pole. I did dreadlocks for almost 20 years and I quit doing it because I could not stand people like that. People will steal your wallet and help you look for it. But shitty people exist in all fucking walks of life. Unfortunately, the specific dreadlock, white people with dreadlocks niche is riddled with fucking pieces of shit. Really, honey, you are really trying to be alright. It's like 80 degrees in my house right now, Jesus. Why is it any of your business where my child is or isn't? You just sound like a troll. So obviously everything you said up until this point is completely null and void because you're obviously just here to try and cause arguments. Have fun. Nobody engaged with that loser.
The salad was awesome.
And he's very awkward. There's a part where Mary and Wilson are kind of interrogating him, and he's just so...
So how old are you anyway? 14. How long did it take you to grow the mustache? 14 years.
different. Just, you know, really being himself. And I love that for him.
Nice scooter. Moped. So what did you have before that?
Okay, so we gotta talk about pot now. In the beginning of this episode, a random guy at school invites Matt to go to a party. Matt declines, and then the guy just like hands him a joint.
I dreadlocked my hair
He's
in like 2010, 2011.
I know you really miss your girlfriend Heather. Here's this, or pick me up. And he just hands it to him in the middle of a school hallway. That's not how drug deals happen, but it is for Matt, because this is Matt's life, and he's a magnet for trouble he did not want. So this kid just gives Matt a joint, doesn't know what to do with it, so he puts it in the front pocket of his shirt. When he gets home, he leans down and pets the dog Happy. The joint falls out of his pocket onto the floor, still untouched by him, by the way. There was no indication that he was going to do anything with it that we're aware of, he just had it. By the universe blessing him with another crazy conflict. The joint falls out of his pocket in front of the dog, and the dog picks it up without Matt seeing, and it sits in her mouth like she's smoking it. It's kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. Anyway, a little while later, Eric is petting the dog, and Happy just spits the joint out onto the floor. Who knows how long it's been in her mouth, but it is still perfectly crisp, completely intact and dry. Well, Eric sees this joint and the hunt begins. Immediately Eric thinks this is Matt's, and he goes to Annie, and Annie's like, well, we shouldn't accuse anybody, we don't know where this came from. They decide to hold on to the joint. They put it in Annie's nightstand. A little bit later, Mary and Lucy are going through the room. They go through Mom's nightstand and they find the joint. At first they're like, are our parents doing drugs? And then they think about it for a second and they go, no, that doesn't make sense. Just our mom is doing drugs.
You know, it might just be Mom. And if only one of the two of them were smoking, it would have to be her.
I mean, it must be tough playing the minister's wife all the time.
No wonder Mom always seems so happy. That's probably why she's always in the kitchen baking something.
Then Eric thinks that maybe Lucy had the joint and it came from her new boy toy Rod. So Eric asks Rod if he's ever smoked pot, and his answer is really weird, as usual.
I would never smoke pot. I hear it lowers your spark count.
Goodbye, son.
And at this point in the little witch hunt that's going on, Annie admits something to Eric she has never told him before.
The summer before I went off to college, I did a little experimenting myself.
When she was a kid, about Matt's age, she used to smoke pot. And because of that, she thinks Eric should really take it easier on the kids, just in case one of them actually is smoking pot. But upon learning this information, Eric is a little bit pissed off. He's angry at Annie for never telling him this monumental, super important, life-altering piece of information.
Were you never tempted to do it?
Frankly, I never got the appeal.
Then we get Wilson's perspective on the situation. Wilson talks about how he made a mistake when he became a single father.
Some mistakes are like jumping out of a plane. Once you do it, you can never take it back. It stays with you forever.
I think it's implying this is like what hot was.
I need
for
like one of
Annie,
those
like
benches
a
I can lay
horrible
back on, and
mistake
then I can
could
do this and
never
be
take
pushing
back,
up
which
more.
I think having a kid and smoking some pot, very, very different in my opinion. But in this show, it's the exact same thing. Just so we're clear on the morals of this show. Annie goes up to Matt and talks to him about how she used to smoke pot and tells him the full story.
Yeah, that
She
is
used
a
to
lot.
smoke
So
with her
that's
boyfriend,
that's why I actually don't really like watching girls' live streams, is because you can tell when they're looking at the like when they're like this, they're doing this, they're staring at themselves the whole time, and they're like, they get entranced by their own selves. My eyes are very red. I wonder if I have any eye drops. But yeah, it's very annoying. I always call women out when they do that shit. What's the point? It's because they just want to stare at themselves. They don't actually, you know.
Rachel.
There's no
We
point.
met
It's just
Rachel
they're
in
looking at
season one.
themselves.
She was the pedo. We don't like Rachel. Anyway, Rachel got Annie into pot, and she and Rachel's boyfriend would smoke all the time together. And one night, Rachel's boyfriend left after getting zooted, just extremely zooted. And at the very last stoplight before he got home, something happened, unclear. He got launched out of his windshield though, and he unfortunately passed away, as are the immediate consequences to sin, people. Okay, are you listening? But actually that's really sad and very unfortunate that that happened to Annie and her friends. Annie also says that they were still just high out of their minds when they got a phone call that their friend had died, and they went over to the crime scene high out of their minds to witness a traumatic event. That was a decision that Annie made that obviously traumatized her, and she never touched pot again. Well, Matt is a little bit offended by this because Annie coming and telling him this story is kind of assuming that he's the one that had the joint. Matt doesn't like being accused of something without even being asked if he did it. So Matt's starting to get a little bit frustrated.
It's fine. Sounds like I'm already guilty.
A little bit later, there's a family meeting, a little powwow at the end of the day, and the parents are like, okay, we've got to figure this out once and for all. We found a joint. Whose joint is this? Who's doing the weed? Matt comes forward and admits that it was his, but before he gets the chance to explain himself, Eric goes on an angry tirade, gets very angry at Matt.
Because, hey, here's something that doesn't take a whole lot of skill to do, just a lighter and a complete.
Thank you so much, Charlie Burke.
I'm going through a lot.
Thank you. Don't be weird though, dude, okay? Please and thank you. Don't be weird.
He hops in the car with them, and it seems like, uh-oh, he's gonna repeat the past. They're gonna get in a car accident and someone's gonna
I delete
die.
weird men.
But no.
Don't
Matt
be
comes
weird.
to his senses.
Like,
he tells the kids,
I'm
"Stop
not
the car."
interested in any like sexual commentary or comments. I don't want to have any I'm not interested in any kind of I don't want a relationship with nobody. I'm not interested in anything like that. You just want to be a cool dude and hang out. That's great, but please just don't be weird, and everything will be great. Dude, literally, I hate taking selfies so much. It's so annoying. I can't see very well, so if the camera is any further than like right there, I really can't see. So I can see like generally, so I try to stare at the camera itself. It's like kind of forcing myself to make eye contact. Practicing for being an adult, you know? I don't know, why don't I have tattoos? I'm from the 90s, so. You can go look on my social media. If I took selfies, there'd be selfies of me on my social media. You're welcome to go look at my social media, but I'm not here to prove anything to anybody. I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm not trying to fucking prove myself to you. And fuck you. I mean, we're like, I thought we were in agreement with each other. But go off, queen. You're spiritually Israeli.
Out of the car and he starts walking.
I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
Around, finds himself at his father's church. His father is so angry at him, it almost seems like their relationship is never going to be the same. So Matt, instead of trying to explain himself to his parents, he's explaining himself in private to God. He's telling God how he never even touched pot. He didn't smoke it. He didn't know what to do with it. He just had it, and it was an accident. It was a mistake, and now he's never going to be forgiven. His parents are never.
As a social experiment, I should just go put on mascara and draw on my eyebrows, like normal, so they're colored in, and watch how the comments change.
And so they immediately embrace him and forgive him and say they're sorry and everything's okay. All of this drama. This guy has
not necessarily from you particular individuals, but other people will come in and start sucking my asshole.
It's all over the place. It's crazy, but we did it.
It's funny how it works.
We can talk about
like
the heavy,
people are mystified by
on this show. And
eyeshadow.
Speaking of heavy, hard-hitting topics, this episode 5, is this one I titled the cult episode. I have a lot of interest in cults, being a survivor of one. So this episode was really, really silly and interesting for me to watch.
Let me ask you something.
You can always ask.
How does a guy get 38 people to kill themselves so they can
Okay,
go on a
I will
UFO?
stop tattoos. You got it.
In this time frame,
Good night.
the Jonestown massacre has recently happened. It's all
Don't
over
worry
the
about
news,
it,
and Simon
Vinny.
is super curious.
Just don't argue. Like, don't argue with people that are trolling in the comments. It's literally a waste of your precious, precious energy. They're gonna find something to troll about. You know, that's all they care about. It's like people who pretend like they don't understand what you're saying on purpose. Or like people who pretend like they don't know how to do simple tasks, so you don't ask them anymore.
When people keep telling you something.
These are people who say they don't like something. This is the analogy I always use, but it's like if someone served you a fucking sandwich and your sandwich had a giant turd inside of it, would you immediately turn that sandwich away and be like, get this shit the fuck away from me, gone, swipe away? Or would you look around the room and be like, everybody, there's a turd in my sandwich. Yep, definitely a turd. It's a turd. It's so disgusting. Oh my god, this is shit. I'm literally, there's shit. It's shit that's in this sandwich right now. That's what it sounds like when you complain about what you are watching. Like, if you don't like something, don't consume it. You have the literal power to go whoop and never, ever, ever experience the thing that you so claim to be so disgusted by or hate or dislike or whatever the case may be. Instead, you're just announcing it to the room that, oh, I hate this, but watch me eat it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you do that? Like, if someone served me a shit sandwich, I would immediately freak out and, like, I wouldn't even say anything. I would just immediately push it the fuck away from my face. So in the computer technology phone analogy, I would go, boop, and then it's gone. But you guys are literally my bread and butter, so keep going. I have a kink for being bullied. Please tell me how terrible I am. Yeah, but why should I waste my precious time blocking people who have no ability to regulate their own emotions? It's not my job. It's not my job. Besides, the more you comment, the more money I make, so it's quite nice. Do you not know what acting is, Rich? Being theatrical for the sake of a story? Obviously not.
For you, if you don't believe it too.
Oh, so just you're right there. You're right.
So it's kind of like church.
So Eric decides to educate Simon about cults by telling him to start his own cult, learning by practice, I suppose. So Eric starts teaching Simon how to emotionally manipulate people.
Subtly insist that you're shrinking. You could eventually get the other kids to believe it.
Interesting idea, Eric. Let's teach children how to weaponize emotional manipulation when they're very young.
Told you this show is a way of teaching children awful things under the guise of a Christian show.
For sure. So the whole thing Eric tells Simon to do is to get Ruthie on his side to help him convince everyone that he's shrinking, and that way Simon can see how cults work. So Simon gets Ruthie in on it, and they try and trick Matt and try and convince him that he's shrinking. And Ruthie keeps saying throughout this that Simon needs to go to the doctor as part of her way of convincing him, part of her way of being
exactly
a loyal cult member.
You need to see a doctor. You need to see a doctor. You need to see a doctor.
Well, Matt catches on to what they're doing, and he plays along and starts believing that Simon has shrunk.
We did it. That's our cult.
And because Matt took it so seriously, Simon starts believing Also, he's freaking out. He's like, oh my gosh, no, actually, wait, I am shrinking and I believe it for real. And he ends up actually going to the doctor, where he learns that he has in fact grown and that he's perfectly fine. I'm very glad the doctor did not charge them for checking his height.
I'm an inch and a half taller.
Did she charge you?
No.
At least there's a little bit of decency in the medical world of price gouging. Simon gets back at Matt by trying to convince him that he's balding.
I thought your hair looked different in the back, but it doesn't.
It looks like I'm losing my hair.
Well, not like Grandpa.
Very fun cult.
You're playing with my head again, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. You got me. Hair looks great.
Getting there. Quite what a cult is, but you know, it's all right. I'll give it to you. It's pretty cool. There's two other storylines in this episode. One is the most horrible, terrible thing, and the other one's hilarious. So let's do the good news first. Let's do the bad news. Bad news first is better, right? There is just a horrible, terrible plot line in this episode where there is a girl at school who's spreading rumors about another girl. Everyone thinks that this other girl has an eating disorder, the kind where you go to the bathroom after eating and cause the food
This
to
is
exit your body. Rumors are spreading about this girl.
a
and
video
Lucy
essay
decides she wants to try
on
and
season
confirm
2
this
of
rumor
Seventh
by
Heaven,
inviting this girl
the TV
over
show from the
for dinner
90s.
to see if she goes to the bathroom to let her food out. What the fuck? This is awful. We learn the truth of the matter is that this girl goes to the bathroom after eating
Boudica.
every time she eats because she's brushing her braces. And she's super skinny because she's poor and starving.
I'm hungry. You don't have enough to eat?
She's wearing braces.
But
There's
you know,
no
it's
way
okay.
she's starving.
What the fuck? What? Annie figures this out by talking to the girl, and
Her
while
parents
she's
can afford
talking to
braces.
her, this girl explains that she actually would prefer that everyone thinks she has an eating disorder.
You know, it's okay that you think I have an eating disorder. It's less embarrassing than the truth.
It also turns out that this girl knew the reasons why Lucy had invited her over for dinner, and she went anyway to get free food.
I figured whatever you were having for dinner would be better than what we were having, and I'm really sorry that I used that.
But as they get to know each other, Lucy actually thinks this girl is super cool and decides that she wants to be her friend. So I guess that's
Hey, girl.
good. Here's the good news. Here's the happy plot.
Yeah,
This was
Scarlett,
so
it's
silly,
one of
just
those
so
shows,
silly. Throughout
but
this
it's
season,
actually
Eric is getting
awful
progressively
and
sillier
like
and sillier, and
appalling. The
I
stuff
like it
that's
a
on the
lot.
show.
I'm starting to really like Eric. I think he's super funny. They gave him a lot more personality in this season. We get a return of Mrs. Bink and Mrs.
No, I'm
Hinkle
not-
from
not
season
yet.
1. Mrs.
I want
Bink
to be
is
stronger.
the lady who fibs all the time to further the plot. And
I want to
also
be able
she's
to move dressers by myself.
Whereas Mrs. Hinkle is the organist lady who pretended to be terrible at playing the organ so she would get fired because she thought that if she just quit that she would go to
I want to
hell.
look like
That's
a
who we're
female
working with
welder.
here. We learn in this episode that these two are best friends, but Mrs. Hinkle has recently
wanna
moved
look like a
out of
lesbian,
the
but
house that her husband
I don't
built
actually
from the
want
ground up.
any
She's moving
women
out
to
of her
try to hit
house
on
and
me,
selling it
'cause I'm
so that
totally
she can
not a
move
lesbian.
into a home. Well, Mrs. Bink is utterly shocked by this decision made by Mrs. Hinkle, and she goes full-blown conspiracy
I can't stand
theorist.
it when
She
women,
thinks that Mrs. Hinkle's
like,
children
leave their
have
husbands and then
forced
go
this
gay.
narrative and, like,
It's so
forced
ridiculous,
Mrs. Hinkle
'cause it's
to
not real.
lie about her reasoning and move into the nursing home against
And
her
then they
will.
end up
I've read about this place.
miserable.
Probably being restrained, drugged up, and eating some kind of dog food.
So she gets Eric and
Or what happens a lot is girls will go to jail and then they get gay for the stay.
She's asked for nobody to visit her.
But
She does
then
not
they,
want to be
like,
disturbed.
keep
Furthering
talking
the
to their
idea that
jail
there
wife.
is actually some conspiracy being run by Mrs. Hinkle's children.
That's why I had to
Finally,
leave
after many
Florida.
attempts, Eric
Too many
and Mrs.
people like
Bink
that
end up
in
actually
Florida.
being able to go visit Mrs. Hinkle at the nursing home, and she talks about how she chose to be there of her own volition because she didn't feel safe in her house all alone. She seems to be actually perfectly content.
My refrigerator makes ice.
Mrs. Bink is not happy about this. She is still just so upset that Mrs. Hinkle went to the home.
You get a big dog or a big boyfriend, but you don't sell your house.
You don't. I do.
She's not letting this go.
Yeah,
I know
dog
you're not
doo-doo.
telling us the whole story about this move, and you know what? I don't like it, any of it.
They end up investigating, going to the house
I gotta
where
let my dog
Mrs.
in.
Hinkle's children are permanently stationed throughout the episode, dressed
I'm
up
not
all
really
nice
a
to
ginger.
sell the house, I guess. And when they talk to them, their responses to the questions seem rehearsed and a little bit off.
house and the lawn are too big for her to maintain by herself.
Plus, she's starting to feel vulnerable.
And so Eric starts snooping a little bit more. He goes back to Mrs. Hinkle and is like, seems like your kids said the exact same thing you did, almost word for word, when it seemed like a script. What's going on, Mrs. Hinkle? Tell me the truth.
Trying to settle with what we suspect.
I can handle that. You are such a liar. Settle never really worked for me.
The truth is just the weirdest. It's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. It's so silly. It's so funny. Mrs. Hinkle says that she was a terrible mother and she did not raise her children to be able to take care of themselves. So now they are full-grown adult losers. She was so fed up with her children being little baby bitches that could not take care of themselves that she decided to sell her house so that they would stop running home to mommy. So they wouldn't have a place to run when they have troubles. Well, after talking to Eric and Mrs. Bake a little bit more, Mrs. Hinkle comes to her senses and decides, you know what? No, I'm not going to sell my house that's currently being listed on the market, prepped to sell. She goes and talks to her children, tells them off, and decides she's staying in that house. Me in the future, I forgot to mention this. I found it really funny in this episode that Eric's whole job as a minister that day was just entertaining the woes of old people. At least in my experience, I feel like that's pretty accurate when you're doing any kind of like ministerial service. The majority of your time you're going to be spent with old people. Maybe that's just me, but I thought that was hilarious. And that's episode 5. Episode 6 is actually super sad. This is the breakup episode. Heather wrote a letter to Matt saying that she found someone else and that she no longer wants to date Matt. Matt is really devastated because he wanted to marry Heather, like he's super in love with her. He ends up borrowing money from all his siblings, mostly Simon, who has a ton of savings. And side note, this is super cute, Simon ends up becoming like the bank of the siblings moving forward. He lends out his money to them and they'll pay him back with interest and stuff. It's super cute. Anyway, Matt borrows this money to travel out to Pennsylvania to see Heather. He takes buses, which apparently is a 3-day trip, just to talk to her in person.
Damn
He
it.
explains that the guy she's now with is
so that
deaf,
it
so
affects
he
what I'm
knows more
doing.
of the deaf community. He understands her better. They relate to each other better, and she just feels really right about dating him, even though she really cares about Matt. So the breakup is final. It's official. That trip all the way out to Pennsylvania was for nothing. Understandably, you just got broken up with Matt. Traveling across the country is not going to change that. The poor guy. Oh, it's just so sad. I really liked Heather. I really liked her. She was my favorite girl that Matt dated throughout the whole series so far, so it's kind of a bummer that she's gone. So the other part of this episode is that Mary and Wilson are constantly making out. They are kissing so much, and it's really loud and sloppy and gross. I hate that noise. I hate the squishy noise of kissing. But they end up breaking up because of kissing. Their breakup is super weird and does not make any sense at all. Wilson essentially believes that he is a terrible person, that he is a bad guy because he had sex before and now he has a kid. Well, maybe it might be nice to go out with somebody a little bit bad.
I am a bad guy, Mary. I've got a kid to prove it.
And he is desperately trying to avoid having sex again, and so he breaks up with Mary.
And I've proven that I can have sex. Now I just like to prove that I cannot have sex.
Even though Mary's like, we're just kissing and it's not going further and I don't want to go further, I don't want to have sex, but Wilson still is adamant that he just wants to break up, and so Mary's like, okay, whatever. Which honestly, that probably is a really good thing for Wilson, because he was spending a lot of time at their house when he has a very young child, supposedly, at home that's never with him, so I don't know who watches his kid when he's making out with Mary all the time. Maybe making out less is a very good thing because he will actually be with his child. That should have been his reasoning for breaking up with her, I think. Episode 7.
Dude, that neck pillow is
The
nice.
whole model experience. Neon, blinking lights.
Yeah, my hair is clear blonde. Like, the eyebrows are tattooed on, and they're still
When I die, I want
clear.
my ashes to be sprinkled
I have
with
really
blood
long
and
eyelashes.
not
Oh, I guess you can see my
part of
roots,
the model
kind of.
forever.
Lucy goes to the mall with her friends.
They're almost long
and they
enough
change out of their normal
to be
clothes,
super
and they
obvious.
absolutely girl boss at the mall. They go shopping, they get fancy things, and they walk around, they strut their stuff, those little 14-year-old girls, and they start talking to a mall cop who starts flirting with them.
I'm afraid you ladies are going to need my professional services.
Gross.
Because anybody who looks as lovely as you ladies do must need protecting.
Extremely
Gross.
unprofessional mall cop. Mary and Annie end up going to the mall to pick up Lucy a little bit early, and she gets caught all, dressed up. Yeah, she gets in a lot of trouble for dressing a little bit above her age. I think we should be getting more angry at the creepy mall cop than at Lucy for dressing up. But yeah, let's shame Lucy for trying to express herself and experiment with her style. Okay. Even though we don't shame Ruthie for experimenting with her style, we will shame Lucy. There's a part of this episode where the parents ask Ruthie what she's doing that day.
What are you up to today?
I don't know. I like to keep my Saturdays open in case Mary and Lucy want to hang out and catch up.
It's so cute. She's also, throughout this episode, completely obsessed with understanding
hello.
how fast 100 miles per hour is.
How fast is 100 miles an hour? How fast is 100
I'm like really
miles
like
an
anxious to
hour?
go see
How
about
fast
that
is
pie I
100
made.
miles an hour? Is it like this? Yes. Yes. That's what I thought.
Also in this episode, Simon made a new friend named Stan. Stan has an older sister named Karen. Matt meets him and asks her about her belt, which has a big kind of
This is the
symbol
candle.
on it. He goes, oh, hey,
This is the
what's that?
candle. It sits in my bedroom, but
I
oh my god, it literally makes my whole house smell like it just existing in here. It smells like this when I walk in from the garage.
But Stan
It's
and Baby Doll are acting
warm cashmere and
So
raw
Matt
amber.
investigates a little further and realizes that
And I
that
cannot read the
symbol
brand
on
name.
Baby
Hold on.
Doll's belt is actually a symbol of the gang. Matt tells his mom and dad
Artisan,
that he and Eric take it upon
fragrance,
themselves to be
original,
involved in this business as they do.
formula.
They tell her parents at first they don't believe
Why are you
her.
looking
They're
at me
all like,
weirdo?
no, not my darling child. She would never. But then they find a bunch of weapons that she stashed in Stan's bedroom. So then they believe that
It's from
she's
some
in a
design
gang, and they
studio.
confront her and talk to her
I want
about it,
more
and
of this.
she's like
This
super
is the
naive,
most delicious
pretty
smelling
rough,
candle I've
but
ever
like
smelled in my
the
life, and I
gang,
want
she
a million of
believes
them.
they're
Give me
friends,
14 of
they
them.
wouldn't hurt her ever, but the parents are like, no, we gotta get you out of this. This is dangerous. Like,
Let's go downstairs and check on the key lime pie that I baked.
they do let her try to quit the gang, and after that, there's a scene where Annie walks
I
up
need to take a picture of it so I can share it on the Discord.
and it's like, wait, what? What?
I need to close my yoga mat. My cat's gonna scratch it up. Move, move, move! No, I knew it, bitch. My cat wants to go outside and get effed so bad. She wants to get pregnant. She's literally trying so hard to let me let her outside so that she can go get pregnant. Not even if someone paid me. Even though I've already got people messaging me asking me if I'm gonna have kittens again. No, the fuck I'm not. No money! You hear this hooker? Hello. Listen to her. She says hello. Hello. Girl. Oh my God. You're pathetic. Oh, did I tell you? I forgot to tell you guys. I took the thing out of the oven when I came downstairs a while ago. The custard. Took it out of the oven. Here's the tripod. Oh, I left it upstairs. Be right back. I got the tripod. Hello. Hello. Nobody's coming to rescue you. You're stuck here inside. Horny demon. Oh, it's still a little bit warm. I touched the top of it. This is the key lime pie that I made with a meringue topping. It's still warm. I want to eat it so gosh darn bad. And then this is the custard that I made, vanilla custard. This needs to chill. And this, I like really just want to eat some of it right now. I can't wait anymore, so I'm going to try some of it even though it's warm. I don't care. It's mine. I can do whatever I want with it. This needs to be dried and put away because it's too big just to be sitting around. Why is my internet not working?
Her friend. So I guess that's good. Here's the good news. Here's the happy plot line. This one is so silly, just so silly. Throughout this season, Eric is getting progressively sillier and sillier, and I like it a lot. I'm starting to really like Eric. I think he's super funny. They give him a lot more personality in this season. We get a return of Mrs. Bink and Mrs. Hinkle from season 1. Mrs. Bink is the lady who fibs all the time to further the plot, and also she's probably
we need a big gold
Whereas Mrs. Hinkle is the organist lady who pretended to be terrible at playing the organ so she would get fired because she thought that if she just quit, she would go to hell. That's what we're working with here. We learn in this episode that these two are best friends, but Mrs. Hinkle has recently moved out of her house that her
Oh, I have to
husband
take a photo
built from
first.
the ground up.
Oh my god, I'm
She's
so glad I
moving out of her
remembered.
house, selling it so that she can move
Be right back.
Staying strung up and eating
So she gets Eric involved. They show up to the nursing home asking to see Mrs. Hinkle, and the guy there is like, nope, she's asked for nobody to visit. She's not going to disturb, furthering the idea that there is actually some
Screen record
conspiracy
for a second
run by
so then I can
Mrs.
show.
Hinkle's children. Finally, after many attempts, Eric and Mrs. Bink end up actually being able to go visit Mrs. Hinkle at the nursing home, and she talks about how she chose to be there of her own volition because she didn't feel safe in her house all alone. She seems to be actually
So this
perfectly
is
content.
key lime pie made with
Mrs. Bink
cornbread
is
because
not
I didn't have
happy
graham
about it.
crackers,
She's
so
still
I made a
just
cornbread
so
crust.
So upset that Mrs.
It's so,
Hinkle
oh my
went to
god.
You get a big dog or a big boyfriend, but you don't sell your house.
You don't. I do.
She's
Oh
not
my God.
letting this go.
I know you're not telling us the whole story about this move, and you know what? I don't like it, any of it.
They end up investigating, going to the house where Mrs. Hinkle's children are permanently
Oh my God.
stationed throughout
Oh my
the
God.
episode,
Oh my
dressed
God.
up all nice
Oh
to
my God.
sell the house, I guess.
Oh my God.
When they talk to them, their responses to the questions seem
Oh
rehearsed
my
and a little
god.
off.
The house and the lawn are too
Homemade
big
key
for her
lime
to maintain
pie
by
with a
herself.
cornbread crust.
And so Eric
It's
starts
so
shooting a little
good.
bit more.
That
He
is a
goes
really
back to
nice
the scene
meringue,
and he's
Heather.
like,
You did a really good job. I'm so
seems
proud of you.
like your kids said the exact
Okay, I
same
gotta turn off
thing
the
you
screen
did,
record.
almost word for word, to the point where it seems like a script. What's going on,
Mm.
Mrs. Hinkle? Tell me the truth.
Try and be subtle, but probably suspect.
I can handle that. You are
Oh my gosh.
such a liar.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I made this all from scratch.
The truth is just the weirdest.
Mm.
Just the weirdest thing I've ever heard. It's so silly. It's so funny. Mrs. Hinkle says that she was a terrible mother and she did not raise her children to be able to take care of themselves. So now
God.
they are full-grown adult losers. She was so fed up with her children being little baby bitches that could
Oh
not
my
take
God.
care of
Oh my
themselves
God.
that she decided to sell her house so that they would stop running home to mommy. So they wouldn't have a place to run when they have troubles. Well, after talking to
No,
Eric
it's a
and
tiny,
Mrs.
tiny,
Hinkle
tiny bit warm,
more,
like it's
Mrs.
not
Hinkle
cold,
comes to her senses and
but
decides,
holy crap,
you know
it's
what?
good.
No, I'm not gonna sell my house that's currently being
It'll be way
listed
better
on
colder.
the market, prepped to sell. She goes and talks to her children, tells him off and decides she's staying in that house. Me in the future, I forgot to mention this. I found it really funny in this episode that Eric's whole job as a minister that day was just entertaining the woes of old people. At least in my experience, I feel like that's pretty accurate when you're doing any kind of like ministerial service. The majority of your time you're going to be spent with old people. Maybe that's just me, but I thought that was hilarious. And that's episode 5. Episode 6 is actually super sad. This is the breakup episode. Heather wrote a letter to Matt saying that she found someone else and that she no longer wants to
followed
date Matt. Matt is really devastated because he wanted to
key lime pie
marry her,
recipe
like,
on the internet.
in love with her. He ends up borrowing money
And I kind of already knew that it was just mostly sweetened condensed milk,
a ton of savings, and side
juice,
note, this is super cute. Simon
and then
ends up
eggs.
becoming like the bank of the
But I didn't have
siblings.
graham crackers. I forgot to buy graham crackers at the grocery store, so I have this cornbread, pre-boxed cornbread. So I used that. I baked the cornbread as the recipe requires. Then I took the cornbread and I crumbled it up after it was finished baking, and I toasted it on the stove top until it was like slightly tan. And then I just made it like I would make it with a graham cracker crust with butter and stuff.
So the breakup is final, it's official. That trip all the way out to Pennsylvania was for nothing. Understandably, you just got broken up with Matt.
It's a little bit sour. Like, it's good, but
it's just so sad.
it's
really
like tart.
I really liked her. She was my favorite girl that Matt dated.
I probably could have added like more sugar.
So far, so it's kind of a bummer that she's gone. So
it's
the
really
other
good.
Part of this episode
But
is that
it's very rich.
Wilson are
There's no way I'm gonna be able to eat all
They're
this. I'll get
kissing
sick.
so much, and it's really loud and sloppy and gross. I hate that noise.
I'll leave it on the counter. I'll come back for it later.
But they end up breaking up
tart
because of kissing. Their
Key
breakup
limes are
is
so good.
super weird and does not make any
I
sense
wanna, like,
at all.
try to save
Wilson
some for my kid.
essentially believes that he is a terrible person, that he is a bad guy because he had sex before and now he has a kid.
Well, maybe it might be nice to go with somebody a little bit bad.
I am a bad guy, Mary. I've got a kid to
Didn't we already see this
He
part?
is desperately trying to avoid having sex again, and so he breaks up with Mary.
I've
Why did it
proven
rewind?
that I can have sex. Now I just like to prove that I cannot have sex.
Even though Mary's like, we're
Oh, it's
just
totally gonna
kissing
rip
and
the
it's
top
not
of it
going
off.
further, and I don't want to go further. I don't
Damn.
want to have sex, but Wilson still
Okay, I
is
can't do
adamant
that.
that he just wants to break up, and so Mary's like, okay, whatever. Which honestly, that probably is a really good thing for Wilson because he was spending a lot of time at their house when he has a very young child supposedly at home that's never with him. So I don't know who watches.
What is that? I
his
can't
kid
tell.
when He's making out with Mary all the time. Maybe making out less is a good thing because he will actually be with his child.
What does that
his
mean,
reasoning for breaking up with
Anita?
her, I think. Episode 7.
The whole mall experience. Neon, blinking lights, the air, it smells like shopping.
Lucy loves the mall.
When I die, I want my ashes to be sprinkled from level 8, and that way part of me will be part of the mall forever.
Lucy goes to the mall with her friends, and they change out of their normal clothes, and they absolutely girl boss at the mall. They go shopping, they get fancy things, and they walk around, they strut their stuff, those little 14-year-old girls, and they start talking to a mall cop who starts flirting with them.
I'm afraid you ladies are going to need my professional services.
Why is that?
Because anybody who looks as lovely as you ladies do must need protecting.
Extremely unprofessional mall cop. Mary and Annie end up going to the mall to pick up Lucy a little bit early, and she gets caught all, dressed up. Yeah, she gets in a lot of trouble for dressing a little bit above her age. I think we should be getting more angry at the creepy mall cop than at Lucy for dressing up.
We
But
saw
yeah,
this already.
Let's shame Lucy for trying to express
Wow,
herself
this is
and
so good.
experiment with her style. Okay.
Yes,
Even though
the
we
goal
don't
is to be
shame
as strong as
Lucy
a Celtic
for
warrior.
experimenting with her style, we will shame Lucy. There's a part of this episode where the parents ask Ruthie what she's doing that day.
This is what I'm excited about.
I like to keep my set.
Look at that muscle sticking up over. Oh, hell yes.
It's so cute. She's also, throughout this episode, completely obsessed with understanding how fast 100 miles per hour is.
How fast is 100 miles
When I was like 9 or something, my grandmother had me volunteer on a horse farm. It was like a ranch. And the woman who owned the ranch, I remember looking at her arms and you could see the veins in her arms and stuff. And she was so strong. She's like picking stalls, and like cleaning up horse shit. And I was just like looking at her arms and how strong they were. And as a child, it changed my brain chemistry forever. And I wanted those arms for myself. And so I have spent my whole life working hard so that I can be 60 years old and have strong, sinewy arms. I still want to build a house before I die, like by hand. So hopefully, you know, in the next like 5 to 10 years, I will either meet someone who wants to like team up and build a house with me, and then I'll just live stream the whole thing, or I don't know, but I want to build a house at some point. That's like something I want to do. See what I was saying earlier about what if you want a woman to cater to you, the things you have to do? You have to take care of things and make it so she has a safe place where she doesn't need to worry about things. She knows she's safe and protected and nothing is going to go wrong that you can't take care of. And if you cater to your woman in that way and just take away some of her mental load, like, don't ask your girl to give you a list of things that she wants you to do. Just look around the fucking house and go, oh, you know what, that needs to be done. I can do that. And then just do those things. And do as much of it as you possibly can. And your woman will literally be all over you. She'll be making you things. You will have a whole different woman if you coax out her feminine.
How fast is 100 miles an hour? How fast is 100 miles an hour?
How far did it rewind?
Oh dear God. But Stan and Baby Doll are acting really sketchy. So Matt investigates a little further and realizes that that B symbol on Baby Doll's belt is actually a symbol of a gang. Matt tells his mom and dad, and Annie and Eric take it upon themselves.
It's 100% true. And that's the thing. Men are always, you know, it's always this thing about women are so mystifying and, women are just, can't understand a woman. We don't want, it's not that we can't tell you what we want. It's that you should be able to be an adult enough. It's not even a man. It's just a human adult to look around a room and realize what needs to be done. You know what I mean? It's not that much of an expectation, you know, and to ask your partner to make a list for you is not helping. That's not taking away from their responsibilities. Now you're adding a responsibility to that. And now we have to go through this mental checklist. Okay, what can he do? What is he capable doing? What is he gonna, am I gonna have to stand over him and help him do? Like, you should just look around the room and just know what needs to be done and just do it. And women will respond to that. That's literally the secret to a happy wife. Is just, it's like if you know that her car needs gas, put gas in it. If you have the time and the energy, if you know her car is coming up on an oil change the oil, schedule the oil change. When it comes time to like go out for dinner and stuff, don't ask her what she wants. You know what she likes. Just make the reservations, pick the restaurant, take her to go do it, and then just do it. Women do not like having to make those decisions. And it's not even that women don't like having autonomy and don't like to like have choices for themselves, because that we do. But we want to we need our mental load lessened. We need to be able, it's a biological thing that we cannot help. We have no control over it, regardless of how much autonomy we want. At the end of the day, when someone makes you feel like they've got it and they prove to you that they've got it, it makes you step back into a place of trusting that that person has got it. And you immediately revert into this like feminine mentality. It's a biological thing, and it's literally a hack into having a woman who responds to you femininely. And a woman in her feminine likes to cook, likes to clean, and likes to get on her knees and please her man. So if you want your woman, if you're having a hard time convincing your partner to have sex with you, just look around the room right now and go, okay, I'm sitting on my ass watching a live stream right now. What could I do inside this house right now that needs to be done? Dishes, laundry, doesn't matter. Just do it. So. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel too. Like, I've been single now since 2021, early 2021. I think July 4th actually of 2021 was the last time I was in a relationship with a man. And so I have not dated. I have no desire to date. I have been busy becoming my best self because I have a child. And so it's my job to be my best self for my child. I don't have time to chase a man or deal with getting to know somebody, spend all my free time with some man and doing that whole like getting to know you phase. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of time to get to a point where you're like, I will never just have sex with somebody. I may never have sex again. And I've already come to the terms with that, and I'm fine with that. I don't miss it. I have no desire for it. It's not something that I like. I feel like I need to go seek out. You know, if I ever have sex again, it's because I'm going to be in a relationship with someone, and I will have already a friendship established with someone before it goes to the stage of a relationship. I will only even consider someone who hits every single fucking box on my little list, on my little checklist. They have to hit every single box. And having hobbies, being good at something, caring about like cooking, and like those are all like just non-negotiables. And so I have to be able to see the guy that I am interested in doing things for his self, to make his self his best self. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be with somebody who's a bump on a log. I want someone who is advantageous, because here's the thing, I'm really advantageous and motivated. And I know that when I do finally get into a relationship with someone, because I'm going to be so picky and choosy, and it's going to be someone very much like me, when we come together, it's two whole badass people coming together, and then like money, like all kinds of land, shit's just going to start coming in. And so I'm holding out. And if I never find that, I am also okay with that. Because I'm just going to team up with like one of my mom friends and do it that way anyway. So, it is what it is. Definitely not a witch. Yep. Having face tattoos is completely irrelevant. I literally have one of my best friends, actually. Truly one of my best friends. I've adopted her as my own grandma. She's 92 years old, and she fucking trusts me with her life. So, your opinion doesn't matter. Please tell me how terrible I am. I hope you never find someone who has emotional maturity and owns their own business and has multiple income streams and is able to afford their own home without like government assistance, without like without a man, no child support, no nothing. I just like got this shit, and it's all mine, and I take care of all my shit. I own my own car, I own my own land, I own a bus, a 40-foot school bus. I mean, I hope you don't find someone like that too. Because God forbid that they are burdened with someone like you.
As they do. They tell her parents. At first, they don't believe Eric at all. They're like, no, not my darling child. She would never. But
Okay,
then
I can't wait. I want to try
weapons
this.
that she stashed in Stan's bedroom. So then they believe that she's in a gang, and they confront her doctor about it. And she's like super naive, she's pretty indoctrinated by her gang. She believes that they're her friends and wouldn't hurt her ever. But the parents are like, no, we got to get you out of this. This is dangerous. Like, no. And she says, just trust me, I'll talk to them, they'll let you go, they promise. They do let her try to quit the gang. And after that, there's a scene where Annie walks up to everybody, just looking
I made homemade custard from scratch
like,
and homemade key lime pie today.
What happened? Is she dead? Did she
They're both
die?
so good.
What happened? But no, she just got beat up. She's got beat up real good. So she's in the hospital, still alive, and a little bit bruised. And that is how the episode
I'm gonna end up demolishing this.
Why?
I don't know if it's gonna make it to the fridge. Look at that perfect fucking custard, dude.
At church on Sunday,
It looks like the
and guy
flan
in
that you get in
congregation
those
is
little
"Oh my God,
like Jello
these
cups.
muffins? They're so good, babe.
Look at that. Oh, it's so good.
Your muffins, darling. So this guy
I baked 2 things tonight.
Essentially selling her muffins at his store. Initially, Annie says no. She's hesitant. She's like, I have a
Key lime pie from scratch with a meringue topping. I've never made meringue at home before. Like, I've done it at work and in school because I went to culinary school, but I've never really had my own kitchen to experiment.
I think it's supposed to be a commentary.
So this is the meringue. Look at that. Look at that perfect meringue. I did such a good job. I'm really proud of myself with the meringue. And this is the key lime. I didn't have graham crackers. I went to the grocery store and I totally forgot them, even though I was thinking about it while I was at the grocery store. So I ended up looking on the internet and I was like, what can I use to substitute graham crackers? And something said cornbread, and I was like, I got fucking cornbread. So I used a box of cornbread, baked it like it says to on the box, you know, egg, milk, whatever. And then I crumbled it up after it was done cooling down, and I toasted it on the stove, the crumbles, until they were like a light medium brown. So, because I didn't want them to burn, but I also didn't want it to like be too pale and undone. I didn't want it to be soft. I wanted it to be crispy like a graham cracker crust, because I wanted it to add melted butter to it so that it would be like a real. And so anyways, the crumbles, after I toasted them, I added I added some sugar to it, and then melted butter and a little bit of water to make it just like a little bit doughy, because I had to pre-bake it a little bit, but it was just like maybe a tablespoon of water. It was barely anything. And then I put the filling in. The filling is just sweetened condensed milk, egg yolks, and lime juice, pretty much. It's very good. It's incredible. It's delicious. Can't believe I made that myself. And look at that. It's like big and perfect and delicious. And look at the browning on top of that meringue. I'm just like so incredibly freaking proud of myself. And then this is a homemade vanilla custard made with egg yolks, sweetened condensed milk, and whole milk. I just kind of needed to use up the last of the sweetened condensed milk that was left over from this. And so this is what I did with it. I also had egg yolks that I needed to use up. So I was like, egg yolks, I'll make a custard. So I made a custard with the egg yolks, and with the egg whites, I made the meringue. I ended up giving my dog the egg yolks from the pie filling. This is very good. And the top is like a sugary layer. Oh my God. It's not warm on the bottom anymore. I got freaking banana nut bread that I made the other day. What is back there? Is that the carrots? Oh yeah, it's the carrots. Great. All right, I think I'm gonna use this because even though this is gonna be a little tacky, it's fine, and I'd rather it stick to the top of the custard and eliminate any more skin developing than take away the top burny part of my meringue, which is what almost happened. I'm glad I thought ahead. Dude, I wish. Oh, I should take a picture of the custard. Great back. Okay, I had to document my beautiful little custard. Oh no. Oh, you should totally do like a coconut cream or lemon meringue for sure. You can do the meringue with the torch, you know? So the cool thing is when I put the top on, it pulled that layer off the top perfectly. So now there's like no skin on the top. So I'm gonna do this a second time with another bag. Now that that one's gone. And now it will be a clean top with no skin. No. You cannot go outside. You cannot go find some dick. You cannot go get pregnant. Absolutely, positively, that is a negative, my friend. That's a no from me, cat, because dog wouldn't be proper, right? It's a no from me, dog, cat. It's the perfect lid. All right, I'm gonna let this cool down over here a little because the bottom is still pretty warm. So we'll let that cool over there on the rack. And we will, I guess I'm gonna go. Because I'm pretty much done for the day. It's 8 o'clock. Yes, you have to improvise when you bake. I also don't like completely follow recipes all the way. I just like to experiment. Yeah, that custard is so bomb, dude. The school bus is fine. It's cool. I missed. Oh, message retracted. All right, well, anyways, I'm gonna go. I'm done for the day. I've been on this live all day. I was really struggling this morning. I thought I was gonna end up in the hospital. I was really dehydrated and I need to drink something. Dude, this freaking kefir is already carbonated a little bit. Dude, Josh needs to get his ass home so that he can drink some of the soda I made. I've got so much soda. I have like literally so much. I need to get some kind of flavoring. Do you guys know, does anybody know where I could get flavoring for homemade soda? Like, is there you know, like a natural, hey you! Is there a natural like Sprite flavoring or something like that? That way if she jumps on the counter, she don't touch my counter. I want to find that. Anyways, I'm going to go look for that right now. I'm going to go see if I can find some kind of like soda flavorings so that I can flavor these sodas and then like give them to people to drink and then get my bottles back and refill them because I need to do that. I wish you could smell it in here. It smells so good in here. I made key lime pie, homemade custard, and my house just smells like warm cashmere all the time. And I smell like oil of Olay. So don't you dare. Don't jump up here. Nope. Don't do it. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna skedaddle. I'm gonna call my kid and relax. I've done so much today, and I wanna get myself something to drink too. I need to hydrate. We're cashing out for the night, brother. What in the where did that come from? What is that? Is that Crisco? Oh, I must have hit the light switch whenever I was doing Crisco on the pan, and I accidentally got Crisco on my flour jar. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep this bottle with me in bed so that I can squirt the cat. Get her shut the fuck up at night. Okay, guys, I'll see you later. I love you. Yeah, my hair is very long. It's down to my knees. I cut it like once every 2 or 3 years. I cut it to my butt, and then it grows back to my knees.